Surf fans, get ready. It's finals day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We got the superstars of surfing arriving this morning. Everyone looking well prepared and ready to rip. The waves have come as well. Biggest, best day of the entire window. And our field, it's pretty incredible. We got 5 of 8 surfers from the women's side representing Europe. We have 5 of 8 men representing Southern California. So the storylines are running deep here. So we're gonna go with 30-minute heats to start the day. We're gonna jump right into the quarterfinals. Starting off with Vahina Fierro and Brisa Hennessy. Before we get there, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Rosie Hodge and Tanner Gadowskis. And there you see wedges pulsing, southwest swell coming through here. Exactly what we wanted to see on finals day. It's bigger, it's more consistent. The wind is on our side. Are you ready, Rosie?
You know what, these athletes, they've been flying economy. And up until this point, the quarterfinals premium economy. You make it into the semis, you get to business class, and you're in the final, you're flying first.
Yeah, you're cashing in. It's funny when you talk about swell coming the entire event, it's like this expectation, right? It's like, oh no, tomorrow's gonna be better. The finals day is gonna be as good as it gets. And waking up, seeing the surf, it's definitely delivered today.
And it's almost like we were fortunate to have such challenging waves at the very beginning because these surfers really had to earn it. I mean, we're talking literally 1-foot waves, 2-foot waves, 3, 4, and now we're at 4 to 6 foot waves coming through. So you really you had to slay a few dragons to get to the Princess today, but that just kind of adds to the overall arc of what we always come to expect from the Lexus US Open of Surfing, right? It's going to be a challenge not only with the waves, but also with the field we have. We're talking the best, hungriest surfers on the planet, literally fighting to achieve their dreams. I mean, that has to feel like an unstoppable force that you're going up against, especially here in finals day when everyone is just that much closer.
Definitely, and as we just transition into these women-on-women heats, man-on-man heats, the game changes, the heat management changes, the waves are firing, so there's going to be a lot that goes into a day like today.
I thought last night going to bed, nobody is preparing for today thinking, oh, I'm going to get a quarterfinals. Everybody here that's about to start in these heats wants to be the winner, so it's going to be very exciting to watch.
Absolutely. Well, as we make our way towards the quarterfinals, we've got one of our new favorite surfers on the sand right now with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Chris. Annette, looking forward to seeing you coming up in the quarterfinals a little bit later. You just got out of a free surf. Give me the conditions report from the water.
Well, so the waves are firing. It's so fun. It's clean. There is a bit of current, but yeah, it's so fun.
And you're one of 2 women representing the Basque Country in the quarterfinals today. You and Nadia were already dreaming up that semifinal matchup. What is it going to take for you to make it through the quarters and get that to happen?
I know. I love US Open. I love this comp. Everyone is here. There are many Basque people here supporting us. So yeah, we will give everything. And yeah, I hope to see her in the semifinals. Sorry.
Looking forward. Quarterfinals first. We'll let you get ready for it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Yeah, Annette Gonzalez Echevarria had a wild ride to get to finals day, but wow, she is such a complete and incredible surfer. That's another thing about the US Open is we get a scouting report to see who the future stars of this sport will be. Annette is absolutely one of those. Well, Surfline has been spot on throughout the entire window. They said it was going to start small and finish strong, and that's exactly what we're seeing today. Tanner, when you see these purple blobs moving through, what does this tell you? What can we get excited about for today?
Well, it means you're in California in the summertime. You've got a nice south swell filling in, which at the US Open means, like Annette said, a lot of current. There's going to be a lot of interaction with the pier today. Some radical sections to hit. Stuff that we saw Nadia doing yesterday. Big turns and big pockets. It's going to be super exciting to watch.
And consistency-wise, Rosie, that's another thing that we want to see, surf fans want to see, and the judges want to see. You expect to see a lot of waves ridden in these heats today.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, we've kind of shaped the field with these two people heat. You can afford to be selective. You got, you know, 30-minute heats that we're going to watch these surfers do battle. I think wave selection is going to be so key today because there is quality on tap.
And there's some punch out there. I mean, that's a great visual of what the surfers are looking at from the Bonsoy athlete area. Overview tells us that you're going to have rights, you're going to have lefts. There's ramps on offer. And of course, that big pier bowl section, the right that's coming off the pier that these surfers are literally slingshotted into. Everything is in play today. I wouldn't say this is a grind at all. This is just going to be a spectacular show of high-performance surfing, starting with Vahine Fierro and Brisa Hennessy. We've got France and Costa Rica represented here in quarterfinal number 1. And I love the story that Vahine Fierro is telling us. You know, she can do it at Chopo, the gnarliest wave in the world. She can do it in Huntington Beach as well. So Vahine is representing France by way of Tahiti, French Polynesia, is quickly becoming one of these surfers that has the entire act, right? She has the speed, she has all the, you know, big moves that you need to do to win here at the US Open. What do you think her chances are going to be today, going up against a vet, Brisa Hennessy, who has all the experience in the world?
I think this is a really even matchup between Brisa and Vahine, and these two women have actually been spending a lot of time together. They did a little air camp out in Waco, Texas at the wave pool. Matthias Hurdy was actually helping these women just try and perfect that progressive element. So I think they've been spending a lot of time together. Vahine's got more that smoother style. I think Brisa's so good at attacking though, and she looks so sharp.
Both of these surfers would be loving the increase in swell. They both handle that power. Vahine would feel very comfortable dealing with conditions like this. She essentially is almost a reverse engineered surfer. She's so good in good waves that she's had to go backwards and learn how to make her way through the Challenger Series to get to the tour. So it's exciting to see her here on finals day, about to start her campaign against Brisa Hennessy.
Whew. Our first wave on finals day is blasted. Brisa Hennessy, I would say she is the most powerful surfer left in the draw. She showed us that with that opening wave. You know, that's kind of your prototypical Huntington Beach wedge, right? Drop in, quick fade, and then bam, straight up in the lip. We saw turns like that heavily rewarded yesterday, so what a way to start for Brisa.
Definitely, this is exactly the way you want to start this heat. Just slams it up in the lip, and just recognizing, you know, she represents Costa Rica, but has also come up through the USA amateur ranks through her career. Surfed so many heats out here at Huntington, so she knows how to play the game.
From an equipment standpoint, both of these surfers are on Channel Islands, and I know from the inside, Britt Merrick has put a lot of effort into the team. He's really re-centered in the competitive arena, and it's cool to see that they've taken different curves out. Vahine, she was open and saying in her post-heat interview, she's been exploring different fins, different curves, and I've noticed Britt has been down here every single day putting that effort in. There he is with the team. That's Brent to his right and John to his left. That is the Channel Islands crew right there, and they put a lot of love into their team and support them. So it's very cool to see them matching up in the quarterfinals. They would be so stoked.
There you see team sipping on some Bonsoy lattes over there in the Bonsoy athlete area. And surfboards have been a huge story here at the US Open, as always. And when we started off, we were literally looking at half a foot to 1 foot. So we saw some high-tech surfboards coming out, tons of epoxy, tons of carbon. A lot of unique looking shapes, a little wider, a little shorter, to give these surfers a little bit more help to get through those really weak waves at the beginning. But yesterday we saw pretty much the entire field move over from epoxy back to their PU boards, back to their, quote, you know, good wave surfboards. I think today that story of just your classic good wave board is going to come true. You know, both of these surfers right here look like they're riding their boards that they would be riding, you know, in a French beach break at lower trestles. So they're going to be feeling very comfortable on their boards. Probably you would have to think that some of these boards have been put on ice for a day just like today. See, Brisa Hennessy comes through with a 6.5. Great way to start for this surfer representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica. Let's talk surfboards, Tanner. What are you seeing out here already this morning? And did you get a look at the board rack to see what people brought down here?
No, you're right on the money. It went from all black boards first day, which means carbon wrapped everything, to now you're probably even looking and seeing some step ups. And that's based on the amount of current and the amount of swell in the water. Brisa, great example, taking the right, utilizing that, the power in that pocket, because you're coming against an oncoming current. That section will legitimately feel 1 to 2 feet bigger than it is on the wave face. So you have to have curves that will handle that kind of power and push back underneath your feet.
And Rosie asked you earlier on about the quantity of waves, but it feels like with 2 surfers in the water, with the swell like we have right now, It's probably going to be quality over quantity, so we may see less waves ridden, but we're going to see better waves ridden, because I don't think there are going to be those panic moments that we see in 4 surfer heats, you know, with 2 minutes left and you just see people flying all over the lineup trying to get anything they can.
2-person heat priority, these women are going to be ultra selective, and they're really going to be managing this heat differently. I mean, you got 2 women that are in the water at the moment, they're on the championship tour, so they know how to play the priority game and find quality surf, as we see Vahine.
First look at Vahine Fierro in this quarterfinal matchup. She gets a nice tidy 2-turn combo. Rides out clean there. That shows you that you know, she got the memo that you really have to signify to the judges that you've completed that final turn. There's a lot of waves on the edge yesterday where it was kind of like kept you guessing, right? Did they make that final snap? Well, right there, just a good example of a really smart competitor who, I mean, I know it sounds really kind of low-key, really subtle, but it's very important in your scoreline to just make it abundantly clear that you're in control at the end of your wave.
Well, if you take off on a wave, then you need to stay on your board. There's nothing wrong with pulling these last maneuvers. Vahine, this is a classic US Open start. She's middle of the beach. She's going to ride this left now, utilize the current, get out by the pier, and I'm going to guess she's going to look for that right-hand pier bowl wave. And you start to see how the different surfers choreograph these heats. And like you said, Rosie, the dynamic of 2-people heats is so different from the 4-person heats. It's awesome to see it underway.
Back to Brisa Hennessy now. Love it. We're already going wave for wave. Vahine's wave comes through at a 5.33, so just keeping the pace set by Brisa Hennessy's first wave. Brisa kind of goes down on that one. Looked like hung up in the lip just a little bit, so it's going to be a non-factor there. 22 minutes, 50 seconds left.
Rosie, I was thinking, what do you feel like the dynamic? We've seen so many finals days start, and being in quarterfinal #1, you're the first heat of the day on a finals day. It's an interesting and strange type of pressure, right?
Definitely. I mean, you're the first people out in the water. You're really testing the conditions, setting the scoreline for the judges, and what the criteria is going to look like. And you don't have a benchmark because you're that first in the heat of the morning. You haven't got to watch anyone else compete, as we see Brisa on her backhand. I think the interesting thing about today's swell, we do have that combo of swell, but that southwest swell isn't necessarily a ground swell. It's more of that hurricane energy, and that can be shorter and more intense, Tanner, and it almost seems like these waves are going to be coming. The period isn't essentially like a clean period, so you can tell already that sweep. There's a lot of water moving around. There's a lot of crossed up energy. So I think reading the waterline is another thing that these surfers are going to factor in.
We got 21 minutes, 45 seconds left. Today's going to be fun because we're going to see these surfers most likely having to go right and having to go left. You cannot be stubborn in Huntington Beach, right? You have to keep your options open when you put yourself in this lineup. So we're going to see their skill sets tested. You know, they're not scared, right? These surfers are fearless. So this is a walk in the park for them. But for front side, back side, as the tide pushes up, we're going to see potentially that transition from the outside all the way to the inside shore break maybe becoming a factor in just padding these scores a little bit. The majority of the work is going to be done on the outside. One big turn, and then, you know, if you can weave all the way to that shore break, you can add maybe 0.5, 1 point to your total, which, as we saw yesterday, those heats were so tight throughout the whole day. 0.5 could be the difference between a win and a loss. Let's see Brisa now. She got this wave with second priority. Nice snap to start. So power on display from Brisa Hennessy. Good 3-turn combo there. That's how you back up a 6.5. But just as we were talking about it, you got to go front side, you got to go backside. Quick snap there for Vahine Fierro. And this is exactly what we dialed up, right? Wave for wave, you know?
Chris, it's funny thinking about this as we watch these 2 waves. It makes me reflect on the US Open, the finals day. It's the anticipation. You mentioned what will it look like on the higher tide, and I instantly started thinking of when Kanoa and these guys were finishing in the finals directly on the sand in front of that many people, and it's it's an amphitheater of sorts. And so everybody wakes up with that anticipation in their mind, right? Like Brisa and Vahine probably went to bed thinking that exactly. Oh, I'm going to be in the final in front of all of these people, but you can't trip up in the process of getting there. You're in the quarterfinals. From a point structure, everything's going to double. You make it to the semis. That's way bigger than a quarters and into the final. So you have to be very granular on a day like today and build from one ride to the next to see yourself making these heats. And Brisa did a really great job there. That was a really nice punchy right by the pier. And Vahine would have had an incredible score if she was able to get up into that second turn. But you can notice that the current is converging, and that pocket, it's so tight on the right. She did a great job with the first turn, swing up vertical, and you're going to have to see them getting very geometric to get the second turn on a day like today.
Inside of 20 minutes, scores starting to come through. Brisa Hennessy's second wave, 4.77. Means Vahine Fierro would need a 5.95 to get into that top spot. So far, Vahine, a couple of good mid-rangers, a 5.33 and a 5-point ride. And there's a pretty good look at the current that these surfers are dealing with, especially on the inside. Almost got to feel like a river. And then right when you get past where the whitewash is, things kind of chill out a little bit. But you see they're using that classic HB pier conveyor belt to get them right back out there. This wave really has almost a wave pool feel, right? You have that conveyor belt, get you out there. You can pretty much identify the two takeoff zones that are happening right now. Pier bowl wedge, and then just right in the middle where there's a right and a left. So they would have to have come down here early to do their research. Here's your Pacifico finals bracket. So many cool matchups already in the quarterfinals. Sophie McCullough and Sawyer Lindblad coming up next. Both those surfers with CT experience. And then you've got Nadia Aristarabi going up against the hard-charging rookie Tia Zabrowski. Yo-Yo Yolanda Hopkins will have her hands full with Annette Gonzalez Echevarri. And, you know, to foreshadow a little bit, the talk of the town has been the surfers from the Basque region, Nadia Aristarabi and Annette Echevarri. They've both been on fire throughout this contest. If we get to see a semifinal matchup between those two women, that is going to be a heat to remember.
Insane. I mean, Nadia's had success here. She's made semifinals here last year, going down to the eventual champion, Sally Fitzgibbon. So she knows the recipe for success here. She's on the same board as last year. So, you know, there's that level of comfort that she'd have.
Yeah, and our two champions from 2024 here at the U.S. Open are out of this contest, so kind of exciting. We're going to see a new face on the stage, at least for this year. Of course, you look at the men's draw, you've got Kanoa Igarashi, who has already won 2, and now he's going for his 3rd. Things are going to amplify quickly as we head on through this day. The beach is already starting to get a little bit more crowded. I can guarantee you that you will not be able to see sand later on this morning. There's Matt Myers, or the owner-operator of the Matt Myers Mentorship Program. He is developing a stable of stars. And Tanner, I know you have known Matt forever. What is his coaching style? What does he bring to the table for his surfers in the water?
Well, Matt is just such a great person. He comes from Santa Cruz, California. He's an incredible surfer in his own right, and he's been able to transform and transfuse a little bit of mental space, competitive strategy, and consistency with these guys. He works with Noel Rapp. He has a massive stable of people, so he's able to create his recipe individual for each competitor, yet with a bit of a curriculum over the top of it. But word on the street is that he applies almost from a friend level. He's a support coach, not just like an analytical strategist. So it's a blend, and I think for the girls, I've noticed for sure it's been a big benefit. Matt, always known in the high-vis hat. Everybody can see Matt from miles away.
Yeah, I was going to say, nothing subtle about the uniform. When you see that bright yellow hat on the beach, that means Matt is at work. And I think that's just like a low-key, really smart thing to do, because your surfer will always find you on the beach. As we see Vahine Fierro now on her backhand, having to kind of fight through that second turn. Gets a little third bank. A little bit messy of a wave for Vahine, but she made it work. She's looking for a 5.95. And I think the 6s and 7s are going to be a little bit harder to come by today, just because the judges know that there's a lot of opportunity out there. So we'll see, did Vahine get that 5.95 on this one?
Chris, what we saw yesterday was if you are behind the section, which right there on that second turn for Vahine, unfortunately she was, and it only gives you one or two options, which is basically to punch through the lip. Today, the sweet spot's going to be getting to those sections in front of it, giving yourself extra time because the water's going to be moving a lot faster under your board. So it's going to be a timing issue. We saw that coming into play yesterday a little bit, but now you got to imagine it's almost like the volume has cranked up a little bit because the current is now ripping a little bit faster. So the surfers will have to adjust. Vahine's got such a great backhand on her. I'm sure she's going to have no trouble doing that.
Yeah, and I like that the judges are going to expect more with better waves that we have today. 14:21 left. The Bonsoy athlete area is starting to rise up. We've got Mitchell Salazar right there in the mix.
Hey, good morning, guys, and welcome to Finals Day here at the U.S. Open. What an impressive day of waves, right, guys? We have two short period swells out there in the water, but the predominant one is straight from the south, and it's at a really good angle, 177. You usually want 180. I mean, it's 3 degrees off of the axis, but what I'm seeing out there right now, and just for everybody, PSA, it's not easy. It's basically a river out there with the current, and we have even tides today, which is actually really good for us. We have a full moon on August 9th, so just under a week from now. Most importantly, though, we wanted opportunities. We wanted waves out there for everybody, especially on a finals day that's so important for qualification for a good number of surfers in these quarterfinal rounds. We got the waves out there, Chris, and truly we're seeing a finals day that's, to me, going to be epic. Sorry, Lindblad, who's coming up in the next heat, actually went from a squash tail yesterday under a round tail, just a bit more hold. This is the driver 3.0 model that she's going to be riding out there, and she's our last remaining surfer out of the U.S. in the women's draw, so watch out for Sawblade.
And Mitch, I saw a lot of the surfers who lost out earlier this week out at the Snapped 5 premiere last night, so that might be why it's a little bit quiet in the competitors area right now, but take a look around. Tell us who's there to be in the support crew for the surfers that are still in the draw. You know, you love to see these camps that have been making a lot of noise on the beach, but what's happening with the support teams in there right now?
Yeah, everybody's here, and we talked about the family aspect too. Taj Lindblad, Sawyer's older brother, who, by the way, he's eventually going to be not only on the Challengers, has a good shot of qualifying for the CT too. He's right here. Obviously somebody who's competed here at the Open 2 at the Pro Junior level. It seems like Brisa right here, she's on one, and this is the cool thing about these rights, and as you said, familiar aspect, Brisa won the U.S. Open Pro Junior herself a few years ago, Chris, so yeah, more camaraderie kind of style. I think once people start waking up after the Snap 5 premiere last night, we'll be seeing it get more crowded here in the Bonsoy athlete area. The one thing I will say, the beach has been packed for about an hour now, so get down here early because, I mean, there's slim pickings on the spots, Chris.
And if you had a front row seat to Brisa Hennessy's last wave, you are stoked. I mean, we heard the whistles, the hoots and hollers coming up. Brisa absolutely slammed that right-hand pier bowl. But here's the answer back for Vahine Fierro. Nice couple of backside turns, freeing the tail a little bit on the second. So most likely going to be a better score than that 3.87 that Brisa got on her last right. But the big number that we expect from Brisa Hennessy could potentially start to close the door on Vahine right now, because we saw fins flying, we saw spray, and she was flying down the line.
Yeah, that was tapped. I think that 4.77 is gonna get lost out of her scoreline and up the requirement for Vahine. I like Vahine's right-hander there, but you could tell that she's going through the motion, she's going through the flow, and it almost seems like now she's kind of tapped into the timing of the wave. She's been a little bit off on her past rides, so good to see her start to find her feet.
And that to me is a symptom of finals day energy, where you're so excited, you're almost nervous. You almost don't want to push it too hard because you don't want to blow it. And that's where that risk reward factor, you saw Brisa just step out of her own skin on that first turn. It was electrifying, and it's magnetic for the judges to see that.
Look back at Vahine, little tester right there. But this is an impactful wave right here. This came through at a 6.03 for good reason. Speed, power, flow right there on a tight little right-hand pier bowl.
And I do think that a day like today is going to be trickier on your backhand. I think this right really pushes you out to sea and pushes you out of the critical section. That was really nice from Vahine, that two-turn combo. Like I said, it's a good way to get her back in this heat and feel a little bit more confident as the heat wears on.
Well, Vahine was looking for a 5.9 before Brisa's last wave. Now she's looking for a 7.20. She's using that conveyor belt to get herself back into the lineup. We got 10 minutes, 14 seconds left in our first quarterfinal of finals day. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break, but we'll be back with the culmination of this quarterfinal heat number 1. Who will be the first semifinalist? Stay tuned to find out.
Te Ahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, this is surf mecca. Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago and Party. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag.
The Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC is literally days away, and the forecast is looking harrowing. Huge waves pulsing towards the end of the road, and your surfer in red in this first quarterfinal, Vahine Fierro, she is known as the Queen of Chopo. And it'll be so fun to see the story of Vahine Fierro, right? Surfing in 1 foot Huntington Beach, ripping, and then transitioning over to some of the biggest, scariest waves on the planet.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Vahine is going to be getting on her flight this evening to Tahiti. She's got the wild card in that event, defending champ. Yeah, she's...
You mentioned the video part that she could potentially put together in the span of 5 days, right? You go from 1 to 20 feet. Like, these surfers are next level. I mean, Brisa Hennessy, we've seen what she's done in Tahiti as well. Just the skill level, the fearlessness that every surfer in this draw has is really incredible. I mean, you could make a documentary about each and every quarterfinalist, and you know, the fact that we see how hungry these surfers are to make the championship tour, to be pushed to surf waves like this. I mean, it's kind of like, be careful what you wish for. If you don't want to surf pumping Chopo, get a different job. Because you know, if you're one of these surfers that's right now making the push to qualify for the championship tour, you know, Sawyer Lindblad, she's shown us what she can do out there. But you think of these surfers from the Basque region, think of some of these up-and-comers coming from Europe right now. I mean, they have to have that in the back of their mind, right? Like, you step up to the big leagues are going to step right to you.
Oh, totally. And you've heard it through the females over the past couple years, being able to compete again at Pipeline. If the platform is there, they're going to continue to push the bar. And Vahine has done such a great job. She has such great style in the tube as well. And just a second, as we watch Brisa slam jam that first hit. So I wanted to note that we are seeing a lot of rights, Rosie. You said that before. And I believe the reason is we're dealing with such a strong current. Like, you kind of... What will happen on a day like today is you'll paddle out to the south so that you can get the opportunity to get a left before you get kind of clumped by the pier bowl because the current is rushing so hard. So that gives you only a few options. You're either going to catch these lefts right into the pylons, or you'll be taking off in the pier bowl right, which will keep you away from the pier. And you know it well, I know it well because we've competed here. The perspective of surfing a left at the pier can be very looming, correct? It can be something that you can't even take your eyes off of it. It's hard to concentrate on what you have in front of you. So the right can be a little bit of an advantage because you're not necessarily looking at it.
Well, you got in your peripheral going left, huge cement pilings, and we've had surfers fall victim to hitting the pier and having injuries. So yeah, that is something that's kind of, and when it is in your periphery too, in your eyesight, it's something that almost pulls your concentration away as we watch Brisa try and hammer that one. But definitely this pure ball right, I'm just seeing that it has that cleaner, bold section where that left, like we've been saying, it's got that rib up the face. There's a lot of undulating water, and definitely on your forehand this morning, the opportunity to really tee up on these sections, it presents so well.
How about the fire we're seeing from Brisa Hennessy right now? Surfing so quick. She did fall in that second turn. I think she was on her way to potentially improving on a 6.03, but I just love the attack from Brisa. She is probably the kindest, sweetest person you'll ever meet on the beach. But what we're seeing right now in the water is Brisa doing everything she can to potentially make that comeback, to get on the championship tour, where she belongs, as we all know. Virginia Fierro now. You know, I think the judges have already made it clear, right? They're looking for these standout firework moments. Yada, yada, yada surfing is good enough to get you a 5. But as we saw yesterday, you know, 5s were being deleted all day long. I feel like today is going to be a story of 6s, 7s, and 8s. While 5s are good, you know, as placeholders, I don't think scores in the 5-point range are going to get you through any of these quarterfinal matches because all these surfers are so fired up and so talented.
Yeah, I like that first maneuver there from Vahine, the layback, but you tell that wave splits in half, the low road, the high road, and it's sometimes hard to get enough speed when the push is not there, and just illustrated there on Vahine's forehand.
This is going to sound a little funky, but the only way I can really describe that is if you are running full steam and trying to throw a ball at the same time. You can't create your own inertia against against the pockets because the current is in the wave face. So your board almost feels like it's turning through jello. It's really hard to feel snappy and have that spice, whereas the right, all day long, it almost feels like you have to volume down. There's like too much noise within the wave face. So, you know, and Vahine really does have a great vertical backhand. I feel like if she gets the right, correct wave, we could see her get that firework and come right back at Brisa. This heat's not over yet.
No, Vahine needs a 7.20, and I like you brought that up. We talk about speed a lot. Going fast is always going to look good, but speed control, a key element to success here in Huntington Beach today, because you're going to be slingshotted into these rights. And we've seen surfers that have been going so fast that they've actually missed opportunities on waves. So speed control is huge. And how do these surfers know how to gauge when to put the pedal to the metal and when to tap the brakes?
And these last turns, so we saw Brisa fall on her second hit on her last wave. It's crazy. It almost feels like it's going faster and faster and faster to the last section. So you can start and you get your cadence going, and all of a sudden you feel like you have to start rushing your turns. You have to start going faster than you want to. Speed versus control is going to be a big factor that we'll see today, and that's just coming back to knowing your equipment really well. It's interesting to wake up on a day that looks quite a lot different from the day prior that you've competed on, and if you've grabbed a new board, that also can play into just feeling those nerves over the rails, and you really want to know your equipment on a day like today, especially when this much is at stake.
We got a minute left. So as far as the 2025 Championship Tour standings go, Vahine Fierro sitting in 12th. Brisa Hennessy sitting in 14th. Now, that's a Championship Tour, so it doesn't have bearing on what we're seeing here on the Challenger Series. But of course, all these surfers, I mean, even if you've already re-qualified but still got cut, you still want to get into that mindset of being in the top 10, the top 5. There's one more event left on the regular season. That's the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. That's just in a few days. That's going to set up our final 5 for the men and for the women. And that's just going to add some fuel to the fire for the surfers who are looking to requalify or get on the championship tour for their first time. And this right here is the doorway you need to step through if you want to get onto the championship tour. Brisa Hennessy now on her backhand. Quick snap there, but she goes down. And I think you described that section right there yesterday, Tanner, wonderfully. The funky bobble section.
It's back. It's even funkier. It's freaky bobble.
Well, with that, Brisa Hennessy comes through with a victory over Fahine Fierro, 6.5 and a 6.03. Fahine did get some work done early on in that heat with a 5.33 and a 5, but Brisa's power gets her through. So we started off today with 5 of 8 of the women in this quarterfinal duel representing the Euro force, but we just lost one of them. Representing France by way of Tahiti, Fahine Fierro is out, but the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica is rising up. Our first semifinalist of the Lexus US Open of Surfing is Brisa Hennessy. We got another epic duel coming out to this lineup right now. Sophie McCullough will be going up against Sawyer Lindblad. Coming up next, we'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
We are back at it here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Congratulations to Brisa Hennessy, our first semifinalist here for 2025. Excelling through a really fun quarterfinal matchup. She took out Fahine Fierro, and when Brisa's on, she's nearly unbeatable. We've seen her make some incredible runs on the championship tour, and you can just tell when she's putting things together and feeling confident that she's going to be nearly unstoppable for the rest of this finals day.
I agree with you. I totally back that as we see her right up and riding.
Sawyer Lindblad, who is born and bred ripping the waves of San Clemente, California, has tons of experience here in Huntington Beach. If you're an amateur surfer, if you're a kid doing amateur events anywhere from Malibu to the San Diego border, you've surfed here nearly every other weekend. All the amateur series events come through here. And then you have QS 1000 events, you know, you start to get a little higher rated. Of course, this is the big one, the peak of summer. This being a Challenger Series event, one of the biggest contests in the United States. I mean, crowd-wise, definitely the biggest contest in the United States. But for Sawyer Lindblad, she has to feel right at home here in Huntington.
And the way she's attacking these sections, you can tell she's feeling confident. We saw Mitch talk about it earlier in the athlete zone. It was funny getting to work with Sawyer at lowers. and she laughs about it. She always rides a round pin. And at lowers, Matt had shaped her a squash tail, and she was all excited because it was going to be something fresh. So she brought down all these new boards, and we're trying them out. And to be honest, she looked incredible in every single one of them. But I know that she grabs the round tail. She ended up riding the squash at lowers, but she grabs the round tail when it is a little bit bigger, and she just wants to feel that confidence on her board. Sawyer, the way she competes is really incredible. She has a really level head. She will deal with adversities in the heat very, very well. And it's great because what a competitor in Sophie. This is going to be an insane matchup.
Sophie has a game face that we've seen when she puts her head down and heads out into these heats. I mean, she is tenacious. She will make her competitor earn everything. You know, she is a super strong surfer out of the Sunshine Coast of Australia. Tons of experience, Championship Tour, Challenger Series, QS. She's done it all. She's going to be a fitting rival to Sawyer Lindblad right now.
Thinking of the hunger level for Sophie, I mean, she's that woman trying to claw her way back onto the championship tour. Looking at her, the events that she surfed this year, this is only her second Challenger Series. She's got a 5th in Newcastle, missed out on Bolito. So she's got ground to make up here. She's in the quarterfinal. She definitely wants to go all the way with this one. Having missed Bolito, this is a massive opportunity for her.
Yeah, then you flip it back over to Sawyer, right? Having won here in the past, that has to be a huge confidence factor. You know exactly what it takes. You know what it feels like. And I'll never forget seeing Sawyer chaired up the beach. I mean, San Clemente was empty that day because everyone was here cheering her on, and it was a really special moment, and you know that stuck with her right in her heart. So for her, just knowing that she has what it takes, she's already done it. It's got to be a good feeling heading into finals day, knowing that you've already conquered the world here in Huntington. So we see now Sophie McCullough trying to rewrite the narrative. A couple good turns there. I like the look of that first turn. Solid wave as well. It's not always going to be the bigger waves to get bigger scores, but you definitely have a better opportunity to get the attentions of the judges if you're riding one of the bigger set waves of the morning.
You guys, I feel like we break down the importance of each round a lot in here. And I'm just looking at the points from on the men's side, and I just want to reiterate, each heat, the gains you will make, the difference of finishing right here in a quarterfinals, you come away with 3,300 points, and a win today gets you 10,000 points. So in your campaign to qualify, that's legitimately 3 times over. So you want to keep progressing your way to the finals. It's so important. You wake up on a finals day and you know you've already done so great, but it's actually all right in front of you to see it happen to come to fruition. So Sophie dealing with a 5th, she would be ready and so hungry to take it further, knowing that there's still plenty of meat on the bone for a bigger result.
Even the disparity from a 1st and a 2nd place in the final, that point spread is massive. I mean, to get the lion's share of those 10,000 points for that win sets you up so nicely for the rest of the season. We're at the halfway mark. There's 7 events on this Challenger Series. This is stop number 3, so that can really alleviate some of the pressure.
It's cool knowing that, so Sophie's last event, 5th, that's incredible. So now she's stepping into another 5th. The consistency is at that top level. Sawyer, the last event she did was on the CT. She got 3rd. That was the best result of her year. So now she's stepping into a finals day. So both of these women are relatively hot, and it's going to create for fireworks in this heat.
22:35 to go in this quarterfinal heat number 2. Sophie McCullough comes through with a 4.17, matching Sawyer Lindblad's opening wave that was also a 4.17. So you wanted to see blow for blow action. We're getting it. As these two surfers reset themselves in the takeoff zone. Let's go down to the glass. AJ McCord standing by with Brisa Hennessy.
Brisa punching your way through to the semifinals here at the U.S. Open. Always tricky, being the first heat of the day. How did you set yourself apart from Vahine in that heat?
I know, it's finals day, baby. Yeah, it's been a crazy long week, I think, for everyone. And yeah, it's such amazing energy here, and it's nice to put on a jersey after a little 2-month or so break. Yeah, I'm feeling all the good energy. It's definitely cool to come into this event kind of with no pressure, but also like an insane amount of pressure, because I think you want to just prove yourself, and I think I just want to show up as my best self, right, in and out of the water, and I think that's the biggest goal. And I'm like, it's frustrating when you can't do those things. So that's the goal.
It's been a minute since we've seen you here in a WSL competition, but it's been so beautiful to see you share across social media just the journey that you have been through of rediscovery in this season. How do you feel like you're showing up here in Huntington as that after working on all those things that you've shared?
Yeah, gosh, there's like been so many amazing people in my corner that I think have believed in me, when I didn't, and gosh, it's a constant journey of ups and downs, and I think it's embracing that challenge is inevitable, and there's a quote that I came across the other day that I just love. But how would you react and respond to your current challenge if you knew it was for your highest good? And of course, if you knew every challenge that you go through is like for your highest good, and so why don't you just bring it on? And so yeah, I fell off tour, gladly requalified, but I'm in a space of just complete gratitude of knowing that this is for my highest good. And yeah, just it's a process, and just trying to be gentle and kind with myself. Yeah, learning a lot.
Gentle, kind, and still bringing your best surfing. It's been so fun to see you back in the water. We'll let you get ready for the semis.
Thanks, AJ. Y muchísimas gracias a todos en Costa Rica. Me siento todo el amor. Es muy especial estar este apoyo. Y sí, vamos con todo. Besos.
Brisa Hennessy, faithfully devoted to the art of surfing. She carries herself with so much joy. I mean, you can tell she is in the flow state. She's doing what she loves. And when that all comes together, big things happen. She's had an up and down run on the championship tour, but in 2021, she did get a Challenger Series victory at the Roxy Pro France. So we'll see if we're going to see a repeat of that performance from Brisa Hennessy. Meanwhile, Sawyer Lindblad started this heat off with a 4.17, but as we all know, as every surf fans know, you put Sawyer Lindblad on a tight little right-hander, her backhand is absolutely lethal.
She looks like Aki.
One of the best.
Yeah.
One of the best in the draw, for sure.
She has X factor. She is one of, if not the most impressive goofy foots on tour. And when she's in her rhythm, in her flow state, it's electrifying.
Hands down the best timing on the backhand. Like the way that she just sticks like Velcro to that white water and just chooses the exact moment to meet the lip line and just accentuates through that tail.
And as a goofy footer being compared to Aki, which I'm right there with you, Tanner. You see the back arm when she goes into her bottom turn, that is all Ak right there. That is the biggest compliment you can pay any goofy footer, but she does it time and time again. Her backhand, snap that we saw her do at Lower Trestles, we see her do it at J-Bay, all rights around the world. It truly is a really special part of her surfing that has made her so successful. And for me, if I'm Sawyer and I know that I have that weapon in my arsenal, I'm looking at rights for the rest of this heat.
What era Aki? Are we thinking like Rena Guana?
Yeah. Every era of Aki is great. Oh my goodness.
All Aki, all the time.
Documentary?
Yeah, Akimentary, Skins event. I mean, it's all good. Aki's still going hard. That last section that he dropped with his Raging Bull collection was such a pleasure to watch. Yeah, Chris, it's the gold standard.
No doubt. 17:56 left. Sawyer Lindblad is being coached by her brother, which adds a unique element to kind of the coaching factor, right? I feel like when you have a family member in your corner, of course, you're going to get that loving support, but we know what big brothers can also bring, right? Tough love. I think you can be a little bit more honest with a family member, than you can with a client, if you will. So I'm wondering what the conversations has been like. I know you know both the Lindblads really well, both of you guys. They're your neighbors, really. What do you think their conversations pre and post heats have been like?
I don't think I've ever seen a brother that's been more like supportive, more loving, more protective than Taj. And he is such an amazing surfer. Like their relationship is so great. It's all love, but I definitely think Taj is pushing her to her best.
Exactly, and that's perfectly said. It was so great getting to work with Sawyer, and then also I would be sitting with Taj and we'd be talking about it, and he just loves Sawyer. He loves the way she surfs, and then he'd text me later and he's like, how sick was she surfing in that squash tail? So he's deeply invested. As we see Sophie head on that wow, and that's again the current just adding a lot of X factor on those lefts. But back to Taj. Taj in his own right is an insane competitor, and he actually has one of the most memorable podium runs in WSL history, where in Pismo, he legit won the event, got on a horse, rode the horse to get his trophy. Like, that's going down in the Hall of Fame of radicalness. Cool. And today, to see him down here, a supporting Sawyer, I think it's not going to be anything other than, just like you said, Chris, like just a loving, backing support, because Sawyer looks well and truly on her way to finding her rhythm. So at this point, in finals days of events, a lot of times being a coach, it's more about the swing through factor. You've created your recipe for the event. Today is kind of like cashing in on what is working for you, not necessarily changing anything too drastically. We have a change up in the format with 2 people in the water. You do have to strategically look at your 30 minutes differently, whether it's playing to them or getting away from them to get your own waves. But realistically, from a surfing sense, I think all the work has really been done in those prior heats. So it's just swinging right through.
I like to lean into the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yes.
Keep it simple out there, right? I feel like the best coaches go through a, repetition, right? Do this, this, and this. Remember, do this, this, and this. Everything else has to be out of your mind. Whatever's happening on the beach, whatever, happened in town the other night, anything. You got a parking ticket this morning, forget about it. At least for the 30-minute span you have in the water. Obviously, the coaches cannot communicate verbally with their surfer who's sitting out the back. We do sometimes see signals, Matt Myers with the yellow hat. We see towels flung around every once in a while, but really the surfer is on their own out there. So I feel like the coaches that just lock in 3 or 4 elements towards success, the surfers are going to be saying that mantra in their head over and over and over in the span of a 30-minute heat. We see Sophie McCullough right there. Things got a little messy at the end of that wave. She had one big turn early on and got herself a 4.17. So far, a couple mistakes on her last 2 waves. Sawyer Lindblad came through with a backup of a 3.33. So far, quarterfinal heat number 2. Bit of a slow burn, but we're good with that because we know what happens. So at the end of these heats, things are set afire. So 14 minutes left. Sawyer Lindblad in the lead for now. Sophie McCullough needs a 3.33. Not a big number required, so we'll see what happens next. We'll be right back after these brief messages.
We are currently at the Lexus US Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach, California, kicking off our one and only Rising Tide stop on the Challenger Series. Did you know Sawyer Lindblad? Yes! This really is their first taste. They're getting to meet the pros, so it's kind of cool. We get to kickstart their career with them, and then we get to follow them and cheer them on as they go through the draw.
The Q&A was super fun. The girls had lots of questions.
What's the biggest wave you guys ever surfed?
Tahiti, yeah. Chopin was the scariest wave I've ever surfed.
They seem to be really competitive and serious.
I want to be a pro surfer when I grow up.
The young energy that they bring is like really inspiring, and it's just like, I remember feeling that way.
I think it just makes it fun because you get to be a bunch of girls who really inspire you, and one day you may even get to compete against them.
And they get the opportunity to be around
the women that they've looked up to and to have kindness shared with them.
I like the one at Huntington.
Yeah, you gotta say
I like to do
I mean,
something.
surfing is a metaphor for life, right? You never know what you're gonna get.
I grew up like being one of the little girls, and I got to like surf with the girls I looked up to, and it was just such a special day. And so I'm sure that a bunch of them will like be in the same spot, and that's just like so cool to see.
You want to be a part of it. You want to be one of the girls that are in the program. And the world kind of gets to share in that. Once you've done the program, you're a part of the family. We want new girls to get this experience and then be on our tours and we get to rip them on.
Rising tides, always a welcome part to the pro contest experience, and the US Open, the Challenger Series event we have here feels a lot more like a championship tour event because of all the add-ons like rising tides. And for the pro athletes that are, you know, fostering those up-and-coming surfers, just be careful. That's like having an intern that you know someday is going to replace you and take your job. You know, they're basically training their future replacements, and we're already seeing that on the championship tour level.
Well, I'm just thinking about those girls. They're probably looking young right now, and in a few short years. I mean, we've got Tia Sobrowski. She's 14 years old. She's in the quarterfinals this morning. I think the revolution of these young women coming up the ranks, like you said, it's scary for the full-time competitors because they right there in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, remember those faces and names too, right? You're gonna have one of those little girls 5 years from now paddling up to, you know, Sawyer Lindblad going, hey, oh, I'm sorry I have you in combo right now, but remember when I was in Rising Tides in Huntington Beach? Thanks so much. That really launched me into a pro career.
Dude, I get it. Like, we've watched that clip every day on the post show. I literally get emotional.
Yeah.
I'm like, I have a daughter now, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like, I can't wait for her to get into the Rising Tides. Like, I think the world's a way better place with the female energy in the lineups. Like, it gets a little strange with too much macho energy. It's like, we're all better off by the Rising Tides program.
Well, it's like Bruce Springsteen said, you can't start a fire without a spark. And the Rising Tides have really provided sparks all over the world. So super cool to see it happening here in Huntington Beach. Full credit to the crew who basically volunteers after hours to give those special moments to those up-and-coming surf stars. We got 9 minutes, 10 seconds left. Sophie McCullough has flipped this one on the strength of a 3.63, albeit slight. It's still a lead. Now Sawyer Lindblad needs a 3.63 as well.
Well, as we were going to break, we were waiting on that score for Sophie, and that was the wave where she got that one-turn combo. Unfortunately, fell on the second, and you got to think to yourself, she might be kicking herself that she didn't complete that last maneuver. She's in the lead at the moment, but she could have pushed it a little bit further out of contention for
Totally,
Sawyer.
and that just creates such a frantic energy. You're dealing now with 8.5 minutes as we come down, and realistically, based on the last heat, both the girls keeping 5s and 6s, you might be able to keep that 4, but I can guarantee these 3s aren't going to be hanging around. So Sophie, like, to cash in and get something on the board that would have been a 5 or a 6, it would have made it a lot harder on Sawyer, as Sawyer has kind of cooled off, right? Like, she came in hot, there was a lot of waves being ridden, and I feel like she needs to kind of get back on the horse and get riding.
Sophie now whipping into a little right-hander with a big snap that went awry. So she is down. And now we get to see Sawyer Lindblad answer back. Deep bottom turn. Hard carve at the top of that wave. Here's that big section. Slams it with impact vehemently, whipping her board into that right-hand pier bowl. The crew is stoked.
Okay.
Big 20 on the scene.
This is Big 20 Hammer. It's so cute. So we're going with Sawyer in San Clemente. She might be the most loved and supported person in the town of San Clemente, but Big 20 Hammer is a kid who he hangs around with Chloe and Dino and the Stecco crew, and he's like this cheerleader for Sawyer. He comes out of he's wearing the Saw Blade t-shirt, which is like her Rookie of the Year t-shirt today. He just is her biggest fan, and it was so cute because she's like, hey, 20, what's going on? He's like, yeah, Sawyer, you got it today.
This wave was so well surfed. I think the line she chose was important too. Like, not really going for that deep bottom turn so that she doesn't get hung up on the bottom there, and really projecting out of that last maneuver with that slingshot energy. And Sophie, oh man, I think she's gonna look back at these few incomplete waves and just really harp on the fact that she's got to clean that up.
The Aussie contingent is here in full force. And there's something to be said for surfers that they lost out in the event. They don't have to come back technically, but they want to show their fellow countrymen and women, their full support, and you just love to see that. But guess what? Sawyer Lindblad, she silenced that Aussie crew with a massive score. Mostly coming on the strength. You'd have to think of that second turn that she did on that wave, but that was an absolute hammer. The saw blade comes through with a 7.83, flips the heat entirely. Now Sophie McCullough, she needs a 7.83. There's some weird matching numbers happening in this heat. It's good luck, I think.
Yeah, and two, seeing that. So let's break this down really quick. What I loved about Sawyer's approach on this wave is you definitely want to execute on this first. This is a big section, and she did great to get a wrap going. Obviously not where the bulk of the score is, but she did a great job of getting to this section early, not really interacting too much with the foam, hitting directly in front of it, being able to come down. So yesterday we talked a lot about that funky bobble, and that's a great way to get in front of it, not deal with it.
That was perfectly placed.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 foot over in either direction, and that turn would not have been nearly as impactful. But the fact that she extended that bottom turn and just identified the ideal spot to hammer that wave, there's a reason why that's in the near excellent range. 7.83 is the biggest score of the day so far.
But going back to Sophie McCullough, to see her support crew, you're dealing with Morgan Siblick, you're dealing with Liam O'Brien, and Callum Robson. Like, imagine having those three brains in your corner and being able to tap that resource. So we know Sophie's an incredible server. A 7.83 is a big score, but on a day like today, if she's putting down those maneuvers that she's falling on, she's definitely going to be back in the game.
Definitely, and like you said, the support crew for the Australians has been so just behind their athletes. They're putting a lot of energy into making sure that they're down on the beach all the time. Liam O'Brien, the partner of Sophie, so he's going to be there no matter what. But yeah, it's great to see, you know, those other guys are there in the competitors area. It's early this morning, and that support means the world.
No doubt. We got 4.5 minutes left. This next heat is going to be epic. And whatever, ad nauseum. I'm going to say these heats are going to be great all day. That's because they are. The proof will be in the pudding. We've got Nadia Arastarbe there. She's getting her Apple Watch. And basically what that watch is going to allow her to do is just have all the information literally right at her fingertips. So she's going to see priority. She's going to see scores needed. The Apple Watch is a really awesome technology that was actually pioneered right here in Huntington Beach. I believe the competition tests happened here and worked like a charm, and that's why we employ those Apple Watches at most stops around the world on the CS and the CT. Sophie McCullough almost again. That looked just like the turn she did on her previous wave, and had she would have made either one of those turns, that's a 7 at least. The judges have shown throughout this entire contest, one big snap like that can be an excellent score. And you got to feel for Sophie because now back-to-back mistakes have happened.
I think there's a point where you push and you know that you have to kind of reach into your potential, and I just feel like Sophie's gone past that precipice where it's just that little bit too much, and she's not really surfing to her repertoire. I mean, she's such a talented surfer. I don't feel like this heat is really illustrating that for her.
And takeaways, hey, if it is something where she can't click into gear and she gets a 5th, that's also going to be great in her quiver. But all she really has to do is turn the volume down just a little bit, and she'll be pulling those maneuvers. It's legitimately electrifying. Like, these turns are psycho that she's going for. And if she's coming down, Chris, like you said, that could be the 7.83. So you want her to be pushing, but just not to that level where you're falling.
I feel like a frontside vertical snap in a closeout like that is harder to do than a backside snap in a closeout like that.
Which I think what you're dealing with there is the way you come over. We saw, I'll reference Nadia's turn yesterday, where you hit the lip and you're driving through on your toes. It's much easier to stay over your feet with your center of gravity. When you hit the lip on your front side, it's great and easy, but now you're dealing with some heel interaction, and it can bobble you pretty hard, which we've seen both times for Sophie.
2 minutes, 15 seconds left. Sawyer Lindblad's in a great position. She has priority. Sophie needs a pretty big score with a 7.83. And we talk about the matchups that we have here in these quarterfinals being electrifying. Well, the next one featuring Nadia Arastarbe and Tia Zabrowski. We're talking number 4 and number 5 currently on the Challenger Series. And we've already had Francisca Veselka and Sally Fitzgibbons bow out of this competition, so we will have a new Challenger Series leader after today.
Yeah, big gains on the Challenger Series rankings today for some of these women that are now into the quarterfinals. It's going to be fun to watch as the day progresses.
And I have a calculator on my phone, but I've never been good at math. I just go with my heart. If you win the Lexus US Open of Surfing here in 2025, you will make the championship tour. I have no facts to back that up. That's just what my gut is telling me.
Well, here you go, you guys.
Sophie McCullough now finds a little left wedge. Good work out the back. 783. It's a pretty big number for today. I mean, the 783 that Sawyer Lindblad had was really exciting, right? It was one of those kind of like knock you back a little bit in your seat, the turn she did to get that number. Was this as exciting as Sawyer's 783?
Well, a couple points to make is that this wave was caught underneath Sawyer's priority. So just to see that competitive savvy for Sophie to find this wave, those turns out the back, I really love that, those first 3 maneuvers. But we're not seeing that critical big section, but I still enjoyed the surfing that Sophie did on it.
There's a part of me that wished we all watched that ride like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Because then this heat would well and truly be on, because I believe Sophie's going to utilize that. It comes through at a 5.67, which feels correct. Now, she only needs a 6.3 to advance. So if she was given more time, that would have been a 1-2 punch. She could have gotten that left perfectly executed through the pylons, back for the pier wall right, and all of a sudden, under Sawyer's priority, you're utilizing it to your advantage.
Well, past champion comes through. Sawyer Lindblad, now a semifinalist here at the 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing. Solid result there for Sophie McCullough. Could be a keeper here on the Challenger Series, but watch out, you've got a shark in the draw. The saw blade, Sawyer Lindblad with a 12-point total, making her way into the semifinals. And coming up next, a huge heat with top-tier ramifications. We got Nadia Arasarbe and Tia Zabrowski coming up next. We will be right back after these brief messages. It's finals day, the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Stay tuned.
Here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach.
The U.S. Open of Surfing is one of the most unique venues in all of professional surfing. There is a circus happening around you at any given time.
Yeah, the crowds always turn up, and like there's the pier, so it's kind of got this stadium environment.
Because so many great surfers have won this contest, so that's another like big part of it.
Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Sawyer Lindblad on to the semifinals. Former champ out here, Sawyer. Can she do it twice? Well, she's on her way. She's 4 good waves away from doing just that. San Clemente should be filling in the beach as the day progresses. Quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. Nadia Arasarbe, representing the Basque Country, up against Tia Zabrowski, the teenage sensation representing France by way of Tahiti. This is an incredible matchup. Thank you for joining us. That's Mitchell Salazar. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, and it is finals day here. Buckle up, have a good time. You ready for this, Mitch?
Oh, I definitely am. And, you know, looking at the rankings right now, this is an important heat out there in the moment. But looking at the back half of the draw on the women's side, we're going to have a guaranteed European surfer in the women's final. Big moment right here. We've only had one European women's champion. That was Joanne Defay a decade ago, Kipes.
Wow, thanks for doing that math right there, Mitch. Yeah, and I like it. As a developing region, it's good to see. Again, most of these surfers qualify through their qualification region, and then they make it to the Challenger Series. This youngster here, just 14 years old, has been a surfing phenomena with a huge future in front of her. That's the opening wave for Tia Zabrowski.
That is without a doubt. And then Nadia Erosabe out there, the best surfer. She opens up with the best of the heat so far, Kaipo. Get a combination on the forehand. Love to see the swell out there really present itself for finals day. Erosabe, well, she's been in the position to qualify before. Tia Zabrowski, as you said, just 14 years of age, coming out of a very strong and very young European region right now.
That's right. And it's interesting. So at the end of the year, your best 5 results, top 7 women move on into the CT. This is her 3rd quarterfinals appearance when we talk about Tia Zabrowski. And when we talk about the rankings, Tia coming into this event, number 5 on the rankings. Nadia coming into this event, number 4 in the rankings. So this is kind of a grudge match right here. Whoever wins this quarterfinal is going to make a lot of ground on the rankings and actually push the other surfer lower on the ranking.
Yeah, and Nadia coming off of the win over there in Ballito in Durban, South Africa. So that is the first major win of her career so far, Kaipo. But you touch on the fact that they're a region that really needs more surfers on the World Championship Tour, and would be great to see the addition of the 2 of them back on the tour full time.
Well, it was a great morning so far for Sawyer Lindblad. She's on to the semifinals. Let's hear from Sawyer. She's with AJ.
A great start to your day here at Huntington Beach, Sawyer. Talk me through that heat, particularly the big score you dropped that helped separate you from Soph.
Yeah, it was really hard out there. I felt like I was just going on waves that I thought were going to be good, and it was just like nothing. So I just like stuck to my guns, and even though like I probably should have been sitting next to her, I decided to go down the beach because I knew it was like a little bit cleaner, and luckily I got that wave.
You did a great job here in the quarterfinals, onto the semis, and we were talking yesterday, it's incredible to win this event once, but to do it twice, you joined some rarefied air. How do you keep perspective as you go into the next heat?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about like one wave at a time, one heat at a time, but yeah, it would be really, really special to do it twice out here.
What is the one thing you want to showcase in your surfing in the semifinals?
I think I just want to surf my best and just have a fun time, put on a show for the fans.
We're looking forward to it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Sawyer Lindblad.
The one surfer left in the draw that has absolutely nothing to gain but everything to prove right here.
Right. Well, she'll come up against Brisa Hennessy.
Well, same thing.
Semifinal number 1.
Actually,
yeah, so
that's true.
Both of them just kind of sparring right now, because we'll see Brisa and Sawyer both on Championship Tour in 2026. So that's going to be, and actually, that's probably going to make for a really good semifinal, because neither of them, like you said, Mitchell, have anything to lose.
Yeah, and, you know, especially right here for both of them, big momentum builder going in 2026, as you said. But they're going to meet up against somebody from these 2 quarterfinals in the back end of the draw that need those valuable points. So if you're coming up against them, you want to be able to defeat them, and if you do it in spectacular fashion right here on the biggest stage worldwide, it proves even a lot more about yourself.
This is true. So Tia being busy out there, 5.67 was her opener. She got a backup of a 2.33. Now they're responding. Nadia Erosabe, easy carve to begin with, working some speed down the line. Banks and gets a little tail throw for the finish.
It's a great wave. It's going to back up the 617, and I love that she didn't wait around for anything. That current's just really pushing you towards the pier at the moment, Kaipo.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that you can really see the water swirling, and you can see this south swell current. We were talking about it. We anticipated the swell coming out of the south. We still have a little bit of that wind swell to break it up, but way more dominant out of the south, hence way more current.
Look at how close she got to the pier in a matter of seconds right there. She was closer to where blue is to the left part of your screen, but she is right next to the pier at the moment. And those pilings today are definitely going to be way more dangerous than they were in the 2 previous days of competition.
Yeah, well, with this sweep, I wouldn't be surprised to see some people go straight through the pier.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen anybody shoot the pier so far in the event. Great carve to start things off. Love the way she was able to manage her speed, pick the high line right there for the second turn, too. Get a variation as well, more of a board slide on the second one, Kipes.
Yeah, so we'll wait for that score. You know, Mitchell, when I was a kid doing NSSAs here at Huntington Southside, you'd actually get extra points for shooting the pier. Not so much anymore, but that was like a flair in that era.
Makes for a cool photo, too. And obviously something that few people have been able to do successfully in an event as well.
Look, it's intimidating, but as long as you go with the water, you will go through that pier, no problem. It looks it's like snowboarding in a gladed forest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, as long as you don't look at the tree, just don't look at the piling.
Yeah.
Follow the water. You're going to go straight through that pier, no problem. Nadia, previous wave, a 5.53. She takes the lead. Just a little up and out there for the Basque surfer.
And it's also an option to do here, too. It's tall enough to be able to do that. There's a lot of shorter piers within the state of California where you can't do that. Oside's one of them, too. As soon as it gets a certain size, you can no longer shoot it. Same thing with Malibu. So this actually has option. I mean, look at that, how tall that thing is.
Yeah. And the other thing in different piers is the position of the pilings. When the pilings are really close together, that's hazardous. But these pilings here are spread out enough that you can go through them.
Well, it's been reconstructed a couple times with storms over the years. I mean, that thing's been around 100 years now.
Yeah.
So they've remodeled it, redesigned it a few times. But as you said, the pilings spread out. It also makes for some of the best visual shots you'll ever see in the sport of surfing, too. People have made careers with that backdrop right there, Kaipo.
Well, it's a beautiful backdrop. It's an iconic piece of California coastline, Huntington Beach, Surf City.
And surf culture history, too.
Okay. What was it, the 1930s, I think, is when you had George Freeth ride the first wave out here. It's a long time.
Yeah, close to 100 years now.
And we've had events like, you know, the Caton Team Challenge on the north side. We have the OP Pro, of course. Numerous amateur events.
Yep.
Bud Pro Tour events here.
Vans Pier Classic, Jack's Pro, Shoe City Pro, ton of them. And, I mean, the who's who's one here. Tom Kerr and Aki on the women's side, Courtney Conlogue winning multiple times.
I want to shout out to Greg Mungle, who won the Caton Team Challenge, and it was the Caton Pro-Am at the time. It was the middle of winter here in Huntington Beach. The contest was on the north side, and he trunked it in the event. No wetsuit, Greg Mungle, an animal, and went on to win the event, wetsuit-less.
Wow. Some pretty big claim to fame right there. I mean,
speaking of winning, let's take a look at Nadia Aristave winning in Bolito.
Well, waves were good this year, and as you said, first major win of her career. She was able to surf as a replacement surfer earlier this year on the championship tour, but look at how good she is on the backhand. Quality of surfing from the Basque surfer. Want to see her back on tour full time, and she has a chance right now with one win already and looking for her second one right here at the pier.
Yeah, the backhand certainly is her weapon. Aristave with the win there.
Cool looking trophy too.
Yeah, and in the 2 box we saw a quick takeoff by Tia Zabrowski, who used her priority. Nadia made her earn it at the takeoff. Looked interested as well. And we'll see what the number comes in for Tia. She needs a 6.04 to go into the lead.
Yeah, so it would have to be the second best of the heat, and there's already a couple scores that are comparable to it. Zabrowski, the 5.67 on the left. Now she's looking for the 6 on the right-hander here, Kaipo, and a lot of time on the clock, but definitely the benefit of experience in the favor of Aristave right here. Much more experience in head-to-head matchups. She's already got to keep her result, and I'd have to say a throwaway over at the Newcastle Surf Fest.
Yep. So she's got one of her throwaways. You're allotted of the 7 events. You can throw away 2 of them. Best 5 results count. So she's got already 10,000 points with that first place in Bolito to her credit.
Well, depending on how you look at it, I mean, she gets 2 wins. Maybe you count the 17th as a keeper, but we're talking about world's best surfers out there trying to qualify for the World Championship Tour. You get 2 wins, you better be qualifying for the CT.
Here's a replay.
And as you said, Nadia did force her to go on this one. The one carve and was able to fit in the second one too. Wasn't a bad combination, but the second turn not as explosive as the first one, and I feel like she maybe played it a bit too safe right there at the end. That is a 14-year-old we're talking about, though. And to her credit, she's already made a final at this level last year in Edisada, too.
Yeah, and she's had a good start.
Yep.
For the Challenger Series, Tia Zebrowski. Nadia winds up, snaps on the backhand there. One more time for Aerostabe. Like we said, you know, really, her backhand skill set is really her strength, and she's smart to use that on these rights.
Yeah, and look at the score for Zebrowski now, Kaipo. I mean, she barely gets it.
Yeah, 6.1 for Tia Zebrowski, so takes the lead. It might be a momentary lead. We're going to wait for the score for Nadia. Nadia just needing a 5.6 to regain that lead.
Really close heat out there at the moment. 11.77 to 11.7 at the moment. And Aerostabe right here, as you said, going to her big guns out there. The 5.6 is what she needs. Great combination on the backhand. Really spectacular if you look at the placement of the board right there with the first one. And then the second one just as critical. Actually blows the tail on the second one. That seems to be the best score of the heat, Kaipo.
Yeah, 7.33.
And another angle here, the 6-1. One carve, really tight in the pocket. On the second one, a bit softer, but, you know, in her defense, the section wasn't really as critical as she was looking for, but she's going to keep that as her best at the moment. Cannot replace experience on a day like today.
Yeah, just got some news on Aerostabe. Oh, let's take a look at the scores first. A couple judges went 7.5.
I like that.
Some news on Nadia's equipment. She's changed it up. She's on the Juliet model now from DHD, so a little bit more juice, maybe a little bit more rocker, a little bit more pulled in.
Yep, and they turned 40 years about a few weeks ago, I want to say, during the J-Bay comp.
Yeah, happy birthday, Darren.
Yeah, so
happy brand birthday, Darren.
Congratulations, and you know, congrats on all your success worldwide too. Really nice to see a lot of your riders doing well here at this event.
Yeah, he's a wizard. Great surfer, and great surfer as well.
Most of the great bodybuilders worldwide are some of the best surfers too. Timmy Patterson, Matt, Britt, of course, too. Marcio rips. Yeah, so Wade Takoro is also an amazing surfer. Shout out Wade. You know, everybody out there in the bodybuilding industry, they actually need to know what they're actually going to be using under their athletes' feet.
Yeah, you're right. John Pizell can do a couple turns.
Oh, yeah.
Glenn Minami, you know, this is a great surfer. Glenn Pang, good surfer.
You see John Pizell out there at Pupukea, you better not get in his way. That's the spot.
It's right outside his back door right there. He'll kick you out. No, he won't.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Just don't drop in on him. But, you know, in all seriousness, though, 3 heats that you got to surf today.
Yeah.
You're going to expend a lot of energy. It's difficult with the currents, with the timing of the waves out there, and in 30-minute heats, if you're coming more from a QS background, the Pro Junior, you're surfing 20 heats at the most, or 20-minute heats at the most. 30 minutes, that's a lot more time to manage out there with this kind of swell out there in the water, Kaipo.
Yeah, and that's a good thing.
Ooh, another good right. She's been in rhythm the last few waves.
Mitchell eyed up a nice right, and here goes Nadia. Bangs it off the top there, just once, so she's gonna, that was just, you know, that wave didn't eventuate the way it kind of looked when it started hitting the sand. Tia sitting to the south with priority. Zebrowski needs a 7.4. Replay here of Nadia.
Yeah, I think this is still good, though. Have the beach announcer say your name, that you're up and riding. The turn was critical, but she is looking to improve on a 6.17. I don't think it had as much of a clean line as she wanted to coming out of it, but still, that's a bigger wave that we saw right there from Aerostabe.
By the way, finals day, we should shout out the beach announcers too, because those guys have been doing a great job. Ryan Simmons,
Todd Klein, Jeff Baldwin.
Yes.
Yeah, and Bucky Berry, who was here during the longboard event too, he did an amazing job. Yep, you guys really deserve your credit this event.
All right, well, time for today's second latte. That means it's time for a Bon Soy brew break. We'll be back after this. Nadia Aerostabe in the lead at the moment. Let's see if she can hang on to that lead. Lexus US Open of Surfing, WSL One Ocean partnered with Neutrogena and Open Water and WSL Pure grantee Wild Coast to host a beach cleanup. Together we aim to eliminate microplastics and trash on the beach of one of our most beloved surf locations. You know what? Show us what you're doing to protect the planet on social media. Tag WSL One Ocean in your post with the hashtag WSL One Ocean. And thanks for the buckets, Yeti. Just picked up some trash this morning, Mitch.
Yeah, good. 3 to the beach every day. Come in, come out. You see 3 of them, make sure you place them in the bin.
Yeah. Coming back, we got Nadia Arostabe in the lead up against up against Tia Zembrowski, sorry. Just getting some more news on Nadia Arostabe and her equipment. She's actually riding the board she won Bolito on right now, so she's got the old faithful out there.
So the cash cow, basically. Darren should just make a model called that by now. I mean, it worked for Steph. That was the board that she kept on ice forever and was obviously working for her. And I feel right now it's a label that, you know, he has to trademark and get out there as one of his own.
Maybe he'll take that advice.
Yeah. By the way, as you said, 40 years without shapers, without those people in the industry, a lot of these surfers wouldn't be in the spot they're in right now.
Yeah, shout out to all the sanders, the dirtiest job in surfboard building.
Yeah, all the glassers, everybody in there.
Here goes Nadia again on yet another right with yet another spectacular backhand hanger. And that's all she's going to get.
Good pressure by Zebrowski. You know, during the break, she actually went on a wave, lost priority, and relinquished it to the leader right here, Arostabe. And Nadia's definitely not improving right here. She needs to improve on a 617. She ain't going to do that, especially considering that her previous wave was in the mid-4s. This one actually comes under once again. So good pressure not only by Tia, good amount of experience right here to be able to force her on a wave that she probably could have surfed differently given her size and age. And the turn wasn't bad at Kaipo, but the wave just didn't offer up anything after it. And once again, you find the right board, you make sure you have that board on ice too. Do not touch it unless you actually have a comp coming up. And the wave is quite similar to where they were in Bolito. Same kind of amount of power out there. So I don't mind having that board out there at the moment, the Juliet.
Yeah. But I also have a theory that there's a little bit of just, and surfing is mental, there's a little bit of superstition in that when you have a CNC shapes, all these boards are catted up and they're milled pretty much exactly the same, and they can be finished pretty similar.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, there's something just, it might be like the surfers are so sensitive because you can use the same blank, the same glass job, the same resin layup, the same CAD design, but boards can feel different. And it's really weird because I almost feel that surfboard foam isn't exactly the same. And I also feel that the temperature and when you glass the board also affects the
biggest
overall
thing.
flex.
It's the biggest thing, I feel.
Oh, that's a turn. Tia Zebrowski aiming for a 7.4 and on her way. Wow.
That's a 14-year-old right there.
W-O-W.
OMG.
OMG.
Throw out another one that I don't even know of, but she deserves it right now. 7 minutes on the clock. Excellent use of priority, and what a way to control her emotions in what to me is the biggest heat of her life, considering that she already has 2 keeper results so far on the CS.
She's got a semifinals. She's got a quarterfinal so far this year. She wants to at least make another semifinals, and this will put her on her way.
Combination of major maneuvers into the lip, carves it back, really nice and tight too. And how radical is the difference of that turn right there at the end. Got to watch out with fully riding out of it. But look at this combo at the beginning. Into the lip, finds a bully pure bull right. And I love the way she not only brought this carve down, she cut it just a bit short, keeping that speed on drive down the line. And as you can see here, adds the variety. That's the spice of life. And scores in Kaipo are best so far today.
Yeah. 9-point ride, ties for the highest score of the event, matching Ian Govea. But that was absolutely spectacular. Look at the numbers right there, solid 9.
And that wave that Nadia went on to keep her off of, that has to go into an error right now in her column.
Wow.
6 minutes though, 7.78. She can get that. And this is an 8-point ride that we're talking about when it comes to Erostabe, who has CT experience, and she's coming off of the win over there in Bolito, too.
I've been so impressed by Tia Zebrowski.
I'm just going to call it. She makes this heat. She makes it to the final. There's no way that she's not qualifying this
Qualifying, yeah, top 7. She should make the top 7 by the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, she's got 3 keeper results if she makes it out of this one
Look at
right
this
here.
karate chop to begin with.
And you know what's so crazy, too? At 14 years of age, this last turn is mental, by the way, too. For her to throw the tail that way, when that converging water comes toward you, another angle right here, it's so difficult to be able to control and manage your speed. And, you know, we've all been through it, Kaipo. You grow, your body's changing, your boards have to change with it, too. How many times do you think she's had to change boards, measurements, volume leaders in the last year and a half?
She's taken out most of the men with that performance right there on that wave.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why they went 9 on that one. And look at the heat total, 15.1, just under 5 minutes. And after using priority in the wrong way just a few minutes ago, she recovers in an extremely positive way at the moment. But yeah, you make it into another semi, you make a final.
She make a final, I think job done.
Yeah.
There's our top scores for the women, and Tia Zebrowski on top of that list.
And 2 of those women competing today, Lindblad with the 8, Zebrowski with the 9, both Alyssa and Kira with an 817 themselves. Dude, it's crazy how good all these young surfers are on the Challenger Series, the Regional QS, the Pro Juniors, and that's what I'm talking about.
Well, you know, that's why I love doing Challenger Series events in addition to CTs, because you get, when you work the Challengers, you get to see
the new
future.
crop, right?
You get to see, you're already doing a scouting report, and so you already know these surfers. By the time they get to the championship tour, you already know a lot about them, you know, so that's why I love doing Challenger Series.
Yeah, I agree with you, and it's like the NBA draft, the MLB draft, everybody gets younger, and they get ranked higher and drafted higher because of that too, because they're prospects at such a young age that at this point, once they get to basically AAA baseball, they're ready for the major leagues. And, you know, I can guarantee you she'd be batting 300 at the moment right now if she makes it to the majors.
Ooh, I love those baseball analogies from Mitchell Salazar, super fan.
You know, I love sports.
Yeah, I know. You're actually an encyclopedia, and I guess a Google of sports. I don't know if anyone uses an encyclopedia anymore. There you go. That's the year so far for Tia Zebrowski. Semifinals in Newcastle Surf Fest, coming off a quarterfinal finish in Bolito, and number 5 on the rankings coming into this event.
Yeah, truly absurd. You know, a 3rd and a 5th, and at least a 5th guaranteed right now in this heat. And look at the respect that she's showing to Nadia, too. Talked about the current, the fatigue. Don't necessarily want to be paddling against the rip at the moment out there, but she's got a job to do. And especially having to prove it against the 2 surfers that are already in the semifinal, Sawyer and Brisa. You know, have this in the back of your head. This young lady means business, Kipes. I like this attitude.
Yeah.
And also shout out to her camp. Her father's here. Joan Duru, Paulina Du, Jeremy Flores. We're talking about 3 of the best French surfers of all time.
Oh, Pauline's here too.
Yeah.
All right.
Longtime CT surfer, and she's competed here at the Open multiple times. So having those people right here, that experience matters.
Now, Tia's dad was a proficient snowboarder, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Was he a professional snowboarder?
I believe
maybe?
so,
Like
yeah.
almost there?
Yeah.
Oh, we got something in common.
You got multiple things. Polynesian, too.
Oh, yeah. That part. Oh, there's the camp right there.
Yeah, you see Yufu right there. The Sharp Eye team. Pauline in the background as well. It's a big crew.
Yeah, Kaoli Voss, the big gold medalist there with the support for the French team. Can't wait to see what Kaoli's going to be doing August 7th over at the end of the road at Taupo.
Yeah, I think he's either leaving tonight. I know Kanoa's leaving tonight after the event. But yeah, most of the people leaving either today or tomorrow.
Yeah, Kanoa got to lay flat on Air Tahiti Nui all the way over there.
Of course.
Sure.
Air France, actually.
Air France.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Of course, Mitch says. 1 minute and 15 seconds, and the curtains are getting lower right now for Nadia Erostabe. She does, she's capable of the score, 7.78. Just needs a wave to come through. Time limited down to 1 minute for Erostabe.
Yeah, and, you know, in her defense, she hasn't surfed bad at all. She has a 6 and a 7. She's throwing away a 5, and, you know, the 4 and the 3, those were good turns, too. But the biggest difference today in comparison to yesterday, 4-person heats, every mistake that you make on a day like today is really emphasized a lot more. So you go on a wave that you shouldn't be going on at a certain point of the heat, it'll cost you. And that's obviously costing Nadia right now. And look at how smart Tia is. She caught the 9, has no need to go on another wave right now, and she is just playing defense despite being in second priority.
Yeah, Nadia has no mistakes, like you said, surfs great, but you're just coming up against a surfer who just dropped the highest score of the event.
Yeah, and in her moment, she's finding her rhythm. Now 3 per key results, and back-to-back excellent results for Nadia too. This is quarterfinal and already has the win, so she's got 2 keepers already.
All right, good sportsmanship there at the end between the two. So it will be an equal 5th for Nadia Arostabe to walk away from Huntington Beach. That's a keeper.
It is.
In her column. So well done by the Basque surfer, but I'm excited to see more from this woman right here. Tia Zebrowski on to the semifinals in spectacular fashion. Look at that, 15.1 heat total. Zebrowski on a tear.
Incredible. 14 years old and has a chance to become one of the youngest champions here at the Open.
More exciting surfing on the way. We're taking a break. We'll be back with more action. Tia Zebrowski absolutely ripping.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Hogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
What a sensation this 14-year-old is. Tia Zebrowski on to the semifinals in excellent fashion. There's a crew, the French crew. They gotta be proud of this young lady. She just put on a spectacular performance to earn a spot in the semifinals. Who's going to meet up against Tia Zebrowski in semifinal number 2? It's going to be one of these 2 surfers. Yolanda Hopkins out in quarterfinal number 4 up against Annette Gonzalez-Extrabari. Kaipo Girl, Mitchell Salazar on the call here in Huntington Beach. Thank you for tuning in on finals day.
Yeah, another great heat. 2 Europeans out there. The Portuguese surfer Hopkins, she's been 2-time Olympian now. She was very close to qualifying last year on the Challenger Series, a top 10 surfer herself. And it actually came down to a heat, I believe, between Vahine and Yo-Yo, and Vahine got the nod, eventually qualified herself for the first time.
Yeah, Yolanda having a pretty good year. Opened up with a quarterfinal finish in Newcastle, and then just coming off a runner-up finish over there in South Africa in Ballito. Yolanda, number 3 on the rankings coming into this event at Huntington Beach. So she's already got another keeper result.
Yeah, and I was speaking to her coach John yesterday about, you know, her energy, the way they're approaching this year. They want to get things going quickly. They don't want to wait until the very end, so that way they're able to surf pipe and they're able to go into Newcastle with a lot more freedom. And especially, as you said, having the runner-up already, that is not only a great result, it's a finals appearance. So a big difference in points in terms of a finals appearance in comparison to a semi for her.
Yeah, semi would be 6,075 points. A second place runner-up finish is 7,800 points. Yo-Yo's going to open up here. Ooh, great long bottom turn to get up into the lip there. Nice snap, pretty sure-footed, but the wave just kind of gets funky underneath her. So she's going to lean on that first turn for the score.
Yeah, she brings a great amount of energy to the water, and you know, having to surf 3 heats today, that should be a walk in the park for her. I mean, with the way she's able to navigate the lineup, surf around there. She's got a tough opponent though. Gonzalez Echevarri, still very young, you know, a teenager herself, and seems like she already got a score.
Yeah, here she is, the 18-year-old.
Yeah, just a 2-point ride here for the surfer out of the Basque Country. Sister Yanira also the event.
Here's a 3.5 for Yo-Yo.
Yeah, so on the back end, we saw a lot of this yesterday from Yo-Yo, and she made it also to finals day last year at this event, Kaipo. So back-to-back excellent results at the Open for Yolanda. Then this one comes in as a 3-point ride. Just the one turn, as you said, wave got funky right here towards the end. So I would be thinking those are going to be 2 throwaways for Yo-Yo, and you know, just a quick in and out to get things going for Annette. And just literally picked this up on the paddle back out was Annette. Smaller one in. Those waves should be inconsequential to the outcome of this heat right here. Want to see them on a quality wave, especially Annette. She has the ability to get a massive score with just a single turn too. We've seen that multiple times throughout her young career. First time making the quarters this year on the Challenger Series. In a tough region over there in Europe with a lot of young talent. We saw Zabrowski move through. Ed Ostarbe also in the quarterfinals. And both Yanida and Annette proving that they were consistent enough in the region to be able to qualify for the CS Kipes.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, when we dig into the rankings right now, and we talk about Yolanda Hopkins, if Tia Zabrowski were to go down in the semifinal, then Yolanda would be #1 in the rankings, take the lead in the rankings.
Wow.
Just with this quarterfinal appearance.
And I don't think she'd mind being in that #1 spot either.
And Zabrowski, of course, still can take the lead also, depending on the finish of Yolanda and how far she goes into the draw, if she makes the final or not.
Well, the way she's surfing, there's a good chance that happens right here. Good separation between the two of them now. Annette on the pier wall in the blue, and then Yo-Yo moving towards Middle Peak, closer towards Machado, where he was able to win the event back in '06. Here she goes, actually, to the south.
Yolanda winds up, chops it off the top there, little tapered wall, cuts that turn short, and it doubles up on the inside. She kicks out, looking to improve upon a 3-point ride. There's the coach.
Yeah, John, he's a big boy, great surfer. Been having some lower back issues the last few years, kept him out of the water, but he says, especially if she qualifies, or when she qualifies actually, that he's going to be surfing those waves, the quality waves on the CT. Really cool angle for that first one, Kaipo, and made the most out of this wave despite getting into it a bit late, but that should be her best wave in my opinion.
And the judges agree, 5.17 for Hopkins. Echevarri, looking a little lost on that one.
Yeah, she's had 3 waves like that now. You don't want to fall into a cycle like this, into a rhythm, especially on the pier, but where you're much closer towards the pier, not a lot of or a lot of room to move around, and don't want to fall into a cycle like this of just catching bad wave after bad wave. So just a 2.2 and really late on that one as well. She's got to get things going right here. You don't want to let Yo-Yo settle in. As I said, she doesn't get tired, so she can play defense for 20 minutes if she needs to.
So this is Yolanda's 3rd quarterfinal of the year. She knows the feeling of this.
Yep.
In contrast for Annette, this is her best result ever on a Challenger Series. So this is new ground for her. So she's got to get comfortable in this situation.
Yeah, and once again, Yo-Yo's been in this position here at the Open as well. She knows the environment. Annette's no stranger to competing in California. We saw her at World Juniors in Oceanside 2 years ago, but this is the biggest event of her life right here.
Here she goes again, and doubles up on the turns. Still a little tough.
Yep.
Needs a 5.18 to take the lead.
She's struggling, and there was that situation yesterday in one of the last few heats of the day with Alyssa. Hopefully that's not rattling her. You have a brand new heat out there at the moment. Go surf it like it's the last heat of your life.
Well, a surfer that made us drop an acronym, OMG, Mitchell. Tia Zabrowski, I want to hear from her. She's with AJ.
Tia, on to your second semifinals here in the 2025 Challenger Series. Walk me through what you saw in the waves this morning that you were able to take advantage of.
I'm just really happy to make it through the semifinals for the second time. The wave was really hard to surf, but we had like really good ones, like really big ones. So I was really happy to surf like good waves. And yeah, I didn't get some good ones at the start of comp and that heat. But yeah, I was just really happy to make it through the semifinal with the 9. But yeah.
What do you think is the biggest difference for you this year that you're able to have such consistency? Second semifinal, Bolito, you had the quarterfinal appearance. What do you think is different for you this year?
I don't know. Yeah, just like every year, every comp, I'm just trying my best. Just try to do the best result as possible. And yeah, just going through the year like that, and yeah, we'll see.
And you dropped that 9-point ride, matching the high wave score of the event. Talk me through that one.
Well, at the end, I had like a lot of pressure. It was like 9 minutes left or 8, and I was like, yeah, I saw that one coming. And I was just like, my hands was shaking. I was like, yeah, I just have to let it go on that one. We don't care about the results. I just like tried to do my best on that one. And yeah, I attacked that first turn and a nice like little snap carve. And then at the last one, I just like kicked the tail so hard, and I almost thought that I was going to fail. I was like, no, don't go too far. And I make it, and then that claim, I was just, I don't know. I hate claim, but that one was coming from nowhere. But yeah, really happy to get that 9 and to go through the semifinals.
No one can blame you for the claiming that wave. It was a thing of beauty. Before we let you go get ready for the semis, you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Coucou tout le monde, j'espère que vous allez bien. Je suis super contente de pouvoir être dans les semi-finales. Et puis on va continuer comme ça et puis on verra.
Congratulations, see you soon.
Yep, sometimes you can't hold in that claim. It's like a sneeze. You're just like...
It's worse for you if you actually hold it in.
You just gotta let it go.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. And I don't mind it.
Oh. I've claimed 3-foot waves, man, when the rhythm goes.
Dude, especially in a heat, there's times where you need to claim it too. You claim that too. You sell it as much as you can, you know?
Yeah.
But, you know, all in all, we're talking about a 14-year-old. We have seen a 14-year-old win the event in the Open Women's. Malia Manuel back in 08.
Yeah, that's right.
So, dreams have come true here.
When we talk about Tia, didn't she make a final last year in Aracena, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so no slouch to competing and no stranger to competing on the big stage. Yo-yo.
Heat leader Yolanda Hopkins on a good-sized wave here. Winds up off the bottom, big snap off the top. A little weightless on the drop after that snap. I like the commitment right there. I feel that should improve upon her 3.5 that she's got in her score line.
Oh, it will.
Here we go with Annette. Zooms off the bottom, carves off the top. That's more like it for the Bass Surfers. Second committed turn, and that's going to be her best score of this heat.
My opinion, this is the best wave of the heat right here between the two of them. Much cleaner, as he said, and finally was able to settle in right here. Found a quality wave, good variation maneuvers, and dude, for her size, she throws so much spray. It's her timing. When it's on point, truly does matter in a heat like this. Yo-yo, though, how wild was that drop on the outside? So looking at Annette's first right here, I mean, needs a high 4 to get the score, and I feel like she's going to surpass that by a lot. Great combination, especially the timing on the second turn. As I said, spray matters on a day like today with the size. That was wild out there. And then timing just slightly off, but can't deny the critical section and how steep it was.
Well, the score is in for last of Yolanda, a 5.4, so she did improve upon her score line. Score in for Annette, a 7-point ride.
Good scoring.
Gonzalez Extrabari takes the lead.
Yeah, I like that. She's got a big bass crew on the beach too. Badura Matriayin, Yago Dominguez were able to do well in the event right here, and she wants to keep the flag flying for them. 2 surfers in the quarters. Really good result for the bass team so far at this event. Well, at the very least, right? I mean, because she has the potential to win the event too.
There's the numbers from all of the judges up in the tower.
Yeah, so usually allow 1.2, 1.3 at the most at this level between the spread, the high and the low. I mean, 1-point spread right there between the high and the low, so really tight scoring right there by 5 judges. 7 points though. Oh, look at the current. Man, Yo-Yo just got sucked through all the way. She's doing the smart move though, as we say.
Yeah, don't fight it.
No, that's way worse, and you're just gonna expend your energy too.
And then she'll get a little escalator ride on the north side.
See how crazy that happens? Literally a matter of feet, the difference right there. You either get dragged into the pilings or you go straight through them and they get carried back out.
And you're just hoping some of those angry fishermen aren't just dropping their lines on you.
It's happened before.
Oh, no, yeah, be cool, fishermen.
Yeah. For some reason, they just love fishing here at the pier. I'm like, dude.
I have no idea. Mitchell, I have no idea why.
Trust me, I surf here almost every day, and I still ask myself that question after 10 years. Every now and then, you just got to give him a thumbs up or a shock and just be like, hey, brah, just so you know I'm here.
Don't throw a hook at me.
No.
All right, 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Yolanda Hopkins now trailing Annette Gonzalez Echebarri.
Good heat.
Needs a 5.54 for the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, and she's got a really low backup score in net, so 393. We saw what she's capable of when she gets the open face and the right lip line too. Has the capability of matching the 7 with a single turn as well. But I go back to the same thing. Experience matters on a day like today, and Yolanda has way more experience than Annette in these kinds of situations. 5.54 is what she needs. We haven't really seen her at the pier bowl so far.
Let's take a break right now. When we return, we'll see if Yolanda Hopkins can overcome this deficit. Currently, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri in the lead here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Men's quarterfinals getting set up. Quarterfinal number 1. Mateus Hurdy in that red jersey will be coming up against Dimitri Poulos to battle for a spot in the semifinals. Purdy has been on a tear. Can't wait to see what he's going to bring in that quarterfinal number 1 for the men.
Yeah, and shout out to Logan Chucky Doolian last night. Snap 5 went off, and Mateus, one of the stars of the film. It was great. Oh, he's got the emotional support doggy right there, too.
And there is who he's coming up against, Ventura's Dimitri Poulos. That should be a great matchup. Both surfers have been on fire throughout this event. Out in the water to women's quarterfinal number 4, Annette Gonzalez-Echabari currently in the lead over Yolanda Hopkins. Here goes Yo-Yo. Winds up, snaps there. Good looking wave here for Yolanda. Carves a second turn, gets 2 in before kicking out. Just needs a 5.54 to take the lead. I think she's going to take the lead.
Yeah, she's gonna, and this is comparable to the 7 right here for Annette. You know, once again, she hadn't surfed the pier ball up until this point of heat, and Echabari actually used her priority on just a quick in and out. So this is a priority mistake for her, and you know, not only is Yo-Yo going to convert, this is going to be her best wave, and really great variation too. And I love the way she was able to hold that, pull it back at the right time for the second turn as well. Another angle, good show right here of the difference of turns. Into the lip, and then brings it back around, but doesn't bring it fully around where the whitewater could be completely taking the edge off of your board. Scores the Inkives.
6.27, Hopkins to the lead. Gonzalez-Echabari now needs a 4.67 to take the lead back with just under 10 minutes. I like the way this heat was simmering at the beginning of the heat, and now it's starting to boil over, Mitch.
Yeah, and look at how close it is right now. Less than a point separating the leader and second place, and Annette doesn't need a whole lot to move back up into first, but gonna tell a lot about her character, the way she's competing so far this year, if she's able to retake the lead. But once again, Yo-Yo, she's been here at this moment before. She's coming up off of the runner-up finish over there in Bolito. She could potentially take the lead of the rankings with a better result right here.
Yes.
So this is a major moment for her right now for 2025 in terms of qualifying. Just a couple of spots away from qualifying last year too. So that one stung for her.
Well, Yolanda's a powerful surfer.
Yep.
That charges. So if she were to make the championship tour, I think she's going to do really well in all of those different locations.
Yeah, I think the addition of Pipe is a great venue for her. She's obviously been to Saquarema, been consistent over there. She's made it into multiple quarterfinals.
Well, with Yolanda's style of surfing, I can see her doing well at places, you know, like Super Tubos, like Margaret River. Split peak here, split screens on the tube.
Oh.
Nadia goes down on the right. Yolanda working over this left, looking to slightly improve on a 5.4. Don't know if that's going to hit the mark. Probably need to see a replay.
Yeah, I don't think so. No. And, you know, it's interesting right here because you got to be thinking Annette, she's able to convert on that wave right there and recovers priority ahead of Yo-Yo. This would be a big momentum builder for her, but just feel with this wave, with that swell coming in towards the rights, you can't push too hard or if you're going to dig the rail right there, as we saw from Annette in the blue. And then Yo-Yo, as you said, she's trying to improve on the 5.4. Cool angle for that first one, but yeah, no, she's definitely not improving on this right here. Just the one carve at the beginning. And let's see, priority's going to be valuable at this point of the heat between the two of them.
Yeah, priority will be currency, if you would. Yolanda does not, so it will be Annette getting that priority, and that's great news for the Basque surfer because she just needs under a 5-point ride to turn this heat.
And Yo-Yo has competed at the CT event in Portugal a couple of times already. She's tasted that, you know, in 9th and a 5th. She's been an Olympian twice now, and, you know, the carrot's been dangling right in front.
Yeah.
Right in front. She's been a couple of spots away from qualifying multiple times. And now you're coming up against a regional surfer that you see a lot more. Young, hungry surfer.
There's the Basque crew right there, bitch.
Nadia right there. She's a bit disappointed, as you can see. Throws good peace sign, though. And Alur, who had a great event himself as well. They're in support of Annette out there in the water at the moment. But it does show character, you know, being able to rebound from those losses. And the fact that she still remained the same person, true to herself over the years, despite not qualifying, says a lot about her attitude and personality.
Well, it takes, you know, a lot of people, it's just the tenacity to get on the championship tour. You know, you look on the men's side, someone like Maxime Housneau, who took over a decade grinding away to get onto the CT.
Here she goes, big wave for Annette.
It's her chance. Nice start with that carve. Fades that bomb turn, gets the second snap in.
Ooh, right out.
Didn't need to really do that, but rides out of it, so she should get the number.
And if she doesn't, it's going to be really close. But I agree with you. I think there's going to be a situation change right here. So after the 2 quick waves, the 1 and then the throwaway of the 0.8, in a big moment, 6 minutes on the clock with priority, even though there was separation between 2 surfers, she needed to convert on that one right now. Critical point of the heat. Got everybody on the beach supporting you. You're, you know, one of the youngest surfers in the draw right now, and with the least amount of experience out there of anybody in the water. First carve's really nice. Great angle coming out of it. And the second turn, as you said, didn't need to go for the 2-for-1. It was a risky one. You want to present it well. You don't want to fall. And despite judges rewarding you based off of what you did and not what you can do, you want to keep it clear right there in their eyes. Cool floater right there on the backhand from Yo-Yo, trying to distract the judges. That wouldn't change her situation, though.
Does not. That was a 4.3, so Yolanda still has the same heat total. And Annette still has the same requirement. We're waiting for that score to come in.
Yeah, she's going to get it.
Yeah, there's going to be a lead change when judge number 1 drops his number. And it's a 5.93 for Annette. So she goes to first. Now Yolanda needing a 6.67. And priority not established at the moment.
Well, Yo-Yo's coming through the pilings at the moment, right by the Lexus banner, so...
She should get priority.
Yeah, she's close to it. But in this case, it don't matter unless you're in the spot, first of all, and there's a wave that actually comes. So need to be able to use this moment, be in the right position. And she's converted on the right and the left so far in this heat, so capable of getting the score regardless if it's going right or left.
And lines coming through right now, so she might have an immediate opportunity with that priority. Good size set coming.
Yep. Let's see if it has a good angle for the pier bowl, though. That's where she's at the moment. It seems like the first one, that one's going to be a closeout.
Second one.
This is a huge wave, too.
Second one.
That's one of the biggest waves we've seen so far. Look at the amount of white water right there. Good amount of movement in the ocean. Is she going? No, it's another closeout. Kaipo, the wrong angle. Actually, from that angle, had some opportunity. So maybe the froth kept her off of it.
She might get a left here.
She's gonna go over. Wow.
Yeah. Well, still 3.5 minutes for Yolanda Hopkins to turn the heat.
6.67 though. The 7 and the 6.27 have been well earned in this heat.
Yeah.
So we're talking about comparable waves already that you have out there with the score lines of the 2 surfers. And with the waves out there, with the amount of movement, the paddling, it's not guaranteed that you're going to get a wave, an opportunity in these last 3 minutes. So to me personally, I'm one of those people where if I see the chance, regardless of the time on the clock, I'm going on the first chance I can go on. But
the good news is this south swell has been pretty consistent for, you know, for a long period swell. Now that it's finally hit the banks here. Here we got another wave.
And she's such a strong paddler too. I mean, she's so far off of the pier bowl right now in a matter of 60 seconds. It's crazy how much distance she can cover just by being in the right spot. And let's be honest too, coming out of Portugal, you're surfing waves like this on a daily basis too.
A lot of swell.
Yeah.
On that coastline.
So if there's one person left in the event that actually has the knowledge of a location like this, especially after already making the quarters once before, it's the surfer in red out there. But the 18-year-old, she's in the lead still, 2 minutes. Can you play some defense? Do you want to go apply pressure? Just with the situation yesterday, once again in the afternoon, it seems like she settled in. She was able to get her scores, take the lead back. Don't let that rattle you when it comes to proximity with your opponent. Make sure there's distance. Don't cause an interference right here.
Oh.
Ooh.
Wow.
Well, that just went straight out the window right there with that, with
Yeah,
with that wave selection.
For sure, priority error right there, and handed it over to the Basque surfer. So now, Mitch, it's going to be a lot harder for Yolanda Hopkins to come back.
A minute 30, though, if you're in the lead, feels like it's 10 minutes. You know, it takes a long while for that clock to wind down, and right here is going to show a lot about the character and the attitude and who she is, not only as a competitor, but as a person. Talking about Annette, and, you know, her best result already, her Young Challenger Series career, but she's looking to at least make it into the semis right here. She's a minute away from doing it, Kipes.
Yeah, she is on track right now. She's tracking Yolanda Hopkins, who's trying to pull an escape route, trying to eject, trying to get away from her for a set. Here comes a set. Let's see what happens. Gonzalez Echevarri with priority. She's happy to let this clock wind down.
Well, it's your only play. There's no need to go on a wave unless you're trying to keep the other surfer off. Whoa.
So you'll let her have this one. Winds up, bangs it off the top. A single big maneuver for Yolanda Hopkins. 6.67, though. That's a beefy number
It
for
is.
a single move, Mitch. Put your judge's hat on for me. What do you think?
It was explosive, had a lot of spray. The timing was perfect. And I'm shocked that she didn't keep
let her go, huh? It didn't look like much, probably from Annette's angle, though.
But you don't take that risk. You do not. Not at this level. Everybody's too good. I mean, I talked to Levi yesterday about the heats. Yesterday was basically a CT event with the talent level. And I know this is a smaller wave, but look at how impactful, how critical that turn is. You couldn't have surfed that wave any better. Just one, and I know, but she made it interesting at least. Needs a mid-6. It would have to be her best wave. You already have the 6.27 to compare to. It would just have to be slightly better than that. We saw the 7 with the carve and the 1 re-entry with the net. And you got to take into consideration speed, power, flow, just one turn. They're really analyzing and crediting single maneuver waves, especially in the right section.
Take another look at this. Winds up, and that was explosive.
If she gets it, she just barely gets it. If she doesn't, props to Annette for holding back, but I wouldn't have. I think if you ask 90% of the athletes in
you would have gone. It was
for sure.
It was what, 40 seconds on the clock, 50 seconds on the clock?
Maybe 20?
20 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, under a minute.
It was under a minute.
You got to go. You just got to keep the surfer off. And as we said, huge difference points-wise between a semi and a quarter. Oh, my. Nervous moments, Kaipo. Nervous moments.
All right, well, it comes right under for Yolanda Hopkins. A 6.23. She needed a 6.67. So Yolanda Hopkins will walk away with an equal 5th from the U.S. Open of Surfing. And we will have a teenage semifinal number 2 for the women, because the 18-year-old out of Basque Country is on to meet Tia Zabrowski in semifinal number 2 for the women. Let's set up the semifinals for the men's. That's the way we get there, is the men's quarterfinals. When we return, quarterfinal number 1, Mateus Hurdy versus Dimitri Poulos.
Here we go, surf fans. We are into the quarterfinals, the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Our women's semifinalists are set. Now it's time to see who will continue on through this competition. We've got epic quarterfinal matchups, starting with this one. Mateus Hurdy, number 3 on the CS, going up against Dimitri Polos, number 5 on the CS. Ventura v Brazil. Chris Cote here with Tanner Gdauskas, and I could tell you were excited when you sat down and we looked at the screen and saw these two surfers that are going to take to the lineup. We got power versus progression. You know, the USA versus Brazil story, that's always a fun one to tell. Mateus Hurdy has been flying all over this place. And I think Dimitri Poulos has kind of been a little bit low-key in his, berth to the quarterfinals, just using that beautiful rail game that he has to get him through heats. This is going to be an awesome heat.
Yeah, I don't know why we still consider Dimitri a little bit of a dark horse. He's always in that conversation. He's come on the map in a huge way, especially this year. This heat, like you said, power versus progression, but at the same time, both of these guys do have power with progression. So exactly, Chris, we sat down and we're like, oh my goodness, we're well and truly into the finals day energy, and here we go.
Yeah, I would say Dimitri Poulos, we saw a little bit of a scouting report. He got the wild card into the lowers event, and he fit right in on the championship tour. He's so strong, super consistent. Obviously, he has got such a rad style. If this kid gets on the championship tour, he will be a problem for the rest of the field for sure, but he has a Herculean task right now. Mateus Hurdy has kicked it into the next gear. New sponsor, new attitude. He has just been really unstoppable throughout the first part of this event, but I feel like this one is really evenly matched.
Yeah, and speaking to Dimitri for a second here, this is a product of that Ventura area, which is such a hotbed. And currently at the moment, with the grouping of Chapter 11 TV, do yourself the favor if you're not tuning in on that kind of stuff. Dimitri specifically just dropped an insane edit for some footage from Mexico. It shows the variety of maneuvers he has. Everybody makes that correlation as you would to Dane Reynolds. There's this X factor. You don't know what he's going to do on each ride. And it's very cool to see him put it in the competitive arena. This, to me, is an incredible matchup. This, Mateus, you have the same exact conversation. He has the ability to blow your socks off. And also, he can stay on the wave face. He can go pound for pound on the rail. So depending on who gets off to a great start, I'm sure this is going to be a lights-out heat.
Yeah, Dimitri had a quick wave, 4-point ride to start it off. And here he goes again. Look at that deep bottom turn straight up into the lip. That was a textbook power surfing backhand snap.
Dude, he's like a coiled snake or something.
He nearly disappeared through that bottom turn. He was so deep into it and vertical beyond on his backhand in the most critical part of that wave. Nothing really left that he could have done, but this right here, that is a combination that will never get old.
Oh, imagine him coming out of that into another big maneuver. You're definitely going to be looking at an incredible score.
The 2 waves ready now for Dimitri. That one comes through a 3-4-3. Judges, of course, know full well what these two surfers are capable of, so I think they're going to keep this scale pretty tampered for those, early quick rides. Because both these surfers have great air games, right?
Totally.
I mean, both of them have power. Like you said, they both surf really fast as well. Not that the judges look at names per se, they're looking at colors, but the excitement level that both these two surfers kind of bring with them when they paddle out is palpable throughout the entire contest area. I mean, you almost felt tension thicken when these guys went to the lineup, just because people are so fired up to see what these two surfers are capable of.
And there's just so much on the line. When you're in somebody's corner and they're getting ready for a finals day heat, you don't want to overdo it. It's like, hey, this could be the best day of your life. We've heard multiple people say winning the US Open equates to the best day of their life. But you're just trying to not talk about the elephant in the room and just let them do their thing and get ready in their own way, as we see Mateus going to utilize his priority on this insane-looking right.
Slingshot right-hander. He got a big section in front of him. There's that power wrap. Nicely placed second turn. A little bit of a fist pump right there. That's fine with us. It shows us that he's stoked, and he should be, because that first turn was wicked.
So when you speak to the dynamics of a man-on-man heat, Dimitri coming out, he decides to throw the first punch and gets a 4 on the board. That puts a little bit of pressure on Mateus to respond, which I feel like he just did so beautifully. He got the biggest wave of the heat so far. Fundamental turns, nothing too crazy done there, but stays on the board, and you just know you've done some great work. This is a pretty lively wrap, and the fact that he just is able to get up, and you could have asked for a little bit more on that second turn, absolutely, but that's going to be a good score.
Yeah, I feel like the speed that he went into and came out of that first turn with is going to weigh heavily on the mind of the judges, and it does. It comes through a solid number, a 6.83 start for Mateus Herdy. Dimitri Poulos at the back with priority with a 4 and a 3.43. Well, a new line in the sand has been drawn. Mateus Herdy up and at it early. Still have 22 minutes left. There's your breakdown of what the judges saw. Numbers they threw out there. So far, 6.83s have been keepers this morning. So there, Mateus gets the information from our technical beach announcers. They're giving these surfers all the pertinent facts they need. Throwing in a little bit of color here and there. But really, they're the eyes and ears of the surfers in the lineup. Those guys have been doing a great job all week long. You know, the information is vital for these surfers. They do have Apple Watches on their wrists. If they choose to wear those out there. It's another way to get info. You see Mateus Herdy right there. I mean, for him, that's easy. And you can just see right there the casual nature that he rode out of that big, you know, front three, whipping it around, and just immediately clicks right back in and goes into the second turn. And you can tell, I mean, this guy's fired up. 2 waves, 2 claims. That's fine with us.
When you talk about building momentum on a finals day, we've been watching heats already, but this is Mateus' first heat, and he really, really wants to go to the finals. So it's interesting to see how he's choreographing that. First wave, consistent, nothing crazy, nothing outside of the box, stays on the board, gets a 6.83. Now the second ride, the ceiling's off. He's ready to go a little bigger. In my opinion, there's a big difference between when you see somebody come out of the pocket on that first turn to blow the tail into a reverse and still be able to get the flow into that second turn, rather than doing that opposite, where we've seen a lot of guys this event do the first turn and then wait for that end section for an air. It's harder to come out of the pocket and transition with your speed to hit that section again, so hopefully he'll be rewarded for that.
Wow, so far so good for Mateus Herdy. He comes through with a second score of a 6.67, so nearly matching his opening wave, which was a 6.83. Puts Dimitri in a tough spot, at least for now, needing a 9.50. Most likely he'll break that down into 2 bite-sized chunks. Dimitri does have priority right now. And why was this wave pretty much equal to his opening wave?
Well, realistically, not as big of a wave, probably a little bit of a sleepier ride from the get-go, but the fact that he was able to get so much pop out of this first hit, that's not really an air section. He's just so good at doing airs. He's able to get the tail out. Kanoa also is another guy who utilizes that turn to his advantage in Huntington. And then, bam, it's the way his technique is able to flow from the air into that turn. Very, very high-level surfing.
Well, at the beginning of the week here at the US Open, we saw the world's best longboarders in the lineup with incredible footwork. Now we're seeing a different type of footwork.
Totally.
You saw right there, Mateus Herdy had to reshuffle his feet just a little bit, but kept it so clean. So kind of like hiding the fact that he's correcting slight, minute mistakes and making everything look so clean and smooth. And there's a reason why surfers nowadays wax their boards literally all the way to the tip.
Totally.
You know, obviously longboarders, they're hanging 10, so they need wax all the way to the nose. But for surfers like this, these progressive athletes, Mateus Herdy, these boards are waxed all the way to the nose, and that's why.
Now we're talking.
Do you feel the momentum push we're seeing from Mateus Herdy? 3 waves in a row, 3 completions. Now here's the answer back from Dimitri. Deep bottom turn there, gets up into the lip, but that wave just dies out underneath his feet. I mean, you could feel all the energy right now being sucked out of the room by Mateus Herdy. Just blasted a huge alley-oop.
Okay, you hear the generic term, build the house in these heats. But Mateus, this is a perfect example. You get your foundational scores on the board, and then you just write a completely different script. Take off, not looking at anything other than this air section. That is a launch. That is a legit air alley-oop. Very, very unique. First we've really seen of the event, so he's feeling good.
What's the landing, too? Straight up, nose straight down, pointing towards the beach. Landed it in transition. We've seen so many airs and big turns landed in that kind of flat uphill landing area. But Mateus right there, leaning into his Florianopolis skateboard focused upbringing and just landed straight into the position or into the transition like Pedro Barros would have done in a bowl. I mean, that right there was pure technique and well rewarded. Now we're looking at one of the highest single wave scores of the entire event, peaking at the right time. Mateus Hurdy comes through with a 9.5.
That's mental. Okay, we're talking his fresh sponsor. You know, you got to look at his now boss, Julian Wilson, who actually, I believe, put that kind of maneuver on the map here at the US Open. It's a different transition, and like you said, he comes out of the height, and he's able to just so easily drop back into the wave face. But it's unique. A lot of guys don't go for that maneuver. So Mateus dipping into his variety here, which puts pressure on Dimitri. He would just be feeling so much heat in the kitchen. It'll be very, very interesting to see what he's able to come up with now for the rest of this heat.
Got a peek right here. Mateus Hurdy just unleashing on these rights. The big snap there. He goes for the combo. First fall of this heat for Mateus Hurdy. And when you see a surfer kind of like enter the next phase, step through the vortex into the flow state, you know big things happen. And I feel like on Mateus's opening ride, we started to see something special developing. This is going to be a scary heat for the rest of this 16 minutes when you see Mateus now free to pick around, to pick and choose the best waves that come through. He's got a 9.5. He is unleashed, and this is going to be a video part for the next 15.5 minutes.
And maybe to our benefit, this is really pushing Dimitri to not look at fundamental maneuvers as well. Like we've spoken about it before. Dimitri, this guy can launch, he can nose pick, he can get in the air. So, you know, we're dealing with a 16.33 total, which definitely means you're not doing cutbacks. That's out of the ballpark now. So you have to level yourself up. All the while not losing your cool. For Dimitri, he has to stay focused. There's still a 6.83 in play for Mateus, so the door is somewhat still open. And if Mateus, if he had pulled that last maneuver on that last ride, we'd be having a completely different conversation, because when you couple a 9.5 with another excellent score, dude, it honestly feels like you're 6 feet under.
Yeah, I think for Dimitri now, it's bangers only. This is time to just go for it as hard as possible, because Mateus right now is dropping hammers on every single wave. The perfect launch, the perfect landing, easily a 9.5.
Oh, that would look so sick on the beach. I mean, you can tell right there why this dude's in Snap 5.
Yeah, his video part from last night's world premiere of Snap 5 was ridiculous. And in and out of the jersey, Mateus Hurdy just surfs like Mateus Hurdy. And anytime he paddles out, we're in for a show, and we're seeing it right now.
It's cool. I feel like there's an elite crew within the Brazilian camp. Guys like Iago Dora, obviously at the very top of that, pushing that conversation of what progressively can be done within a jersey. And Mateus is applying it right here at the US Open to all of our benefit. It's just fun to watch, right?
Well, just thinking back to an unbelievable stat, that this is Mateus Hurdy's first quarterfinal on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I can't believe that.
It's like, sometimes the world just doesn't make sense. I think Mateus Hurdy's name belongs there with Felipe Toledo, Italo Ferreira, Gabriel Medina. He's that good. And he's a young, up-and-coming ripper out of Brazil that will definitely make it onto the championship tour and will definitely get big results. He's showing us why right now. We got 13 minutes, 35 seconds left. The Mateus Hurdy Show is on. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, but we'll be right back with more action from the Huntington Beach Pier. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We're watching quarterfinal heat number 1, the men's bracket. It's being lit up right now by Mateus Hurdy. Just dropped a 9.5 and a 6.83. Dimitri Poulos has 2 scores, a 4 and a 3.43. He's got some catching up to do, but he's an incredible surfer, so don't count him out just yet. Here's a look at the rest of our Pacifico finals bracket. Kanoe Igarashi coming up, Tara Watanabe, Levi Slauson. The women have now entered the semi-final realm. Brisa Hennessy, Sawyer Lindblad, Tia Zabrowski, and one of our new favorite surfers, Annette Echabari. So we didn't get that matchup that we were thinking about, but Tia Zabrowski has actually just shown up in a huge way. So coming through into the semifinals, again, one of our new favorite surfers, Annette Gonzalez Echabari, is on the glass now with Rosie Hodge.
Well, quickly becoming one of our favorite surfers. Annette, you've been amazing throughout this event. That one with Yolanda had an exciting finish. How did you keep composed and stay cool-headed?
Yeah, it was a really hard heat against Yolanda. The European girls are really firing, so yeah, she surfs really good too. And yeah, I just tried to do 2 good waves, and yeah, that's it.
I love that you bring up the Europeans. You guys have been such a force. 5 of the quarterfinalists have been from Europe. What is it about that region that's creating so many amazing athletes?
Yeah, we are so lucky. Like my sister, Tia, and everyone, they are firing. So yeah, we are pushing each other. So the level is going super high. We can see in the top 5, it's like, oh, like 4 Europeans. So yeah, super happy.
And just thinking about your best ever result on the Challenger Series, you're into the semifinals. Can you just give a shout out to everyone supporting you from the Basque Country and in Europe in general?
Eskerrik asko ikustatikan, oain semifinaletatik kontra ikusiko da ber zertatzean. Baina bueno, nigo walking now, orduan ba ikusiko dugu.
Go Annette. Good luck in the semifinals.
Amazing style, super powerful, smart competitor, and now a name that we all need to start thinking about for the rest of the Challenger Series, Annette Gonzalez Echabari. What an incredible surfer she is.
Dude, sign me up.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm on the bandwagon.
She has that special thing. Even to hearing her in these interviews, Rosie lightning that it is her best ever result, but she's cool as a cucumber. It's like, oh, it feels like I'm right at home. It feels like I'm ready to take out the semi, but that's going to be an insane semi. Her and Tia, like, young, up-and-coming European force. That will be one to watch.
Dimitri Poulos now. Brilliant start to this wave. Another huge backside whip. Gets over that section with speed. Nails the oncoming whitewater into that pier bowl. That right there was just insanely powerful, fast backhand surfing from Dimitri Poulos. That is the Dimitri that we know and love. If he gets on a roll here, he will be able to fight back. I mean, Mateus Hurdy has definitely got him up against the ropes. That 9.5, the highest single wave score of the entire contest, obviously looming large in Mateus's scoreline, but well, Mateus is not slowing down at all either. No. So this is going to be a drag race all the way to the end.
It's funny when there's this big of a gap in a heat, in a man-on-man heat, what can happen is you have to create your own rhythm. So Dimitri stayed on the board. You notice 2 incredible turns. The third one, it started to hit a lower volume. Let's look at this right here. The way he has this whip, very, very unique in the pocket. A lot of power executed there. And here, if he had a third massive section, he would have probably had a great score. But either way, he's creating his own steam right now. He doesn't care about what Mateus is doing because Mateus is in his own world at the moment. He's literally free surfing. So it's an X factor play. You can't control that. You have to focus on yourself. But all the while, Mateus is only looking to better a 6.83 and apply even more pressure.
Dimitri's last wave comes through to 6.07. So close to the pace being set by Mateus Hurdy, but still in a combo spot. He would need to do better than a 6.83 to kind of start to get closer to the required need. I mean, being in a combo with 6 minutes and 50 seconds left is a scary predicament. But again, this is Dimitri Poulos we're talking about. This kid is capable of huge things, so we'll see what happens next.
And we spoke about it earlier. We talk about it this whole event. The importance of making heats, it's paramount to these guys. Mateus has the opportunity to 3x the point value if he wins this event. So Dimitri, even though he's literally comboed, that would have been so crushing to get a 6.07, which is close to what you need to break that. Mateus isn't going to give him an inch. There's just no way.
It's like a nice little peaceful moment, except when you think about the ramifications that are about to go down. That is two-time U.S. Open champion Kanoa Igarashi just slowly creeping out to his office. You know, he's about to sit down at his desk at work and just do business. Kanoa Igarashi has been an absolute standout. Of course, we all knew and expected that when he entered the draw, big things were going to happen, and he has not disappointed. I mean, this is basically a hobby for him today. He has absolutely been going off throughout every heat he's surfed. Almost pulled 2 variations on backflips yesterday. So we're very excited to see the Kanoa v. Michael Rodriguez matchup coming up next. But we still have 5.5 minutes left. Mateus Herdy is well on his way to the highest heat total of the event, sitting on a 9.5. And we might be about to meet Mateus Herdy's good luck charm, because when this pup showed up, Mateus Herdy started going off. Mitch, you got a special guest down there?
I do, Chris. We're here with Pipa. This is her mom, Coral. And as you can see, this has been the team mascot, the team puppy so far for Mateus Herdy. And Mike Rodriguez is actually going to be paddling out. But Coral's husband, Iago, is actually the coach for both of these guys, actually, Mateus and Mike, that's about to paddle out. But how did Pipa come to be the team mascot for the Brazilian surf crew, Coral?
You know, they need an emotional support animal at all times now. But I've been telling my husband I've been wanting a dog to bring to contests, and it's actually been working. The good luck charm.
Yeah, and how about the vibe so far? The 9.5 is the highest score of the event so far. What's it been like being part of the crew now?
My heart is like shaking, and we're so close to the Yeti cooler.
Well, congratulations. Best of luck the rest of the event. And Pipa, you want to say hi to the camera? Oi, 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 as they say in Brazil. Chris, we got a couple of puppies down here on the beach, and Pipa, the most beautiful one.
I wouldn't be surprised if at the next Challenger Series event there's like 15 little puppies all up and down the beach. Because you know how superstitious surfers are, right? They see, okay, wait, the puppy is helping Mateus. Let's get a puppy for the team.
Everybody roll down with your emotional support dog. Let's do it. That's all time. Mitch has had some great interviews. He was interviewing Wild Wing yesterday, and today, Pippa the dog.
3 minutes, 56 seconds left. Here goes Dimitri. That wave actually spit. Nailed that backside snap. But a really condensed finish to that one. You know, if you can get over that hump and get a little speed burst up and into that right pier bowl that's coming into these lefts, these finishes can be super impactful, but it was just a little too tight there for Dimitri to get around it.
So, Chris, a moment on the equipment for Dimitri. He's riding for T. Patterson. I feel like he has really put T. Patterson on the map for the Challenger Series. There's Ryan Huckabee, there's Dimitri, you have Alon on tour. I spoke to Timmy at Lowers, and he's one of the guys in that shaper rankings that I feel like all of the shapers look up to Timmy. They look at Timmy. He's one of the originals coming out of San Clemente, and it's cool because he said his son's been shaping a lot of the boards for the guys in the team, and there's a revitalization, and Dimitri is hammering. He makes all of the boards look so good, so versatile, and stuff like that. Yes. Chris, it's on.
Dimitri's making it a heat. You love to see it. The crowd goes wild. That was power and progression all in the span of one wave. Insane backside snap to start. You could see him telegraphing down the line. The section was perfect. That may have been the best backside air we've seen of this entire contest. This wave is just sick.
Oh my God, that first turn was whippy as well. And the fact that he's pumping into this section and gets that much pop, that's so hard to do.
Hey, when you throw your tail that high and pull it back around and land perfectly, you get the judges fired up. This is gonna be a good number here for Dimitri Poulos.
I cannot stress how hard it is to get that much pop after you've pumped at the section. This dude right here is X Factor.
Put him on your list of favorite surfers for sure. Dimitri Poulos now climbs out of the combo. 8.5. Now he needs a 7.84. We're inside of 2 minutes left. Of course, the last 2 minutes was going to be wild.
Whoa. I'm trying to think, like, did Mateus give him that wave? How did that happen? How did Dimitri create that opportunity for himself and cash in? This heat is definitely not over.
So there's Dimitri getting out through the pier. Conveyor belt, hopefully, can just whip him into something. You want to see this one go down to the wire. Meanwhile, Mateus Herdy is just out there on his own, but kind of battling against the current, it looks like. It's one of the bigger sets we've seen of the morning.
Watch Dimitri here as he's going to have to duck dive right under the pylons. That's always
kind of sketch.
A little bit of a tight situation there.
1 minute left. Dimitri has got to get back out to the takeoff zone, but you know who's going to be waiting for him right there, Mateus Herdy. Mateus is not putting himself in the position to catch a wave. He's putting himself in the position to play defense. He has priority. He's going to sit right on top of Dimitri Poulos and make sure he doesn't get an opportunity, because a 7.84 is well within Dimitri's reach.
I can't even, like, to feel the amount of stress. Mateus has dropped a 9.5 and a 6.83, and all the while you hear your competitor get an 8.5. And you're thinking, oh my goodness, I can't even give this guy anything.
Yeah, Mateus is sitting out there going, hey, great wave. You're not going to get another one.
You got lucky there.
I hold the cards here. 21 seconds left. Win, lose, or draw, Dimitri Poulos has been on an absolute tear through this contest. This young surfer out of Ventura has a huge future ahead of him on the Challenger Series and definitely on the championship tour. We're going to finish this one out with some tactical paddle battling. Nothing wrong with that. You love to see it go down to the wire, but congratulations to Mateus Herdy. Biggest best score of the entire event with a 9.5, earned on the strength of a massive alley-oop. There's the sportsmanship we love to see. Great result for Dimitri, but watch out. Mateus Herdy is now in the semifinals at the Lexus US Open of Surfing and looking like an event favorite.
Well, what a way to start the men's draw, right? That was, you take that heat and you just look back on it, 14.5 total to a 16.8. That's what you came out for on a finals day, and both of those surfers delivering.
Well, an incredible start to our quarterfinals here in the men's bracket of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. And we've got more to come. Two-time event champion Kanoa Igarashi coming up next against a hard-charging Michael Rodriguez. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by FlexFit, celebrating 50+ years committed to comfort perfection, by Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, and by Lexus, experience amazing.
We are back. The Lexus US Open of Surfing quarterfinals so far have been an absolute feeding frenzy. We just saw Mateus Hurdy serve a brilliant heat, 16.33 total, 9.5, high single wave score of the entire event. Dimitri Poulos kept him honest though, 14.57 total. That's a big number as well. But right now we're going to go into quarterfinal heat number 2. Kanoa Igarashi going up against Michael Rodriguez. Kanoa right now sitting at number 3 on the championship tour. So it's nice that he's using his, downtime to just go out there and tear through the field here at the U.S. Open.
I feel like if you gave us the draw, if you gave a lot of surfing the draw of this event in the very beginning, you could have picked out Emrod and Kanoa to be on the finals day. These two individually have all the symptoms you need to be winning this event, and it's epic to see them match up here in the quarterfinals and go blow for blow.
And if you're a Challenger Series surfer, you're looking at the contest draw, you're going, come on, Kanoa, what are you? This is our thing, man. We're trying to get on tour. 26:19 to go. Kanoa had one wave ridden, a 5-point ride. Talk about just technically perfect. Kanoa's style, where he does his turns, what turns that he chooses to do, especially here in Huntington Beach. I mean, there is no faults in Kanoa Igarashi surfing.
So it's really interesting to watch this dynamic of Emrod going against Kanoa. When you come up against a local hero, let's call Kanoa, at his location, and he has the steam, you think globally in the world, there's some events. So you're going to go Tiago Perez in Portugal. You're definitely go in Hawaii. You're going to go all of the Hawaiians. You have to create your own steam and inertia because Kanoa essentially has the entire beach lined up to watch him, to support him, his hoots, his hollers. There will be in the back of your mind. So Kanoa, even though that was a small wave in the start, he gets a 5. Emrod, watching him from the back, might have thought that was an 8 because probably everybody's cheering. And psychologically, you have to be very strong. You have to be bulletproof with your game plan to go against him. And I'd be curious what Emrod is thinking and to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, that quick 5-point start. And we saw that with Dimitri Poulos in the previous heat. These mid-range scorers, they're good, get the ball rolling, but I feel like the surfers that are swinging for the fences are the ones that are going to be winning these heats. They're so evenly matched. I mean, right there, Kanoa, it looks like he's kind of just warming up, just playing around on that pier bowl right.
I don't know, Chris. I mean, Emrod's he's like a home run derby surfer. Like this guy, he has like a pop. He has an extra degree in his rotations. He's lightning in a bottle, essentially. Look at first CS quarterfinal appearance in 2025. So when you have that happen, he's probably feeling those nostalgic feelings of him getting hot in events. He knows how to close out on a finals day. He has priority, and he's going to need to deliver here. Obviously, Kanoa with 2 scores on the board. We just don't know after watching that last heat if they will be keepers. Yeah, what's your take on that, Chris?
Well, I mean, Michael Rodriguez already has a 9th place finish, the first event of the year. Things didn't go too well for him in Bolito. And that's the kind of the hard part of the Challenger Series is it is a rough ride. You get a 9th, you feel like you're on a roll, and then you lose first round the next event. So for Rodriguez, consistency obviously will help him out on his campaign. As you see right there, Igarashi dropping another 4.6 mid-range score. Feels like Michael Rodriguez is kind of just letting that energy coil up inside him. You said it best. He's a home run hitter, super powerful and fast. So we'll see what happens when Michael Rodriguez takes off in his first wave. We got 23 minutes, 15 seconds left. Are you kidding me? The Mateus Hurdy show was epic. I'm going to watch that one on repeat. He's on the glass now with Rosie Hodge.
Ramping up for finals day. Talk to me about the 9-5 and the mentality coming into Sunday. Big day for you.
Yeah, finals day, I told myself just to enjoy, and before I paddle out, I saw the air win. I was psyched on that. I was trying to just stay calm, and I think that's what I did because I got the first 2 waves just doing turns, and then I was like, all right, it's time to try something different, and I landed an alley-oop, and the alley-oop, I don't know, I usually don't do alley-oops on the closeout, and then I didn't expect to land it. Like, I was impressed that I pulled that off, to be honest. Like, And then I just claimed it. I thought it was a 10 because it was so hard to do. I didn't know how it looked from the beach. But yeah, 9.5, I'll take it all day, yeah.
Yesterday we were catching up about those non-place finishes that you've been having, cracking through these quarterfinals and getting on that roll. How much of a confidence boost is that?
Yeah. I spoke to AJ in an interview yesterday, and I was so stoked that I broke that wall. And yeah, now I'm just taking heat by heat. Stoked to be in the semis, and yeah, I really want to win this contest, and well, just try to stay in the moment.
Staying level-headed, stayed composed. We'll see you in the semifinals. Thanks, Matthias.
Thank you.
It's safe to say Matthias Hurdy is having a moment. One of the stars of the world premiere of Snapped 5 last night. Picked up a brand new sponsor. Actually, one of his heroes tapped him to be on that power-packed team. And that's the kind of momentum, that's the kind of confidence and support that makes for a champion. And I love that you could just see that little bit of emotion come through. I really want to win this contest. I mean, that desire.
What you're dealing with right there, which Matthias said, it's a razor edge balance of I want this so bad, I'm tightening up, I'm giving it everything I have, versus relaxing, trusting that you've done the work in the preparation and today's going to be your day. And Chris, I love what you're saying with his new sponsor, Rivia Projects. Rivia, okay, we have Hiroto Ohara still in the event. These guys are aligning with great athletes, which right underneath the likes of Julian Wilson and Ryan Callanan, that structure alone for the brand is an incredible thing to see, especially this day and age in surfing.
Mike Rodriguez, he started off the 317. Things get a little weird there, so he goes down. There's something to be said to have an absolute legend like Julian Wilson put you on the team. I mean, it's great to be put on any team, right? Marketing guy, stoked on how you surf, and you're like, cool, all right, this is awesome. But when it's a legend of surfing who's still doing it at an elite level, basically bringing you in to compete against him,
yes,
it's huge. I mean, that is definitely a massive confidence builder for Matthias Hurdy. He was one of those guys that was real head scratcher for years without a main sponsor on the nose of his board. You're going, wait, what? Like, I'm about to crowdfund me and start my own company just so I can sponsor him. But luckily, Julian Wilson stepped up. And I like that. You got this rising super team coming through the ranks here with Hiroto Ohara and Matthias Hurdy.
Yeah, a buzzword nowadays is, we always hear it. It's like, is it authentic? Can it be authentic? And it's like that team right there, under the guidance of Julian Wilson, who's legitimately still doing this event, and by virtue of his last CT performance, could win this event. And so being on that team and seeing that above you and knowing that you have the support from somebody so certified in the industry, it's got to feel great. And maybe that is the one thing that has been missing in Matthias's program since, like you said, it was an anomaly to see him unsponsored at that level with that much talent. And that backing might be what pushes him over the edge, which can continue and just blossom his career on the World Tour, which I think all of us have just been waiting for.
And it's pretty cool in the surf industry, the things that go on, you know, in the back rooms and whatnot, is there's a lot of team managers out there that absolutely rip. And when your team manager is a really good surfer, it's going to raise your level as well. Because if your team manager goes out there and surfs you and smokes you, he's going to think twice about, you know, giving you that raise. You got to try to step up to the level of your team manager, and when your team manager is Julian Wilson, you got a tough job there.
I'm sure he's down here supporting. I'm sure he would be so stoked for Matthias. And again, like Matthias said, he's done the beautiful work in his quarterfinal. He set the rhythm for the day. Now it's about executing the semi, not thinking about the final, and then at that point you can really settle in and hit the home run you've been waiting to hit. But bring us back to this heat right here with Kanoa Igarashi, somewhat sleepy. And that can happen after you have such an electric heat, whether it's the rhythms of a southern hemi swell or in general, everybody needs to take a little breather after seeing so much action on that last heat. This one has a little bit more of a calm and quiet tempo.
Well, we have 17 minutes, 45 seconds left. We've been looking at our Pacifico fan picks all week long. I had a feeling it was going to be a little bit lopsided. Kanoa Igarashi is an absolute global superstar. You know, one of the brightest stars of our sport right now. I mean, he shines on every continent. 76% of the fans out there giving him the nod. Pacifico fan picks have been pretty telling as well. We've seen most of the high seeds moving through. For the women's side of the draw, however, all blue jerseys.
Yeah, that's really cool to see
all blue
that.
jerseys all day. But here on the men's side of things, so far Mateus Hurdy wearing red. He gets the edge there. So we'll see if the colors change as we head into the semifinals for the men. We're trying to get 3 more surfers. We know that every semifinal is going to be incredible because all the surfers we have left in this contest are insanely good. 16:48 to go. You got Kanoa Igarashi with priority. He's banked 2, let's say, placeholder scores, a 5 and a 4.6. I'm sure those 2 scores will be evaporated really quickly if Kanoa can tap into one of these pier bowl rights. As good in the air as he is on the rail.
It's it's really interesting, Chris, when you start to deal with the dynamics of man-on-man heats, and you notice these guys aren't necessarily sitting on each other, but they're utilizing a similar part of the beach. And as we see Emrod here, maybe making a break, but you do have to play somewhat a game to the other surfer in the water, especially after what they have. So Kanoa has 2 similar scores. He now knows 1 major score will level him up a lot, and he wants to maybe take that opportunity as well off of Emrod. He doesn't want to just give him a free wave to set his campaign on the go. So it's an unspoken tactician play to just surround yourself with your competitor throughout the entire heat and not separate yourself, even if you have or do not have priority.
Well, Michael Rodriguez knows full well that Kanoa Igarashi has the most experience and the most knowledge about this break. Literally watched an interview with Kanoa at age 6, standing up on the Huntington Beach Pier saying, I want to win this contest one day. I want to be a pro surfer. All his dreams have come true and more. 2-time champion here. But if I'm Emrod, yeah, I'm literally learning on the fly from Kanoa Igarashi. I'm paddling around with him. I'm watching where his eyes look, and I'm trying to decode this lineup, which can be pretty confusing. I mean, from the beach, it looks pretty straightforward. You got that pier bowl wedge. It can be a right or a left. And then you got this kind of mid-peak that is definitely a right and a left. So for Emrod, he's had a lot of experience here as well. Any surfer on the Challenger Series has definitely come through Huntington Beach a handful of times. For Rodriguez, probably over a dozen. He is an absolute vet on the QS, the CS, and has had championship tour experience as well. But we're halfway through this heat, and nothing wild in the score lines yet. A 5 and a 4.6 for Kanoa Igarashi puts him in the lead. Rodriguez needs a 6.43, but I have a feeling all these numbers are going to be gone here pretty soon. Both these surfers, a lot of firepower.
Like us as the viewer, we're basically bracing for impact of a flurry.
Yeah, we're pulling back the compound bow and just waiting for the prey to enter our eye line. Will it start now? Not on this set. So you can kind of see the water moving quickly across the screen. Is that a pretty hard current? Like, are you gonna have to be paddling throughout the entirety of this heat to kind of stay in the proper takeoff zone?
You will, and what you'll see is exactly what happens here. Emrod, you paddle as far to the south as you can to then surf a left back. Looks like Emrod's gonna either choose a different board or he has buckled the board. So he'll come in, he'll definitely be utilizing the current on the north side of the pier to get himself back out in the water as quick as he possibly can. But yeah, so Chris, when you deal with south swells here in Huntington Beach, the more of a degree angle towards south, it will create more current. We heard Mitchell Salazar talking about it this morning. It's close to 180 degrees south, which is a pier south. There's some hurricane energy in it. This, even if it's not 8 to 10 foot, it's gonna have the current of that bigger day because it's coming from that angle.
Well, we got 13:11 to go. While we have this board exchange, let's go down to a local here in Huntington Beach. Mitchell Salazar, what's happening?
Hey guys, here with 2 of Huntington Beach's finest. That is Dane McChrystal, a great fan of Kanoa Igarashi, and one of the best surfers to ever make it out of HB. Matty Pasquindici, we also call him Garfield. But Matty, you've been successful. You won a pro junior event in the area right here before, but good friends with Kanoa. 2-time Open champ. He's actually looking at a wave right here. Matt, why don't you walk us through it?
Here he goes. Bit of a ramp. Oh, blast. Oh. That was huge. So we're looking at probably like a 5 or a 6. It's been a slow heat, so yeah, that's a good way to build house.
What makes him so different to everybody else in the field?
his work ethic is insane. He's super focused, and you know, he just wants it more than everyone. I think he's having fun this event. Obviously, with Chopes coming up, it's, you know, he was kind of in between doing the event or not, but you know, obviously HB's great practice for Chopu. So.
Number 3 on the planet right now, all in Tahiti as well. He's really close to qualifying. How do you see him compete there for the World Championship this year?
I think he has a really good chance. He's dropped some big scores out there, and he's looking a lot more comfortable in more powerful serves. So we're excited.
And what about Fiji?
Fiji too. I think, you know, he's coming into his own on tour, so he has a super good chance.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate your time.
Of course.
Guys.
HB, obviously, the talent runs deep here. You could close your eyes and throw a rock. You're going to hit a really good surfer. I don't advise doing that. That's not cool. But everywhere you look, I mean, stars of our sport. We got legends all over the place. And Michael Rodriguez now making a push. But you could just see right there, that's the signal. I need a new board. And we saw a quick exchange. Look like a F1 pit crew there.
Yeah.
Leash on in about 5 seconds, and he's already back out there. And then you see Kanoa Igarashi starting to warm up. 7-point slam there into that oncoming section, and he's right back at it. So maximizing the time alone in the water. Kanoa Igarashi comes around this section. Awkward foam climb snap thing, but then goes for the big lofty straight air. But that uphill landing got him. Great thought process, though. Why not? Boost one. That was cool. That's going to be a good photo, but you can't do a main page post on a bail. Maybe a story. No main page posts on a bail, okay?
The Instagram police are in the house.
You know the rules.
Don't do it. Really cool insight from his friend there. I think it taps into the training regimen of a lot of these top athletes. And for Kanoa, you think about what we see of him in the heat, and you correlate that to his work ethic. But I feel like he does it in the shadows. After events, he's probably back home, putting in the time on a day-to-day basis so that he can see those gains. And like even the way he's bringing airs into every single heat here in this event, I feel like it's really refreshing, and it's cool because you can see him trying to lift his own game. Like he's the only one to do 2 backflips, and I see that he's still trying to push himself and become a better surfer.
We're inside of 10 minutes now. Kanoa Igarashi extends his lead. Michael Rodriguez now needs an 8.50. How's this one going to wrap up? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We are in the men's quarterfinals. Chris Cote here with Tanner Gadauskas. We're watching Kanoa Igarashi go to work. He just dropped a 7. He's got a 5 as his backup. Michael Rodriguez making a slow climb towards the required need of a 6.18. He has a 5.83 as his high mark and a 3.5. Has to feel like a bit of an anchor right now. You know, you drag those low scores with you. You gotta cut the cord and put up something in the 7 range if you want to catch up to the pace being set right now by Kanoa Igarashi. Well, power will definitely help you out. This was his 5.83.
Love seeing Emrod catch the heat that we figured he was going to get. That might just be to let everybody know, hey, I'm still in this heat. I very much so want this. It's not out of reach. A 6.118 is legitimately doing what he just did with a little bit more spicy last turn, and the tables could turn. So Kanoa is definitely not out of the woods by any means. 6:30 left. We just want more action. We just want both of these guys to get more air ramps and go.
Well, we have 6.5 minutes left in this quarterfinal matchup. Who will face Mateus Hardy in the semifinals? Mateus, masterful quarterfinal heat. Our first semifinals of the men's draw. Kanoa Igarashi, he's been here. He's done that. 2-time champion here at the US Open. Michael Rodriguez, so far, he's on his best finish yet on the Challenger Series for 2025. So high stakes in this one. Inside of 6 minutes left. Igarashi now fading to the left. A couple big turns there. I mean, he throws so much spray every time he even touches the lip. I think that's just the perfect mix, right, of power and precision. Because you can put your board in the right spot of the wave and then push on your back foot, and bigger spray doesn't always equate to bigger scores, but it sure looks cool.
And when you open up the precision conversation, Kanoa Igarashi has to be at the very top of that. You know, with the likes of guys like Jeremy Flores, it's a more compact frame, utilizing form and technique for the torque. And we'll see right here as he goes on his backside. These turns, they're great. This is a really cool thing because he's creating variety, which a lot of times on your backhand is very, very hard to do, especially given the pockets here in Huntington.
Bro is a sniper.
Yeah, sniper's a good call.
You just saw the exact sections, exact little, I mean, probably like a 6-inch square part of the wave that if you can get it right in that spot, the turn's gonna look good and give you a speed burst. He did that 3 times on that wave.
Uh-oh, Chris, here we go. We're seeing down the beach, Emrod looking to paddle in. This looks like a really good size wave. Going on his forehand. First critical snap action in the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
Twice over.
Give it.
How do you think he felt about that?
Give it to him.
Think he's feeling good?
That was a potent 2-turn combo. Probably one of the most powerful frontside snaps we've seen of the day. Emrod is in the business. Okay, he needs a 6.55. That one felt like a meaningful score. Especially look at this combo. Come on.
The first turn alone has so much zest. Comes down, baby airdrop in the pocket. But the fact that he was able to get that much torque in such a tight geometric pocket on the second turn, I think the judges are going to really like that. They're going to analyze, of course, Kanoa's 7, and they're going to go against that.
The fact that he did have that little airdrop after the first snap added a little drama, right? A little flavor to that turn. Airdropped and then just engaged the fins right away. Pure flow.
Yes.
That was one clean serpentine line, and he added flair at the end of that second turn. And it comes through at a 6.93. It's enough. Michael Rodriguez flips the heat. He is now in the lead. Kanoa Igarashi needs a 5.76. Igarashi's out the back with priority, but right there, a vulgar display of power from Michael Rodriguez. That was an incredible combo, and he got just enough.
Yeah, that was visceral. That was coming from the gut level. And Chris, we have our viewpoint of what we see. We're here in the webcast. Even the viewers on the beach, we're seeing what looks like Emrod getting a turn, and then he might reset for this hit. But all the while, when you are Emrod, you know the potential of this wave. You're looking at 2 sections that are available. So the fact that he got slightly hung and dropped his tail in the first turn and was still able to get that second one is a testament to how gnarly Emrod is. He can get so much speed going so fast.
I saw people on the pier actually have to hold onto the railings. The thing was shaking.
Yes.
That first turn was raw. That whole wave was like a bucking bronco. Things got rowdy, and you love to see it because now Kanoa Igarashi is finally maybe feeling a little bit of pressure. I mean, he has pretty much breezed through this event. He's going to have to do something solid here, needing a 5.76 with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. If anybody can do it, it's Kanoa Igarashi, of course. He's done this a million times. But Mother Nature has to cooperate.
Well, there you go, Chris. So look at here. That's Matt Biolis checking it out. He's talking with Eli Handyman. So these guys, these shapers, have put so much time and effort. I know specifically Matt's been vocal on his social media about Emrod and what he brings to the team. He's a bit of a test pilot for a lot of his lighter construction work and just putting designs under Radical Surfers' feet. It's awesome, and it speaks to the love and support that each of these shapers give to their athletes over the course of the year, but also it's just fun to be in that little athlete zone down there on a finals day here in Huntington. There's kind of like a little buzz you get.
With a minute 30 left, Michael Rodriguez is on the verge of a huge upset. If he can take out two-time event champ Kanoa Igarashi right now, that will be a springboard towards greatness. Here he goes again. He's got to be feeling the momentum. Nice whippy snap there. His low score is a 5.83. I really like the look of that first turn, but the wave kind of got a little weird. And here we go. Inside of a minute, Kanoa Igarashi sees a peak coming through.
Oh my goodness, look at this wave coming.
Oh, you're about to see something clutch from Kanoa. Bypasses this first one. That wave looks like it went a little flat, but there is more opportunity knocking out the back. Kanoa on the hunt, 35 seconds left, needing a 5.76. And there it is. Feeling right at home on this pier bowl right-hand wedge. Igarashi comes around a big section. He does an air, but it was awkward. The takeoff just was not there for him.
Oh, and he knows it too as he gets down to his stomach. There was really, truly nothing more he could do. That was such a floppy air section. You're dealing with a lot of foam on the lip, and it just cavitates so awkwardly under your surfboard.
Well, I can't believe what we just saw. Michael Rodriguez, who had his back against the ropes for the entirety of that heat, comes out swinging that 6.93, probably the sweetest 6.93 he's had of the entire season. Just like that, our two-time champion, Kanoa Igarashi, is out. He's going to have to go back to his day job as third-place surfer on the championship tour, heading over to Tahiti. But give it up to Michael Rodriguez. I mean, pure fight through that heat.
Pure fight.
It felt like he was done, but he responded in a big way. Michael Rodriguez going up against Mateus Hurdy. What a semi that's going to be. We got more quarterfinal action. Cade Matson coming up next against Levi Slauson. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach.
The U.S. Open of Surfing is one of the most unique venues in all of professional surfing. There is a circus happening around you at any given time.
Yeah, the crowds always turn up, and like there's the pier, so it's kind of got this stadium environment.
Because so many great surfers have won this contest, so that's another like big part of it.
That was a very important heat for Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, onto the semifinals. Got past probably the most dangerous surfer in the draw here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. I'm talking about two-time champ Kanoa Igarashi, and Rodriguez walking out of the water victorious. And he is going to set up a blazing semifinal number 1 for the men. It will be Mateus Herdy versus Michael Rodriguez. But first, let's get through these quarterfinals. Quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. Hiroto Ohara, the 2015 US Open champ, up against Taro Watanabe, who has one of the meanest rail games in all of surfing. This is going to be a great matchup, and we promised you surprises, we promised you stuff, and we delivered once again. We just talked about two-time US Open champ Kanoa Igarashi. Guess what? We give you another two-time US Open champ, Brett Simpson. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me. Nice to be here. Waves are fun, and yeah, you got Taro and Hiroto. You got a past champion out there now, and then a young kid that's surfed out here pretty much his whole life looking to get on that big stage.
Yeah. Mitchell Salazar, your take on this?
Yeah, as you said, I think a future champion out there in Taro Watanabe at this event, and a former one who's just been lights out so far in this event. With the increase in size, though, I will say I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to Taro. As Brett said, he's competed here more at the amateur level in similar kind of conditions, and he's looked great so far in this event. And Brett, actually as a team manager for Team Hurley, he went on a roll, 3 events in a row, 3 finals here in the North America QS region, and one of those being a win too.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of our more consistent surfers in the region for sure. And everyone is starting to really get to know who Taro is. We all love his style, right? Yeah. His style is just beautiful surfing, rail to rail. And I think, you know, obviously working with Gerlach a lot of times. I think here he's working with Chris Gallagher. Yeah. And that's really helped. I think his contest strategy was sometimes his weak spot. He just wanted to go out there and rip. And at this level, you got to rip, but you also got to be smart and be able to control the heat.
Yeah, 23-year-old Taro Watanabe. This is his best finish so far on the Challenger Series. He had a 9th place in Bolito in the last event, so making progression with every appearance in the different stops here on the Challenger Series. We also talked about the former champ out here, 2015. A young Hiroto Ohara was able to take a big W out here and put his name on the map, Mitchell.
Yeah, still only 28 years of age. Very impressive so far. A decade ago when he won his event right here at the Open. And of course, you know, throughout the event, he's been lights out. First quarterfinals appearance so far in 2025 on the CS. Another crucial thing for him too, he's always been on the verge of qualifying. So this is a big momentum builder for him at this point.
Look at the peaks out here at HB, Brett.
Yeah, it's beautiful. We got, you know, a little tropical kind of hurricane swell. Everything in the, you know, under 15 seconds is why it's really nice and peaky. We were saying it is a little bit tougher at times to find a wave that has a connected tapered wall, but you know, you're going to see Mateus did one of the best airs maybe ever out here. That thing was ginormous, alley-oop. And the last heat, Emrod turned the heat with a nice 2-turn combo on the right. So I'm sure, you know, if I'm a betting man, I think both of these guys are, you know, want to go right, but you can't really paddle out there thinking one way or the other. I like the left a lot, but the rights, if they come to you and you're a little bit closer to the pier, I don't like getting stuck over there with the current, and sometimes you can get pinned. I feel like you have to have a good strategy, and I kind of like at the moment, I like where these guys are sitting.
Not too far, not too close, right?
Yeah, well, in one of those things, too, when you're man-on-man heats, we forget, like, you want to kind of, like I was saying earlier, control it a little bit. And they're spread apart. I mean, they're, what, 30, you know, maybe 30 yards apart. Taro a little bit to the south, and it looks like Hiroto more towards the pier. So we'll see how it pans out. You usually can catch the wave a little further to the south sooner. So maybe that's a theory, but they're both on opposite side of the peak. Looks like Taro going to have a run right here.
Watanabe opened up with a nice carve. We talked about the quick rail game of Taro and just that convergence of water right there swallows up his board from underneath him, Mitch.
Yeah, unfortunate right there, right in the Pizels. Believe he's still in the radius out there at the moment. And you talked about his rail game. His rail game's designed for the CT waves, and Hirota right there, he had a paddle. He's still on the outside. He's going to retain that priority. Would have been a big advantage early, though, for Taro if he got that opening wave right there, Kipes.
Yeah, so missed opportunity for Taro Watanabe, and Hiroto Ohara will maintain priority. Not that priority is going to come into play with these surfers so far spread apart. Hiroto Ohara with that title, U.S. Open title, Brett, you know the feeling too. What does a win here in Huntington Beach at the U.S. Open do for your career, your surf career?
Can buy you some cars.
There you go.
That was the best interview ever. But yeah, look, it catapulted myself. Like, I was grinding away at the QSs, and when I won that event, it was like my world just really, my professional world really opened up, you know, and it was a very, very important win. Here's Hiroto, nice carve there. Oh, and he does the old cartwheel.
Wow. So
I like that.
Similar, and should be a similar score, right, Mitch?
Yeah, I mean, better engagement of the rails right here really drives through it. But yeah, I mean, another missed chance for the surfer in the red jersey. But yeah, as Brett's pointing out, that's really what got you to qualify eventually, and changes your entire career. It changes your perspective really, not only in surfing, on life too. It's a good carve right there, and as you said, the cartwheel, that's unfortunate. Unforced for Hiroto.
Yeah, he had to go tight. Like, he was trying to maximize that final little pocket. And it looked like the lip almost caught his chest a little bit and kind of threw his body, contorted his body a little bit off. But both of these guys, very compact styles, beautiful to watch. I mean, Hiroto, I've got to know him for a lot of years too. He rode for Hurley, and now he's on Rivia. But it's been a pleasure to watch him surf and kind of grow. And I will say, like, rooting for him a lot of times, you know, stuff like that does happen to him, but he's kind of all like guns blazing. He's always, no matter if he needs like a 2 or a 6 or an 8, he goes for it. And I think that's the fun part about watching him surf, but it's also probably been, if you're his coach, you're saying just get the job done, and it's probably costing him from being on the world tour at this moment.
Right. So Brett, you don't always have to swing for the fence, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you got to get through a lot of rounds to qualify for the world tour, and especially win an event. And I think that part is, you got to limit mistakes. And the more, like right now they're even, each have kind of a mistake. It'll most likely who will win this heat makes the least mistakes.
And he brings up not only a great point right there, too. You want to peak at the right time. Because as you saw right there with Mateus, he dropped the 9.5. Maybe you want to reserve that into the final if you can. Obviously, if the opportunity's out there, you do want to take it, though.
I always fight that one, because sometimes you can't... he's riding one right here, but sometimes you can't control. Nice carve there. This one's a little more on the inside, but kind of growing. And then gets the finish, Kipes. What do you think?
Well, that's a step in the right direction, right? And obviously it's a little bit more difficult, and you guys were discussing, there is a challenge out there, although it's grown in size and we got some pretty good consistency. Both of these surfers just yesterday were absolutely tearing and making it look so easy and so impactful, but that was because it was just a whole different playing field. Here's a replay, Mitch.
Yeah, and he's just so quick, as Brett was mentioning, and this is really just a way for him to rebound. Get back into the scoring potential of the waves out there. And, you know, as we've been talking about, there's a lot of size, but just because the bigger waves are out there as options, they don't mean they're the best ones either.
Well, I'm liking what I'm seeing right there coming out of that with Taro Watanabe. Nice backhand snap there, straight into the pier.
Yeah, a little more vertical from, you know, the finale turn we saw there. We'll see what he got done at the start, but I think, you know, those lefts, I feel like you can connect, and sometimes from the judge's perspective and on the beach, they look a little bit taller. Here it is right here. Nice grab rail bottom turn. Slash right there. Draws it a little deeper. Hits it right there. So we'll see on scores. Maybe, you know, it could be kind of similar in that 4 range-ish.
So it seems like we got still a neck-and-neck race, really. 4.5 lasts for Hiroto Ohara. A 3.83 for Taro Watanabe. Ohara with the advantage, but just a slight advantage. Taro just needing a 3.51 to take the lead. But Mitchell, more so to paint the picture in this heat, nobody's broken away at all.
100%, and at this point, 18 minutes, those could be your backup, so want to be able to get something better than that at this point.
Hey, let's hear from the last heat winner. He's into the semifinals, Michael Rodriguez.
Arguably the hardest matchup in the draw. These quarterfinals are all stacked, but that one against Kanoa was a big challenge. Emrod, talk to me about the key moments in the heat. There was a lot that went on. A surfboard change, just talk me through it all.
God's plan. I have been doing my best every day since I got here. And today I have choose everything. I use 2 boards. I use all my physical training. I use my mind. I use everything. And it was super hard. Kanoa has been crazy in the whole event, doing the best scores. And I have been made the heats, but always in second place. This is my first win this year, win heat this year. And a lot of things happened at that heat, and I will remember forever because I really want to make it, and I make. So right now it doesn't look real. I don't know why, but it doesn't look real, and I really don't know what I'm feeling right now.
Just taking a moment to digest it all, but thinking about having your best result at such a crucial point in the season. You know how much that means for the rest of the year. How important is it to you, and what kind of confidence can you take out of that?
It's huge. It's super important. The last 4 years I have been doing my best every day, working hard, and when that thing happens, everything pays off. And right now I'm just trying to control my emotions and keep it ready for the next heat. I don't want to be too emotional right now, but it is super hard. This is our West Open of surfing. It's not a, it's a huge event, so it's a lot of feelings right now. I can't explain. I have no words to describe what I feel.
Well, we will have a Brazilian superheat in semifinal number 1, Chris.
Yeah, that is true. We're going to have these guys gunning at each other. During that interview, an exchange happened in the water, and once again, Hiroto Ohara got the best of that exchange between himself and Taro Watanabe, Mitch.
And he was able to recover priority in the process as well, just under 16 minutes. Looking at Taro's first, and I'd give him the advantage in power, maybe with the flow aspect of things too. So this one coming to 5:07, that's going to be his high mark at the moment. Smaller wave, and he surfed that wave way up too for how it was. But, Ohara right here getting the better one, Brett.
Yeah, looks like a little more wall, a little taller, more speed down the line, goes up and over. So nice spin, kind of tail whip, and then gets the finish too. And that's kind of what Taro didn't have, was the finishing maneuver, but that first maneuver was where that score was all bundled in.
So that was a 6.33 for Hiroto Ohara that we saw in the replay, and the replay of Taro Watanabe, that was a 5.07. So Ohara with the advantage once again, and the requirement for Taro Watanabe continues to grow. 5.77 is what Watanabe needs to turn the heat.
And the issue is, without priority right here, Ohara has pick of the litter at the moment, and he's in a good position for one of these pure bowl rights. And actually, when you won the first one, Brett, seeing some similar conditions out there to back to 09, maybe a bit peakier, but still a lot of south in the water.
Yeah, I like, they're closer to the pier now. I think you end up, a lot of times when there's current, it ends up kind of pinning you over there. So it looks like Taro's going to try to get away. And Hiroto at this stage, 14 minutes to go, you're not letting anyone at this level kind of just go and do their own thing. So he's going to stay near him and, most likely take the next best wave he thinks, Taro can get the score or the number required. So he's going to kind of manage it. And Taro's job is to kind of maybe bait him into something that isn't as good, or sneak something under him. So yeah, this is where it kind of, that chess match in these man-on-man heats matter.
They're both paddling south right now. Do you like that decision, Brett?
Yeah, I think Taro's trying to get away a little bit, and Hiroto's like, hey, no matter where he goes, I can't just let him roam. He can go get a 6 or a 7 or an 8 down the beach. So he's just kind of shadowing him, and you're almost at this heat, at this stage, you're just trying to like shorten the heat. And I think his goal is like, hey, if it's a nice peak, I take it. It takes it off him. Maybe there's not another one, and then another 5 or 7 minutes go by. Right. So we'll see how it transpires. But we've had a lot of waves, so when it flurries, it seems like there's multiples, and it's going to be, Hiroto's decision to, pick that wave.
Yeah, but I like you pointing out that strategy. When you're in the lead, you want to run down the clock. You want to burn some time.
Yeah. Like if they're going to sit out there and there's no quality waves, there's no point at even looking at a wave. It's like next best wave, Taro needs a 5.77. I'm not going if I don't think he can get that. And sometimes you make the wrong decision. Sometimes it works out perfect. But I'm assuming, you know, these guys have been in these situations quite often. So I'm assuming that's what he's thinking right now. And Taro is just going, hey, if I get him into the first one, I'm going to get a chance, right? I'm going to assess priority, and then hopefully he doesn't better, or if he does, not by too much, and make that more difficult. But that's just part of the game.
Mitchell, you know, you do a lot of surfing over here, and in these conditions, this swell period, this angle, do you think it's going to be the first wave of the set, the second wave of the set, the third wave of the set? Which one's the go?
It's been different so far today, actually, because we have had variable winds, and it's changed multiple times so far. I'm going second, though, personally. I'd rather let the first one go. You don't know if there's a third one in the set out there, so I feel like just let the first one go, play a little bit of risk, and maybe bait yourself into going in the second one right here. But what I will say, too, there is that short period swell, the tropical one especially, but there aren't many waves from that deep south period. Those ones take way longer to actually get here to the spot we're at right now, Kipes.
Yeah. It looks like there's maybe some lines, too. That's always a good sign when you're a competitor. You're just, at this stage, you're just praying for another couple opportunities. 11:45, you're going, okay. Hopefully you can manifest a couple nice waves here. I mean, they're both, you know, on what, 10, 11 points, 9 points. I mean, these guys, they'll probably finish this heat up in that 12+ range, most likely.
Yeah, that's the average that we're looking for today.
Yeah,
right?
2 6s.
Right, and so on cue, you saw that coming.
Well, Hiroto's let Taro run, and this peak does look like it's kind of swinging over to the pier more. It's a good-sized wave.
All right, well, you know, you talked about Hiroto Ohara, Brett, and his speech that he got when he won this in 2015. Let's take a soundbite of that speech on stage here at the U.S. Open.
More importantly, what are you going to do with $100,000? Are you going to spend it right away?
I just want to say, trying to get a driver license and then get some cars.
Epic, you deserve it. Hiroto Ohara, your 2015 Vans US Open of Surfing champion.
All right, well, for more on the story, let's go to AJ McCord.
10 years later, Kaipo, let's close that loop because I have touched base with Hiroto, and since he won here in 2015, he's gotten the license and he's got a Benz in the garage back in Japan. So he's gonna have to add to the arsenal with the prize money here from the US Open if he does join that list of two-time winners. And I just wanna show you the kind of camp we have down here for Team Japan. They have been here all week long, early, bringing the energy, and whenever Hiroto or another surfer representing Japan takes off on a wave, I practically lose my hearing down here on the beach. That's how loud they are.
All right, I love that. Gambate. Well, Hiroto Ohara currently in the lead. Can he hang on to that lead? We're gonna find out after this break. We're live here from Huntington Beach at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This is a Bonsai Brew Break. Froth it up. We are back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. The pier is packed. It's finals day. Men's quarterfinal number 3 out in the water right now. Hiroto Ohara, former champ out here at Huntington Beach, in the lead over Taro Watanabe. Capoeiro, along with 2-time US Open winner Brett Simpson and my nephew, Mitchell Salazar.
Yes, first one today. I'm excited. Oh, and you know, just being honest, like Emrod was so right in his post-heat interview. This event truly makes or breaks you, and you saw the emotion right there. I'm pretty sure Brett can speak to it, but it changes your life winning this event and just getting into the point where he is right now in the semis. Same thing could be said for Taro on screen right here, Brett.
Yeah, he will, for sure. Here's a wave in the break, so up and riding. Looks like Taro, huge jam right there in the pocket. So 1. We'll see where that goes. Is that the 5.0?
Yeah, that's the 5. Yeah. So still coming up short of the requirement. Still needs a 5.77. 5 points for that 1 jam from Taro Watanabe. Surfing under the priority of Hiroto Ohara. Ohara with heat control. And Watanabe, I feel Mitch is trying to sneak away.
Yeah, well, he has to at this point. 6 minutes 20. And just to Brett's point, unfortunately for the two of them, they were either out of position or that wave never showed up with the quality that they were looking for when they had the 16, 18-minute mark. And now Taro's really depending maybe on just one opportunity out there. He's moving south, though. This wave could have potential.
Having a little dig. Sometimes the medium ones can grow, but yeah, that one's just stretching out underneath.
Want to see him try an air, too. At least go for one of those big laybacks.
Yeah, I know he's been working. You know, in this format, too, it's great. You got to have some kind of X factor. Obviously, Taro has that huge layback that gets well rewarded, but it is nice to have a little air game, too, to be able to, you know, needing the 5.77, look at a closeout and be able to have that would be huge.
Yeah. Taro with some big rail gouges at last night's world premiere of Snap 5. Got a section in that movie.
Yeah, they have a few surfers actually in the quarters. Mateus, Taro, Levi as well. Wouldn't be surprised that Emrod actually got a few bonus clips. I think he did actually.
Be on the lookout for more showings of that Snap 5 after this global debut here in Huntington Beach.
I'm like not only shocked about this right now, I think this is extremely smart. He's been doing this for 13 minutes now. He got the 5 with priority. That was smart. I mean, you couldn't cover him on that one. You had to let him go. But look at him now. You still have the lead. Situation hasn't changed. This is the way to beat him at the moment. And especially, as you said, you don't have to catch a wave unless you truly need to.
You're winning the heat. You know, when you're winning the heat, it's kind of about managing. Obviously, the scores are a little bit maybe lower than we were thinking. Here's a decision right here. So he's got to roll the dice. Taro kind of sucks him in. Nice carve there. Drives it off the bottom, hammers it there. So
wow,
he'll improve.
Gonna better his score.
Yeah.
And the rising sun's bouncing up and down on the beach. Hiroto Ohara will improve upon that 4.5 by how much? We're gonna find out once the 5 wise men upstairs throw the numbers at it. And Taro Watanabe now, at least glass half full for Taro. At least he's got first priority.
For sure, yeah. I mean, that wave was nice, carve, and then you really timed the second turn really well. So it's definitely bettering.
And I liked how he reserved this for the latter part of the heat too, because remember the 2.83 at the beginning mistimed, and then even the 4.5 that he has currently as the backup wasn't as explosive getting to the lip as he is right now. Kaipo, when the score's in, he improves by a good amount.
Yeah, coming out of that replay, and the number is a 5.87 for Hiroto Ohara. Now the need for Taro Watanabe is a beefy one, a 7.13. That's up in the good range.
Yeah. He's been getting those all event.
That's true.
I mean, he has the, you know, he's been, I would say, one of the more informed surfers. He hasn't made many mistakes through a lot of his rounds. He's been in pretty good control. So 3 minutes on the clock for Taro. Now is an important moment. Got to stay calm, got to keep the mind ready and sharp to provide. And hopefully that wave comes, he gets the chance.
Yeah, we're hoping for that. And, you know, the ultimate situation for Taro would be a wave come in the last 30 seconds, gets the number, and doesn't give Hiroto any time to respond.
Yeah.
So that would be the ultimate situation for Watanabe. Do you like where he's sitting, Mitch?
Well, he's breaking away at the moment, and I think it's smart also for O'Hara to be able to maybe improve on the 5.7 if he can. I mean, Brett was saying the left's probably better, in my opinion, too, and I do think if you take the right line, and especially with one big banger right at the end, there's potential for you to get the 7 with just a single turn. But I still feel he's looking at it right. Might be having it right here on a corner.
Identifying a little bit of a corner, and he's going to activate. Here we go. Watanabe off the bottom and hands over priority to Hiroto Ohara, and I feel like Hiroto now is going to chase him down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the chase right now.
Chase. It's definitely a chase. So it's like a couple errors, you know, like what we said. I mean, that with priority and going on that wave, it ultimately is an error. You didn't really capitalize. The wave was not good at all.
I think, well, statistically, anytime you don't improve upon your heat total and you use your priority, we chalk that up to a priority error. And that's what happened right there. And now Hiroto Ohara is chasing him down like a lion against a gazelle on the African plains right now.
How about the heat awareness, though, of Hiroto? I mean, when you're in priority rotation at one point of the heat, leading, you go one way, try to improve on the 5.87, and as soon as he gets handed over priority, moves straight over.
Yeah. Well, that's always a worrisome thing, too, if you go too far. Like, he kind of went farther away. Now he's got more to cover since he didn't catch a wave, but he's ultimately going to get there. You can only go so far, and there's a minute left.
Yeah, the clock's not Taro's friend either at this point.
I'd be hustling a bit more if I were Hiroto, though, because it does seem like there are a couple lines.
Little lumps, and I will say sometimes that there is still a little northwest wind swell.
Mitchell, I think he's paddling as fast as he can right now.
He's caught in a riptide.
Give him a break, dude.
Well, I'm just saying, your career might be on the line right here, remember? Like, at
There's
this point.
no worse part. That position is the hardest because, you could only paddle so fast, and your heart's just like, you want to get there, but you just can't.
I mean, look I think he's just.
He might find another. He might find another good wave right here.
Yeah.
I guess I would. Yeah.
Well, that would have been Taro's wave actually right there. That was a good one. Paddled too far over.
So in a way, I mean, Hiroto did chase him away from the peak.
Kind of, yeah. In a way, he's kind of controlling that area.
Yeah. Well, down to 10 seconds, so this should be a done deal. This will just be a ride in for Hiroto if he catches it, which he doesn't. But, well, the support squad on the beach explodes here for Japan because they got a semifinalist in the way of Hiroto Ohara.
Massive result. Outside of the win that he's had here at this event a decade ago, this is already his best result ever on the Challenger Series, so props to him. He's into a semifinal. He's going to match up against a couple of great surfers coming up in the next heat, Kipes.
Oh, that was a great one for Hiroto, and he's one step closer to becoming a two-time champion. Huntington Beach and on to the semifinals. Taro Watanabe will leave Huntington with an equal fifth. That'll be a keeper for Taro in this whole realm of the rankings for this year. Hiroto Ohara into the semifinals. We're going to set up the semifinal number 2 with quarterfinal number 4 when we return to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Lexus US Open of Surfing, turning the clock back to 2009. Brett Simpson ripping at the home break for a victory, bitch.
Yeah, no, and you know, one of the most inspiring moments to me personally, I grew up watching Brett and idolizing him, and seeing able to be him at home and win this event over Mick Fanning in the final right here in 09, beating Jordy in 2010. Really cool moment for yourself here, winning at your home break, Brett.
Yeah, a bit of a tearjerker. This, it was definitely, you know, a career-changing day or week per se, and the first one was amazing too. Obviously, Mick went on to win the world title that year, and I think a few weeks later, won lowers and won $5 grand more than me at the time. I held it for a little bit, but look at like the crowd.
Look at the crowd.
It was truly special. I will say the second year was cool too, because it was kind of like, you know, it wasn't a fluke. You know,
yeah.
it
Look
was
at the
one
check.
of those.
Look
yeah,
at the check. $100,000.
I still got that thing, both of them hanging on the wall. I mean, pretty much what got me in my house today. So
that's a down payment.
I can't complain.
Yeah, thank you, Hurley.
Yeah.
And then 2010, back-to-back wins.
Yeah, this year was versus Jordy, and obviously Jordy too. He was in the title race, and this year I was on the tour, which was cool. But yeah, just backing it up. I don't know, dude. Winning contests. I never won a World Tour event, but winning contests is hard to do at the professional level, and to win those two, it's definitely been amazing. Can't complain.
How much was on the second check?
Same.
100. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. So
that was more so when I was able to kind of combine them, get a down payment.
Yeah.
Start making a family, and yeah, it truly has changed my career and my life.
Right, and that's a life-changing an example of how this event changes people's lives.
For sure, and someone's gonna have that opportunity today, like a Cade Matson from just down the road, looking to get back on the tour, but he's up against Levi Slauson, who is also both have surfed here, and here he is right here, kind of hammering away. Oh my goodness.
That's the opener for Levi Slauson out in the heat, like Brett said, against Cade Matson. So it's an all California quarterfinal number 4. This is wave number 2 for Cade Matson.
Yeah, a couple nice little touches right there, and then a third, and he kind of gets bucked off.
Well, this is an NSSA heat, but in a man-on-man format. They both came through the USA Surfing program, and both of them a lot of experience competing right here at the pier. And you know, both of them actually have been runner-up to the World Junior title. Matson to Lucas Vicente over in Taiwan a few years ago. Levi Slauson at his home break of Seaside, Kaipo.
Yeah, and both young surfers, 23-year-old Cade Matson out of San Clemente, and 22-year-old Levi Slauson representing Encinitas, California.
Levi's going to get a huge score.
He should.
Those 2 turns we just saw right there, there it is, Snowman.
Snowman. 8s or lates, there you go. A flat 8 for Levi Slauson and a tremendous start, Mitch.
Yeah, and he dropped an 8:07 yesterday afternoon in the last heat of the day, so what a way to start things off. His last wave yesterday, excellent. His first wave this morning, already something excellent, Kaipo.
Oh, look at this peak. Who's got priority? Levi has priority, but anyone in position doesn't look like it. It's stacking out the back, ladies and gentlemen.
And these two guys are excellent going left, as we saw with Levi. He grew up at a left-hand reef break over at Seaside. And Cade Matson also has one of the most powerful backhands on the planet.
This is the 5.5, Mitch.
Yeah, so 2-turn combo. They really appreciate it. He barely rode out of the last one, too, so well rewarded for the execution right there.
Here's the 8, Brett.
Vertical right there. And this is what I'm saying by the left's looking taller. Huge finish. So the 2-turn 8, it's kind of tried and true out here. And if you can combo them together with speed and flow, you're going to get a massively rewarded.
And this was a 3.5 that we're watching on the replay.
Yeah, unfortunately, just catches a rail right there at the end. So that's really 2 waves where he caught the rail. The first one he did complete it, the second one he didn't. But, you know, momentarily in the lead. But Slauson, what a way to start the heat, Kaipa, with priority recovered right here as well. He's been lights out all event long, and somebody who actually served to be in the top 20 last year. Remember in Saquarema, did not have a chance to qualify for the championship tour, but because of his result over there at the last Challenger Series, finished number 19 in the rankings. So he's actually one of the last people to requalify automatically through the CS.
Yeah, that's right. So at the end of the Challenger season, there's 7 events. You take your top 5 results. We take the top 10 on the rankings after that final event. They move on to the championship tour. 11 through 20 will get an invite into the 26 Challenger Series. So those 11 through 20 ranked surfers will not have to surf through those regional QS events. So it's an easier path back to the Challenger Series.
I kind of think what Cade's been going through too, obviously having a taste at the World Tour, it jades you a little bit where you you know how good it is there.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get, it can be, and it seems like it's hard to get back there because your mind can get warped a little bit. So it takes a whole new outlook. You got to kind of refine everything. And I think, you know, coming off a result in Bolito, he's in the quarterfinals here. He's done something. And he had, I don't know if you guys are probably in the booth, but his first heat, he had a 4.49 and a 1.9.
Oh, dude, yeah, we watched
and he got
it.
through
Yeah.
versus like Jackson and Jet. And those are the type of heats. I texted him, I said, dude, don't look back, just look forward. Take that and go. Don't think, oh, I can't believe I got through this thing, or hum and ha about it. Those are the ones that can lift you. You're in the finals day. You can win the contest.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, hopefully the mindset's there. Obviously, Levi just started with the 8, which kind of could throw you for a little loop. But
Yeah. But, you know, yeah, take them when you can, right? And move on. Take another look here at the 8-point ride, Mitch.
Yeah, and just as we said, a little bit taller of a wave, but his timing has just been superb so far throughout this event, especially going up at Seaside. See the line he drew with that bottom turn right there? It's so drawn out, so elongated, and once he reaches the lip line, he makes sure to stay drawn out on the bottom part of the board and really low and compact.
couldn't time it any better.
No.
Surfed that wave, you know, perfect. Off the bottom on the first turn was just nice and squared up. So he gets, Cade kind of baits him in. This thing's kind of growing down the line. Nice little fin ditch right there. It's a chunky one, and it kind of, yeah.
Called it. The chunk got him.
Get a pressure by Cato, though, to force him to go on that one. Use priority.
He'll still take the lead. So Levi will still take the lead and put Cade in the back seat. He just placed him there. Cade does take priority with plenty of time on the clock, too.
Sometimes you can chip in, Mitchie, you know, like sometimes you can chip into those ones that are in the rip, and then they go like low road clean.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he was thinking. And in that position, he couldn't let Cade go. You
Right.
know, it was one of those, I can't let him. I'm in, you know, I got the jump right now. I can't let him get back in this. And it didn't pan out there, but I think the thought process was correct.
But those are the ones, though. Those are the ones I actually like. One of the first rules of coaching is that you want to be in the clean water out there. But a lot of times that's negated when you see those ribs, you get into it early, and all of a sudden those double ups turn into the best lines out there. It could have had potential for that one. It didn't pan out, as you said. But now priority in the court of Cade Matson at the moment with priority, 518. Doors open, Kipes.
We always love a Hiroto Ohara interview. So let's get one right now. Hiroto's with Rosie.
What an amazing finals day. The only former winner of the US Open left in the mix. Hiroto, it's been 10 years since that win. Any familiar feelings standing here on finals day, making it through the quarterfinals?
Just feeling amazing. I mean, it's been too long from the last win, and then there's no memory anymore. 10 years ago. I don't want to feel again, you know. I don't want to say like trying to get some cars or whatever, you know. I feel like I'm a new person, you know. I have kids, I have amazing wife, and then yeah, I mean just wave by wave, and then you know everyone get a good score, but in us heat we kind of struggled to get a score, and then I kind of knew it's gonna be hard, so I was just trying to get a 5 and a 6 in, and that was my goal, and then stuck to get it.
And just looking at this crowd, it's making me happy to feel all the support, to feel these good vibes coming your way. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is HB, this is California, but you know, there's so many Japanese flag, and then I feel like this is Japan, and then so many Japanese here to supporting me, and there's of course maybe there's so many fans on this screen, so I'm very grateful and thanks for everyone, and then I just want to show, and then I just want to show my surfing, and then hopefully get through the final.
Hiroto, all the best in that semi-final. His surfing has been magic, you guys.
Yeah, sure has. And another magician's out in the water right now. I'm talking about Levi Slauson. And during that interview, Levi went to town on a right-hander, Mitch.
Yeah, this could potentially be another excellent score for him. He's converted so far with priority on 2 of his 3 tries. Here goes Keita with the answer.
Kate trying to answer back. Matson fades the bottom turn. Nice fin release snap there. Looks for the finish.
Oh, yeah.
And gets through the finish. So nice answer back by Cade Matson on the volley, Brett.
Yeah, that was catching the tail end of Levi's. That was the great 3-turn combination. He even gave it the, you know, kind of lean back arms claim. And here it is. I think picked a nice wave, good patience, cracks it right there, perfect timing, draws it again, gets a little more fin kick, and then straight into the third. And right there, it looked like he almost casually locked the knees up a little bit and almost folded it, but pulled it off. That's going to definitely be a keeper. And then Cade looked good right here. I like a couple bigger turns. Nice elongated swoop. Has to hold it a little flatter, I would say.
Yep.
Had to really time it. And then that one, though, too. So, you know, he's going to be still chasing a monstrous score.
If there's one thing Cade has, though, in the advantage out of these 2 out in the water, it's definitely the power aspect.
Yeah.
And just pushing through that last section, you know, with that rip coming towards you, especially with that south coming in, it is so hard to be able to ride out of it cleanly, and he's done it so far.
It is
on a
kind
few
of
those
a
waves.
David Goliath story on size and stature in this heat, but I always try to say, like, precision is power.
Yeah.
And if your timing's on, you're throwing spray, you're going fast, you can't not reward it. You know, size can help a little bit, but yeah, surfing's a different beast in that aspect.
Well, there you go. Last score for Levi Slauson on the right, a 7.33. Last score for Cade Matson, a 5.8 situation. Levi in the lead, and Cade needs a giant number if he wants to do it on one wave, a 9.53.
Yeah, that would have to be the best of the event so far, and it seems like we got a looker right here. Slauson going to use priority kipes.
He's going to go to the sky.
Looking for a ramp. Levi Slauson pops it up and barely unable to put it down.
Good pressure by Matson to force, because that wasn't a wave that Cade was probably going to be able to convert on personally. Just looking at it, how drawn out it was, how fast it was down the line. It's a really good momentum builder for him right here. In a mini combination, I know he only needs a single score, but you're definitely not getting the 9.5 out there right now. You got to be looking for 2 different waves.
Yeah, plenty of time. You got half the heat. You know, you need upwards 15 points. I mean, yeah, Levi was similar situation. I can't let him go on this closeout and launch a huge air and then momentum swings, you know. So I think it was a good call. We'll see how the rest of it pans out. Obviously, looks like we got some corduroys stacking.
Wow, a lot of swell here on Super Sunday.
How's this left? Can he get 2 off?
Or even 1, but just make it a major one.
Yeah.
Takes a look down the line. Cade Matson with priority. Decides not to go on the first one. There's more opportunity behind. Looks like a 4-wave set.
This is the wave right here.
Is he looking right? Or looking left?
Yeah, looking left. Got clean face.
Decides not to go on wave number 2. We got a 3rd wave and potentially a 4th wave in the set.
Sometimes out here, too, if you hesitate too long, you're talking like, I mean, anywhere in the world, but 5 feet's the difference of getting 1 or 2 turns.
Yeah.
And when you're kind of looking at it coming down the line, it's almost a little too late. You got to be almost attacking where you want to be taken off. And he's kind of, the wave's not going to always perfectly come right to you. So it's one of those things you definitely want to, you want to take off at that perfect spot. And it's not always easy, for sure, but you don't want to stare at it for too long.
Yeah, the 4 Ps. Paddle, pick, position, perform.
Yep.
And that wave just goes through. That set rolls through. Cade Matson will hang on to priority. Levi Slauson will hang on to the lead. We're going to head to a quick break. We'll be back with more action from Huntington Beach Finals Day at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Quarterfinal. Number 4 out in the water for the men. Cade Matson trailing Levi Slauson. Cade needing a 9.53, but this just happened, Mitch.
Yeah, and the big boy out there looking left and seems to be a goodie. First turn in the pocket, really nice and tight. Deep bottom turn for the second one. And see, that's the power aspect I'm talking about. His strength pushes through the lip line.
We got another angle of this for you, Brett.
Yeah, this is nice. It had a lot of rib on it, but right there gets a little release too, holds it off the bottom, bang, gets the tail kick, late drop. They always love that out here. That's we got a heat on our hands.
We do have a heat on our hands, and that board looks good. That good-looking board, there's one craftsman that makes it. We're talking about Matt Biolas from Mayhem and Lost, and it looks like AJ McCord found Matt up in the Bonzoy athlete zone.
I have Kaipo. Matt, just talk us through that last wave from Cade and what you saw.
Well, he was definitely behind the 8-ball. I think he needed almost a 10, but you know, 2 big backside blasts is really close to the wave of his competitor, and yeah, he got almost an 8, I think. So he's in the game now. He just needs to do that again.
You already have 3 surfers in the semifinals here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Cade would be your 4th. Tell me a little bit about the relationship you've developed with your athletes. We know about it on the CT, but here on the Challenger, you're having a lot of surfers come up and showcase some of these boards.
Yeah, with the Challenger level right now, it's a lot of surfers that we work with. We've been with them a long time. Cade, since he was probably 11 years old or something, down at Trestles, and Sawyer her entire life. You know, she just made the semis. Emrod, we've probably been working with about 10 years now, and then I literally met the little Annette girl 3 days ago at our shop in San Clemente. We introduced to her through our crew in Europe, the Pukas family in the Basque Country.
It's so fun for you as a shaper, I have to imagine, to get a chance to see your boards in action here down at the US Open. Huntington Beach is one of those spots that's just iconic for surfing. Describe what it feels like to be down here.
Well, for me, I mean, I'm not a Huntington guy. We live in San Clemente, but Huntington's been a huge influence and a big part of my surfing life. I was here at the 1982 OP Pro. I was on the beach with the masses, a sunburnt little awkward 13-year-old kid watching Shane Horan rip it up and win that first one, and I just kind of decided that week, like, this is what I want to do with my life. I'm not going to be a pro surfer, but I want to be a part of this culture. This is for me.
And you absolutely have been. Speaking of which, congrats on the Shapers ranking. It's just so fun to see you down here, and enjoy your surfers in the next ones.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yeah, that's right. Matt Biolas, 3 years in a row winning the Vista CT Shapers rankings yet again. And that 82 OP Pro, Shane Horan, that was a memory right there. Shane Horan won that final with a super innovative move for the time, a backside 360.
I know, I've heard, that's a shot heard around the world.
Everyone
I guess
was
there
like,
was one in the newspaper, upside down 360.
People were like,
they didn't know what.
We see backflips today these days, right?
Oh, we're numb to it.
Yeah.
Guy does like a 6-foot full rotator. You're like, I don't know. He didn't really like grab there, or like he wasn't upside down. Oh, he did a double grab.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, we saw a tail high air reverse get a 6.6 on it just in this competition, Mitch.
Yeah, and you know, looking at the 7.7 right here, it's a sport of appreciation, and I feel like you can really relate to that, Brett. I mean, especially in a sport where you lose way more than you actually win, too.
Yeah, well, there's in a venue like this, anywhere now with the progression, there's a couple ways, and I think the fans and we all have to understand, like, there's a few ways to kind of slice it, you know, and how to get scores, and especially go up in the excellent range. And I will say, I think the judges do a good job at being ultra critical on airs, like, you know, in early 2000s, you did an air reverse, you're like getting 6+.
Yeah.
Where now it's like, it's got to be proper to get a 6+, you know? So I think they've done a great job there, but then the power and precision still is like a key facet to our sport. And with the style, you know, and that all matters packaged in.
Sawyer Lindblad walking out.
Switch boards, by the way, too. She was riding the driver 3.0, a round tail earlier this morning. She went back to the board she was riding yesterday. That's a sub driver 2.0.
Yeah, so that'll be semifinal number 1 for the women. Sawyer Lindblad coming up against Brisa Hennessy after the conclusion of this heat. Right now, Cade Matson needing a 7.64 to take the lead and a spot in the men's semifinal off of Levi Slauson. Slauson with heat control. He's got the lead and he's got priority.
Yeah, decision time right here. 6 minutes. Cade's looking at something, but might just be more of a keep Levi honest. But he's going to do his best. This is kind of what we saw last heat, you know, needing a upper 7. And Levi's worked a lot. You know, I think over the past week or past few months, he's worked a lot with Galley. And, you know, these two kids have surfed out here their whole lives. Their whole lives coming through amateurs, USA Primes, NSSAs, even WSAs, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks for quarterfinal number 4. We asked the people, we asked the fans, and the fans have picked Cade Matson over Levi Slauson. 59% versus 41%. Hey, you all watching. It's finals day. Go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the heat, pick who you think's going to win, and we'll add all of that data up and present it to you with the Pacifico fans picks.
Hey, Brett, your generation, Tanner, you were big inspirations to me. The state of U.S. surfing now seems to really have come full circle. About a decade and a half ago, you were the guys. You see 2 American surfers out there right now. What do you see about it right now?
I feel like this current crop has been amazing, you know, coming from the likes of Kalohe and then on to the Colapinto bros, Cade, obviously Pat, Tanner, Dane, myself, Reynolds,
Nate
that
Curran.
whole crew was a little bit before, you know, but it's an honor to see these guys carrying on the flag, and they're a big part of like our next generation crop, you know, and I think they do a great job at giving back, and I know all the kids around town, these guys are, you know, some of their favorites. So I remember watching these days when I was like 12, and I'm sure a lot of the Groms are tuned in or down here right now. And yeah, these are career-defining moments, and we got a little wave right here. What's the decision? Cade looks like he's going to let him roll. It's kind of a straight-hander. He flies around it.
Oh,
surfed it really well.
Whoa, stared down the judges too. 7.64, however, it'd be hard to get that number out of that wave. I feel your opinion, Brett.
Yeah, the start, you know, anytime you start with kind of like a foam climb tap, I thought he was going to be too deep, so he did really well. Let's see it right here. Mid-face, kind of jumps it, comes around the corner, little almost outside rail catch, and then bashes it right there. So it's definitely, I think, his second best score, but is it the 7.6?
Probably
I'm not seeing it.
But, I mean, dude, that's a guy that's 6'3", more than 200 pounds, and as Brett said, not many people would have been able to make that first section.
Mere mortals, it's a closeout.
Yeah.
That was a closeout, and he turned it into a 6.5.
Yeah, so 6.5 comes in. Not enough for Cade Matson. He'll still be chasing that 7.64 under the priority of Levi Slauson.
So one bullet dodge for Levi. He's going, phew,
yeah.
He ripped it and got a 6.5. So what do you think, Mitch?
Well, look at the comeback, though. We were talking about him not even getting into the heat up until the last 2 waves that he's had. Now he has more than 14 points. We kind of set the mark today, 12, 13. You're doing really well. Both of these guys have more than 14 points at the moment, Skypes.
Yeah, there you go. There's the entire heat displayed in front of you. All the waves written as well as the scores highlighted are the top 2 scores for each of the surfers.
The momentum's definitely flipped. Yep. I feel like Cade's got nice momentum right now. Time obviously isn't on his side and priority, but surfing-wise, and now you know, it feels like Levi's trying to manage it a little bit, and the decision-making's getting a little more foggy. But you got 2 minutes on the clock, so we'll see. 7.64. It's I feel like it's going to be one big maneuver on a right, or it's going to have to find another one of those left 2-turn combinations.
And same thing for Levi. I'm not going on anything that doesn't have the potential to improve on my 7, or something that I don't see that doesn't have the potential
He's
for
got
the
to, yeah,
7.64.
exactly. He's got to go like, it's an instinct, right? You look at it, Cade's making a movement, and you're going, gosh, he could get a 7+ on this. I got to go.
And it's an ego check too, Brett. You know, you got to leave your ego out of it. Just make sure you're competing, making the heat. And as you told Cato a few days ago, these are the heats right here. Look forward and not back.
Yeah. Your ego's not your amigo. Sometimes you got to push it aside.
Great heat, though. Big comeback for Cade. Even if he bows out, I mean, he proved a lot right here that he's capable of getting scores under priority in the back end of the heat, too. Once again, though, the timing is lost, and as you pointed out, his bottom turn's just looking so sharp and precise.
And Cade will, you know, he's going to chip away at the rankings. Coming off of a 9th place in Bolito, he did one better here in Huntington Beach. He'll have an equal 5th, so he's chipping away at it. He's right in the realm.
He'll
you know?
probably be pretty high in the current rankings with the consistency.
Yeah.
It is really nice. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Last year we had 3 winners not qualify.
Yeah.
So consistency still really does matter here. Cracking a win, obviously, should get you over the top. But I think if you get a win early and you're off the gas a little, that's a bad sign. So.
Yeah, we saw that with Mikey McDonough and Jordy Lawler last year, both with wins but not qualifying. There was the block right there. That's a standard play.
And still really cool move if he pulls it.
Yeah.
And the block was enough to eat up the clock. No more opportunity for Cade Matson, and he's going to exit with the equal 5th. Meanwhile, Levi Slauson will be meeting Hiroto Ohara in the men's semifinal number 2. There are the numbers there. 8-point ride for Levi was really what set the pace at the beginning of the heat. Right first wave went excellent. Slauson into the semifinals. And it's always good talking to you, Mitchell. We'll see you for the semifinals. Thank you for stopping in, Brett.
Thank you, guys.
This was great. And thank you guys for watching. Stick around. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back with the women's semifinal. Number 1 will be in the water. Meanwhile, Levi Slauson, he's into the semifinals as well.
Further proof that Encinitas is the breeding ground of rippers. There's Levi Slauson there coming in after taking out a hard-charging Cade Matson. fun little rivalry developing between Encinitas and San Clemente. We see that shake out in a lot of events, and this one goes to this kid right here, Levi Slauson, a convincing victory. 15.33 heat total there. He is on to the semifinals, his best result here in Huntington Beach. Our semifinals are stacked for the men, and check this out. We've got a great matchup in the water. Semifinal heat number 1, Brisa Hennessy versus Sawyer Lindblad. Chris Cote here with Rosie Hodge and Tanner Gadauskas. This one has huge ramifications all over it. Both these surfers, the championship tour experience, both of them fighting with everything they got to build momentum going in to the 2026 CT season. Chris, Rosie, Tanner, so far so good on finals day. We've seen 9 5s, big airs, big upsets. This is a roller coaster ride. I don't have a seat belt. I'm kind of scared. I need something to tie me to this chair.
I agree. It's been an amazing day so far. We've got, 2 former winners that are still in the mix, and Sawyer Lindblad as well as Hiroto Hara on the men's side. So this has been fun. This one, goofy versus natural. I'm sandwiched in between 2 screwfoots, so we'll see who comes out on top.
And Sawyer, we've seen both of these surfers in their quarterfinal matchups, but it's great to see them again. They've already got the rhythm going, and Sawyer, for sure, we're going to remember those big turns she was doing on those sections in her first heat. And I chatted with her dad just before coming into the booth here, and he said Sawyer is super, super excited today. He said she feels like she's in a really good spot, and he was saying when she feels that way, really good things start happening.
So you see the stat right there. It's her first Challenger Series semifinals appearance here for 2025. Of course, seemed like she kind of made light work when she qualified for the championship tour. She made it look real easy. She got on there, had some ups and downs, but still ranked pretty high on the CT. And to have a surfer of her caliber on the Challenger Series, that just shows you the depth of field that we have in the draw here. It's been a long ride to the semifinals for both Sawyer and Brisa. Brisa Hennessy in her quarterfinal was looking so fast and so sharp. So this is going to be a nice, even matchup. Sawyer Lindblad starts with a 5.17 and a 2.67. Brisa with a 3.50. The waves are still pulsing. Slight uptick in the wind. The sun's also come out. This is going to be a classic Huntington Beach afternoon here at the U.S. Open. See Brisa Hennessy there representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica. And she is just the best ambassador for surfing, for Costa Rica, for a happy, healthy lifestyle. And here she is, looking like she's picking up right where she left off in the quarters.
And even upping the ante a notch, I'd have to say. That first turn was impressive as we watched Sawyer on her backhand here, Tanner.
Yes, so Sawyer has a 5.17 on the board and a 2.67 backup, and applying that pressure, I think we see her here on a little bit of a bigger left, and gosh, both surfers finding the rhythm. A little bit of a slow start, I'd say, but it doesn't mean it's not going to end in fireworks.
How did Sawyer develop that backhand snap that she has? She really opens up through the bottom turn, tightens back up, and then flares out when she hits the lip. Is that something that she was born with, or did she have to work on that turn? Because it really is something special.
Okay, so funny little tidbit on that. We called her Aki, had symptoms of Aki earlier. Her dad's name is Mark, but in San Clemente, everybody legitimately calls him Maki because he has a throwback style that looks very similar to Mark Akalupo's, which is, it's a lead foot approach, opening up the arms as well, and it's funny. So maybe from a DNA standpoint, Sawyer is predisposed to having really great style surfing as a goofy foot. But, I find for both of these surfers, Chris, you mentioned it a little bit, Sawyer had fireworks on her rookie year and fell into a little bit of what she was calling the sophomore blues. And we worked on that at lowers with the perception of being the plight of the re-qualifying surfer. And you have to create your own energy to get yourself back up on tour. And it's so great to see both Brisa and Sawyer in the semis, because no matter who comes out of this heat, we're talking about a finalist. And at the end of the day, being in the finals in these major events, whether it's on tour or the Challenger Series, it brings you so much confidence, and it can reignite that spark that both of these surfers have had.
Yeah, I think momentum is a word in surfing that has such meaning. When you can get on a roll, that can go, of course, from heat to heat, but also event to event. Knowing that you have the power and the belief in yourself that you can win these massive contests. I feel like confidence is also just such a key factor, going out like thinking, knowing, I can win this heat. 22 minutes left here, Sawyer Lindblad in the lead for now. Brisa Hennessy just needs a 4.35. So as we wait for these two surfers to find their next wave, let's go down to the glass. One of the best to come out of Encinitas, Levi Slauson is standing by with AJ McCord.
Levi, we were just reminiscing about all the times you and Cade have matched up throughout your surfing career. What does it feel like to be competing against him at this stage?
Yeah, oh my gosh, me and Cade have had so many heats with each other. It's actually funny, like, matching up with him here because it pretty much feels like as if we're in an NSSA or a USA Prime or something, but, you know, we're just adults now, and this is the biggest stage you can get at Huntington. But I knew, like, coming up against him, like, eventually he was going to drop one big number, and I knew I was going to need two big numbers to beat him. And at the end, I was pretty scared, but at the same time, trying to keep my composure. But, yeah, super fun heat with Cade. I'm just stoked to scrape it.
For as many times as you competed at Huntington, how did these waves compare, and how were you able to take advantage of them?
Yeah, I mean, it is pumping today. The last 2 days have been really good. Some of the best Huntington I've surfed in events, and it just seemed like right during that heat, it just smoothed out and the water cleaned up. There was a lot of rip currents coming through earlier today, and me and my coach, Chris Gallagher, just kind of identified, like, finding clean water and mostly trusting my instincts. I've surfed here so many times. It's California, and I'm just feeling great.
And I know you had a shout out for your friends getting married in Michigan yesterday, celebrated last night. What do you want to say to them today?
Yeah, I hope you guys are recovering from last night, but I miss you guys so much. Love you all, and just want to say thanks for everyone supporting me through this week and sending me kind messages. And yeah, just hope I can bring it home for you guys today.
Congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Levi Slauson is semifinalist here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Let's take a look at our Pacifico Finals Day bracket. Of course, you know there's going to be some of the biggest names in our sport on this list. Start off quarterfinal one, Mateus Hurdy defeating Dimitri Poulos. Mateus will be going up against Michael Rodriguez, who took out event favorite Kanoa Igarashi. Hiroto Ohara got through a super stylish Taro Watanabe. So Hiroto is going to be facing Levi Slauson. I love when surfers talk about their history with their competitors. Cade and Levi go way back, but at the end of that one, it was Levi Slauson on top. Here's a look at your US Open Pacifico Finals bracket for the women. Brisa Hennessy cutting a serpentine path all the way to the semifinals, where she's matched up against Sawyer Lindblad, Nadia Aristarabe, and Tia Zabrowski. Well, at the end of that one, the phenom Tia makes it through, along with another one of our new favorite surfers, Annette Gonzalez Echavarri. Our semifinals are set in under 45 minutes. Our finalists are going to be set. This is going to be a huge afternoon, and just like clockwork, sun is out, still glassy out in the lineup. Waves are pulsing through. The southwest swell came just at the right time. And while this has been a relatively slow start, we know what's about to happen. Things are going to go up to 11.
It totally is, and I think caliber of surfing in this heat, championship tour surfers, like we mentioned, just jumping on the Sawyer Lindblad conversation. One of the things as a rookie on tour, you're really cutting your teeth at locations that you've never really surfed before. And thinking of Sawyer, she came onto the tour when there was the introduction of Tahiti back on tour, pipelines on the schedule, and you know, there's always that question mark. You've grown up in Southern California, you surf lower trestles. How does that translate in heavy water waves? And I think my most impressive memories and moments with Sawyer, what she was able to do in Tahiti. Like, absolutely incredible. And then on top of that, to save her spot on tour, to make it all the way to the final in Margaret River, and really just like gut punch that season and save her spot on tour. Like, so impressed with every element that Sawyer is bringing to the mix. And same thing goes for Brisa. Like, her barrel riding on her backhand, just impeccable. And just the way that she carries herself and her character, and just both of these women, just strong characters on the women's tour.
So with the insight, because you've been able to be a part of their journey in both of the years, can you read a body language difference when they're on the highs versus the lows, and be able to see that a surfer Oh, hold on real quick here as Sawyer gets a really nice jump on that first turn, but comes unstuck there on the second. But Rosie, so I guess what I'm asking is when you talk about Sawyer, she was mentioning the sophomore blues, which is those electric performances she had, like you mentioned, Margaret's and Chopes, and then you get into a little bit of a slump. And it's interesting because you must be able to pick up on surfers as they're coming out of the water, not even necessarily how they're surfing.
Yes, definitely. And I think that's the hardest thing is when you're in that moment and just the perspective of like, hey, that was just a heat. Like that was just this blip on the radar of your surfing career. But it is so hard to manage those disappointing results. As we see Sawyer here, really loved that first turn. She's been so consistent on that second section that it was interesting to see her just get that little bit of a missed time. That was also a funky wave, the way that that left kind of converged on that section.
Score comes through for Sawyer, 3.03. Her completion rate going into that end section, pier bowl right coming at her has been pretty high. Unfortunately, she went down on that last attempt. But the previous wave, looking pretty good. 5.17, the high mark. Things have slowed down a little bit from the start. Feels like a little bit of a ghost in the machine. But the tide is going to start swinging pretty quickly here. We're looking at 11:54 Pacific Standard Time here in Huntington Beach.
But I do think, Tanner, back to your point, I mean, this tour moves so quickly, you really don't have time to mope. I mean, life is happening around you. There's things that are going on behind the scenes, and you have to hit the ground running every single time. So just to watch these ladies really navigate and find that balance in life has been truly impressive.
And what I love, too, when you see the World Tour surfers dropping back to the challenger level, it's getting you back in the dogfight. It's legitimately getting you on your toes. So you've been competing, let's say you have some highs and some lows. This right here, there's no time for the drama or trauma because you're dealing with people who are so hungry to get over the top of you. You have to be at your very best, which I think mentally can switch those gears for you where you're not overthinking things. You're just punching through the bag. And these two surfers are a great example of it. But also in the second semifinal, you have those younger competitors. We're seeing the hunger coming out of that bracket. So no matter what, this final is going to be that David Goliath story that we'll see.
And you're creating those neuro pathways for success. I mean, you can lean on all of those experiences to create those new little gears that you can get to as you go through the next contest. You're only as good as your next result, so getting to that next one and leaning on the experience of the previous one is so important, but realizing it's a fresh canvas.
Brisa mentioned in one of her post-heat interviews, actually, she was talking about diving back into the mental strategy and looking at those adversities, and I feel like when a surfer embraces that, embraces the unknown, puts the emphasis into the preparation for every event, now you're starting to create a deeper quiver of a mental arsenal to be able to handle the pressures that you come across through an entire event. Like, let's just go back to day one where we saw competitors paddling from the outside to the very shore break because there was no waves. Today, it's bombing, it's classic. So there's been so much change even over the course of just this one specific event. Imagine an entire year. You really do have to be mentally so strong.
We're inside of that 14-minute mark now, 13:48 to go. Sawyer Lindblad still in the lead. Not a lot of waves ridden yet, but we see a pulse coming through right now. Both surfers are in the zone. It's like potentially a 3 or 4 wave set. We're going to start with Sawyer Lindblad. Having to dig into that one. She was in second priority, so no switch there. Brisa Hennessy in red, Sawyer in blue. They're both kind of right in the middle of the contest area. And that's kind of the spot, I feel like, where you can almost give yourself 2 options, right? You can make a quick jump over to the pier bowl, get a left that has those rights coming at you. Sawyer has had success on earlier today. Still just a little bit of a confusion in this lineup right now. Both surfers are pretty far apart. They're on their own separate peaks. Who's going to strike next? It looks like Sawyer could be in position for this left-hander that kind of swings wide a little bit. What type of waves do you think Sawyer Lindblad's looking for? Because we've seen her go right and left. Her backhand is highly touted as one of the best in the business. So what do you think she's going through in her mind right now, going down to this area of this takeoff zone? What's she looking for over there?
Well, her dad was talking about, they were finding that there's one area on the beach that the the wedginess of the wave is almost too tight for Sawyer to feel comfortable opening up for the second hit. So that must be the pier bowl that they're assuming is that peak. So now we see her paddling further south, which could be really correct, actually. Like, the pier bowl creates that convergence energy with the current coming across it and the ripples off of the pylon. So maybe she's looking for a little bit more of an easier to read right on her back end.
Well, we'll see as she heads over towards Rob Machado Reef territory. We're inside of 12 minutes. That means we're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew bake, but we'll be back. Who's going to be our finalist? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. Huntington Beach is literally lighting up as we speak. Swell has filled in, the sun is out, and the beach is packed. Your Kraken conditions update. These are the numbers you want to see as you're packing your bags for your beach day. The swell's at 45 feet. The water temp 67, totally trunkable out there. The air temp 71. We know that's going to go up as we move into the afternoon, and the wind is light onshore, aka air wind. All those numbers right there equate to an epic Sunday in HB.
Finals day, and just even Mateus Hurdy saying before he paddled out for his quarterfinal, this wind came up a little bit, and just that mindset just changes, just recognizing how lofty you can get when the conditions are like this, Tanner. It's been really fun to see that wind has stayed so light throughout the week too.
Yeah, and kind of a hot take, but I feel like this is the perfect size for Huntington Beach, because when things start to get into that 6 to 8 foot realm, you're really having to interact with the pier bowl and the pylons. This has a more friendly face to it, but you can still open up and show your entire arsenal of maneuvers. Already we've had such great heats to watch, and hopefully this will start to heat up here into the back part.
Yeah, with numbers like 71 in the air and 67 in the water, we want to see numbers like 8, 9 come through on this score line to really even things up. Good signs of things to come right now. You see some bumps. You got Sawyer Lindblad on the left side of your screen right there, making her way to the southern edge of our contest area. A lot of people call that Rob Reef down there because Rob Machado used to always sit down in that spot and just find magical waves. He had a victory here in the a few years back as a youngster, also a pro junior title as well. I think he was going up against Kelly Slater in one of the most epic battles of best friends back in the day. pretty amazing to have a guy from Encinitas with a spot named after him here in Huntington Beach. That's unprecedented.
Yeah, so many historic moments. And just to note, Sawyer, when she had her success here, this was the peak that she really relied on for that win, as we see Brisa taking off here.
Brisa digs in. Sparky series of snaps right there and rides out into clean air. I like that. That's just textbook. Set up, snap, throw some spray, and then jam it in that oncoming section, and she's straight into the pier, so she'll be right back out into the takeoff zone. Her high mark so far is a 3.5. This is definitely going to eclipse that. This was solid surfing.
Yeah, and that high mark with the 3.5 was from that one maneuver that she did on her forehand. So 2 tidy backhand snaps right there. She's back in the picture as we see Sawyer. This is a good exchange, Tanner.
Finally, right? We were waiting. Like, these guys have had such a great run. We knew it was coming. Brisa, on her last ride, am I off by saying that could be a new board? I feel like in the first round, she had a blue spray, and this is now a green spray. So I would be curious what the shakeup was there. And yeah, we missed Sawyer's. We just saw her coming down, but that looked like a really great set wave.
Boom. Drop the hammer right there for Sawyer Lindblad. She had a 5.17 as her high mark. That was a pretty solid wave. There wasn't a lot of opportunity. The critical section kind of dissipated right when she stood up, but did well to ride out of that finishing turn. If anybody is out there has ever tussled with that pier bowl right, you know that is not an easy place to finish your wave. There's so much tumult. It's like a raging rapid coming at you, but she made it look clean there, so she will be rewarded. Score comes through for Brisa Hennessy, a 6-point ride. So she's starting to apply some pressure into the lead. Sawyer needs a 4.34, and this is how you get a 6 here at HB this afternoon.
Yeah, so tidy little hit on the first option. It does feel, though, like, you know, like Brisa's been sitting. She's been exercising so much patience. That wave felt like she just wanted to get it done. She wanted to finish on her feet, put a solid score on the board, and that's exactly what she has achieved. This next exchange is going to be really important as we see Brisa.
Great placement there. Steady on her feet as she rides out clean. Things are starting to amplify, just like we wanted to see. 4.5 minutes left. I think this one's going to be a sprint to the end. Still pretty even. Sawyer's last score comes to a 4.73. That puts her back into the lead. Now Brisa needs a 3.87, so we'll see what the judges give her on this wave. This is a pretty good turn.
It was a good turn, but I feel like the one she did previously on the right-hander was a lot sharper, a lot cleaner. So I think that 3.5 is going to stay steady in her scoreline.
Yeah, I agree, Rosie. It's funny because the heat totals are low, right? Like, this is one of the first heats we've seen with both surfers coming to the last 5 minutes, under 10 totals. However, I find it still very engaging to watch. They're still going to have a slug match here at the end because they're low scores. Brisa only needing a 3.87, and even if she doesn't get it on that last ride, it's not that she doesn't need that much of a ride to get that. So you see Sawyer starting to come at her. She's going to start to compete towards Brisa and try her best to take away as many opportunities as she can, while Brisa will be pushing her into any wave she can to flop that priority and turn things into her favor.
I do think these final 3.5 minutes are going to get scrappy. Like, I feel like they're really going to turn on their competitive hats. That priority is going to be something that Sawyer really wants to kind of hold over Brisa's head as we get into such a crucial point in the heat.
Look, you tell me we have a shot at a podium, and all you got to do is get a 3.87?
Yeah.
Like, it's dogfight.
Yeah.
We're going straight up bare knuckle.
Yeah, I was going to say put the boxing gloves on, but take them off, like you just said. Bare knuckle brawl to the end here. Inside of 3 minutes, that wave not going to do any favors for Sawyer Lindblad. Now priority is with Brisa Hennessy. Do you think that was a critical priority error?
I feel like...
Hard to say, right?
Well, no, it is.
It is.
Because, one, Sawyer didn't improve on her scoreline. And two, now with 2.5 minutes remaining, Brisa has the chance to strike. but then you got to make the decision to hold off your competitor. There's so many moving parts.
It's funny seeing this unfold because at lowers, I got inside of Sawyer's head, and she really likes to do her own thing. She likes to surf her own heats. She doesn't necessarily love doing the tactician stuff and competing at the other people in her heat. So right there, Brisa didn't really even have to apply that much pressure. Sawyer just said, okay, I'll hold you off, and I'll see if I can get a better ride, which she didn't. And now it swings that door where Brisa's like, oh, I have 2 minutes. I have a shot. All I need is a 3.8. It's a weird psychological twist.
I feel like both these surfers are kind of reluctant tacticians, right? They don't like to go get grindy with each other, but they will if they have to. So Brisa Hennessy, you see her closing the gap a little bit here towards Sawyer Lindblad, giving her just enough space to maybe let her think she's in a safe zone. But there you see the movement from your surfer in the red jersey with priority, heading down the beach, trying to keep her eyes closely on Sawyer Lindblad. Remember, if Sawyer takes off, Brisa can legally drop right in on her, shut her down because she has that priority. Priority mistakes can be easily forgotten if you win the heat. But if you lose the heat, that's the moment you're going to remember. Minute left. Here goes Sawyer. Comes around this bowly section, slams it. Full force. Frontside snap there from Sawyer Lindblad. Her low score right now is a 4.70. We'll see what that wave does. Now we have 48 seconds. Here's Brisa Hennessy looking for a 3.87. Drives into a layback snap, but goes down.
Oh my goodness.
Now she's got to be wondering if she made the right decision to go on that wave. It looked pretty shouldery from the start. She had a good section to work with, but it looked like it literally died the second she made contact with that little piece of foam.
It is. I mean, as soon as you see a smaller score requirement, it almost handbrakes you. Like, I feel like she was surfing for a 3.87. She wasn't surfing for a big score, and that almost pulled her potential out from under her.
Oh, I agree with that so much. And then, like, at what point do you just stop looking for the best wave you can and just ride anything you can? Which she made that call at 30 seconds. Was there opportunity outside of that? We'll never know.
Well, Sawyer Lindblad, one step closer to being an elite company, along with Kanoa Igarashi, Brett Simpson. She could potentially be a two-time winner here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. But we have to see who Sawyer will be going up against. So congratulations, Sawyer Lindblad. You are a finalist here at the US Open. She's going to be watching closely because coming up next, Tia Zabrowski, Annette Gonzalez, Echabar. We're talking two phenoms in the semifinals. So we're going to take a quick break, but please fasten your seatbelts. This next heat is going to be amazing. We'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Pogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City, USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Congratulations to San Clemente's Sawyer Lindblad, a finalist here at the 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing. Came through against a ripping Brisa Hennessy. So Brisa, solid finish as well here on the Challenger Series. Just adding to her impressive resume. But look at the fan support for Sawyer Lindblad, literally from, well, either 20 minutes or 2 hours down the road, depending on what time you start your drive from Huntington Beach. But San Clemente is in the house in a big way, and check this out. The future of female surfing will be on display for 27 minutes. I'm calling this semifinal matchup Alien versus Predator. Tia Zabrowski is from another planet. I don't think we've seen a 14-year-old like this ever. She is highly touted as a future champion already. And Annette Gonzalez-Echebarri is an absolute predator. She's been sharking through this field, coming through tough heats, and showing the world that not only does she have the power, but she's also got one of the cleanest styles of any surfer in the Challenger Series. And she knows exactly what it takes to make it through these big heats. So Annette Gonzalez-Echebarri has been providing some serious highlight reels, but she is definitely going to have her hands full because everybody has been watching Tia Zabrowski, who is just an absolute force of nature.
She's incredible. I mean, 14, so mature. But in recent history with these two women, they were in the round of 16 together. It was Annette that got that heat win. Tia obviously got the second place position. So there's that little edge that Annette can bring in with that bit of confidence.
When we think of the lineage of the US Open on the female side, there's a lot of those stories where young competitors come up through this platform. You think about Malia Manuel, Sage Erickson. There's been a history of the females winning at young ages. So right here, 14, that's out of control. That's really hard to process how incredible she is as a surfer. But maybe there's something to the US Open where this is going to put her on that bigger stage and consolidate how good she is.
Well, is 14 the lucky number? Because isn't that how old Malia was when she won here?
She was, and maybe that speaks to the stamina that you need at an event like the US Open. As we watch this wave just get annihilated by Annette. She's been very consistent in landing her maneuvers, staying on her feet. But I do think, you know, the stamina of these younger competitors, the hunger, like all of that, and really performing under pressure so well.
You know what I love about Annette? When I think about it, we've watched her this whole contest. She's Spitfire. She's so fun to watch, and even in her interviews, she's like this little concentrated form of a very frothy surfer. She has an energy about her where you know her hunger, especially going against a younger competitor in Tia. She's gonna want this heat very, very badly.
And I think the US Open is a place where you can really put your name on the map. We're talking about name recognition that helps with sponsorship. You know, it helps with striking fear into the rest of your competitors. When they hear how good you did in HB, that can rattle them. And for Annette Gonzalez-Echebarri, she's been competing here with her sister, Janire, and they have been two of the stars of this event. Coming from the Basque region, you know, they are just another step in the lineage from that Basque area that has provided us with so many talented surfers. As we look back now, here is Annette Gonzalez-Echebarri's first wave. This came through at a 5.33, so the only score of note so far comes from our surfer in blue, AGE.
Okay, I'm so glad. I was like, whoa, she even got a switch. She's like, this woman's unbelievable.
That truly was unbelievable. Yes, that was an older replay from Sawyer. But nonetheless, Annette, that's a good score. Hey, 5.33, you never know. That last heat was a little bit of a slow one. So what she did great is she stayed on her board. And so she doesn't have to go back and think about what that wave could or could not have been. She's going to move forward and look to just continue to build.
Not to dip too far into the superlatives, but I feel like this is a heat we're going to be talking about for a long time. Oh. So Annette goes down right there, but 3, 4, 5 years from now, when we see these two surfers in the finals at Bells or, you know, in the finals in Tahiti, we're going to be saying, remember when they matched up at the U.S. Open when they were both just teenagers? Well, that's where we saw this rivalry develop, and these two surfers are going to be going head-to-head for a long time.
Well, this is the portal into the future, because you mentioned Malia, you mentioned Courtney, you mentioned Lakey, Sage, all of these women that won it at a young age, Sally Fitzgibbons. I mean, look at the trajectory of their careers.
Yes.
It really just gives you, you know, you're like, that's it. This is the future of women surfing. These women are going to be on the championship tour, and they're going to succeed.
Yeah, we talk about the U.S. Open title as being a incredible accolade for any surfers. We see Tia now. Quick snap, only one turn available there. Saw Courtney Conlog last night at the Snapped 5 premiere, introduced her to my girlfriend as U.S. Open champion, Courtney Conlog, and it's just, you know, like, she's done so much else in the world of surfing, but that just has a really nice ring to it when you introduce someone as a U.S. Open champion. And we could very well be introducing one of these two young women as that by the end of today. Look at this form here. Even though it's just one turn, you can see all the fundamentals, just so pure, so perfect for Tia Zebrowski. So as that score comes to it, a 4-3-3. Surfers making their way back out into the lineup. Sawyer Lindblad is a past champion here at the U.S. Open for a reason, and she just showed us why. She's on the glass with AJ McCord.
Chris, you talk about how nice of a ring it is to be the U.S. Open champ. Well, somebody is trying to make it two-time U.S. Open champ. Sawyer, that heat turned so grindy. How did you find your points of difference?
Yeah, I saw so many good waves in the heat before, so I think I had really high expectations, and then I went out there and there was like no waves at all. It got like really, really hard at the end, and when I lost priority, I was like, okay, well, it's out of my control. All I can do is like go down the beach and try and better my score, and it ended up working out for me, so really happy.
You've had Taj in your corner throughout the event as you get ready for this final round here at Huntington Beach. What do you think is the thing the two of you are going to debrief on?
I think we're just gonna keep watching the waves and see where the best peak is. It's kind of like all over the place right now, so honestly, he doesn't tell me much. He just tells me to have fun and helps me pick which board to ride.
Which, you know, that's a very big thing. So congratulations, we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Only a sibling knows the feeling. She's going like, yeah, he's helping me, but not that much. I'm the one out there doing it. No, but that support obviously is giving her a lot of positive energy. Sawyer Lindblad, a finalist here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. And doors still open for both of these surfers in the lineup right now. Tia Zebrowski with a 4.33 and a 2.5. Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri with a 5.33 and a 1. And some sets are rolling through now. Who's in the spot? It's going to be Tia Zebrowski. And here we go. Comes around this meaty section, straight up into it. Could you feel the beach shake when she hammered that one? That was pure power surfing.
That was it. I mean, when you talk about what kind of wave you're looking for out here at Huntington today, that one-turn option is definitely something that Tia's kind of identified, and she's had a couple bites at that apple. But that was the way that you hammer a section when it is only one option.
And the ins and outs of this. So she takes off, executes a beautiful one hit out the back, and just kicks out right back out the back. So she can build very, very quickly utilizing a wave like that.
You know what's wild, too, is I kind of see Tia Zebrowski, just for me personally, as kind of this strange Rick Kane type of story. First time I ever saw her surf was in a wave pool. She was blasting huge airs. I'm thinking, wow, this kid's really good at airs in a wave pool. And then I see her in a heat. I see some footage of her on Instagram and going, okay, what are we talking about here? An absolute phenom. And she's waiting for the score now. What are the judges looking for? It's all listed out right here. The judges put this out at the beginning of every year. The surfers have probably read these words 1,000 times already. They probably hear these words in their sleep. Major combos with speed, power, and flow. Variety, creativity, precision, big airs. I mean, that is as clear as day. Big airs will get you a high score. High-risk maneuvers, of course, and massive single maneuvers. So remember that last one, and recall what Tia Zebrowski just did. To me, that was a massive single maneuver, and the judges rewarded her for that, a 5.73.
Hallmark of the heat, the 5.73 right there. And when you're looking at all those bullet points of what's on offer for today, obviously the single maneuver, but the creativity, the precision, that's that word that really stood out to me there. And I like give that label to Tia. That's like, and Annette. They've both been the women that have that precision, and I think the body composure too, Tanner. Like to get up and over your stringer in such a short space of time is showing the pop that they have.
Totally, and we talked about that with the current running up the face of these rights. The precision comes into game because it's your timing. It's lickety split. You know, you have to be. If you're not thinking ahead into your next turn, then you might be stalled out, and you might look a little clunky. Both of these girls throughout this event have utilized that to their advantage. And you can tell they've been rewarded throughout this contest. But Tia, for sure, has that whip, that hammer, that one turn in her quiver on the forehand that it's so strong, and it's undeniable.
These two surfers have proven that they're incredibly smart in their heats as well. Haven't seen a lot of mistakes from either one of them, and that goes for priority, that goes for wave selection. I mean, most 14-year-olds, if they're out in this lineup right now and even a little ripple comes at them, they're turning and going no matter what. But both these surfers have been real selective. You can tell they've been scanning the lineup. They're not letting these kind of bad waves tempt them in. Right now you have Annette in priority. She's looking for a 4.74. She's already packed a 5.33 in her score lane, so that's a great start. And 16 and a half minutes to go. I mean, this still is anyone's heat right now.
And it's been fun watching the progression of the day, because when we started the morning, the quarterfinals, there were 5 Europeans left in the draw. And looking now, you've got 2 of them in the semifinals. And I really do think that that comes from the fact that it's such a highly competitive region, but you also have so many events, Tanner. So like you are really just every single weekend, every week you're going to a different region in Europe and competing. And that just is, if this is the career path that you're on, it's just such a positive attribute to be doing those reps.
It was funny. It's funny you bring that up, because I was thinking as well, Annette talked about the European force, the young crew coming out of that region. And here they are matched up, the last 2 remaining in this contest with a shot at the finals. This essentially is our European final to make the final. There must be some kind of a dynamic with how much these 2 have competed against each other, that it is dog-eat-dog, it is personal. They want to take it home and say, hey, no, I beat Tia to make the US Open final. That will be a memory. Or for Tia, hey, I got over the top of Annette, and now I'm into the finals. So that's what makes the dynamics within every single bracket so fun to watch.
And even for Annette, I mean, as we watch her on this wave, just so beautiful to see her linkage through those maneuvers and keeping that speed through the rail form. And you'd have to say, Tia, she's got a lot of hype behind her. Like, we know her. We've seen her in the wave pools. We know what she's capable of. She's had the big results on the Challenger Series this year, where Annette, this is her breakthrough result on the Challenger Series. So she's got that underdog feeling.
Glad you mentioned that, because if you look at the standings, I had to go down to the 3rd page to find Annette. Currently ranked, well, coming into this event, she's ranked 42nd. She just took, you know, like chutes and ladders. She landed on that special square. She's going to be way up the rankings after this result. But Tia, she's sitting at 5th place coming into the US Open. She got a 3rd in Newcastle, a 5th in Bledo at 14 years old. That's why I said this is Alien versus Predator, because, again, she is from a different planet. I don't know what laboratory she was created in, but I want a piece of it, because she has the makings of a really special surfer and definitely a future champion.
Well, think about, because we saw a little clip of her pre-heat crew that surrounded her. She literally had Joan Deroux to her right, and even further right there, Jeremy Flores. Jeremy speaking about her the other day, saying, she's a diamond. We just have to polish that up. Could you imagine being able to tap both of their insights and then add on Pauline Adu? You basically, for her, you have natural talent, and now you have such good mentorship. And you're creating that bubble, that insulation that will allow her to be her very best for the longest through her entire career arc.
Yeah, I mean, and to be that highly ranked this early in the year, and to right now she's going to be adding another incredible result in the first 3 events. I mean, for all intents and purposes, she might be able to take the second half of the year off of the Challenger Series. She's not going to, but don't be surprised if you see Tia Zebrowski at the very top of the field at the end of the Challenger Series for 2025, as we see our men's semifinalists getting ready to hit the lineup. You got Mateus Herdy going up against his bro, Michael Rodriguez. These guys are sharing a coach. They're probably roommates, and Surprise, surprise. That's what always happens between friends who compete in this event. And what do you do as a coach when both of your surfers are out there? Do you just leave? You just go home and take a break?
Well, you know the formula you have is definitely working.
Yeah, the coach is probably going to be busy after this.
Wow.
12 minutes, 50 seconds left. Tia Zebrowski in the lead for now and sitting with priority. Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri just dropped a 3.33, which is a pretty good number for a kind of a small wave that didn't look meaningful at all, but not quite enough to get into the lead.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think those tapered sections just aren't doing you any favors today when there are those bigger, critical, more dense ones to attack.
Well, all eyes will be on Tahiti in just a few days, and right now all eyes are on Tia Zebrowski representing France by way of Tahiti, and we have a superstar from French Polynesia on the sand now. Callie Voss is with AJ McCord.
A superstar who is stressing a little bit here. Callie Voss watching Tia in the water. And you got a little bit of nerves watching your fellow countrywoman in the water. Just tell me a little bit about Tia and what makes her so special.
Yeah, a little bit of nerve because we've been doing the preparation since like a week before the contest, surfing. She's actually surfing right now, and now the waves is really bad. But no, yeah, and she's special because she's only 14 and she really surf really good. She already has a lot of power for a 14-year-old, great technique, and she charged. So yeah, that's what we all here. We have a good crew right now. Everybody's like cheering for our last soldier, I can say. And no, yeah, and today it's an unbelievable day for a final day. Great waves today at Huntington, and yeah, stoked.
When did you first learn of Tia and how great of a surfer she is?
She was always doing competitions, young competition, and I've heard her name. And it's crazy because we talk about this with Vahine, for example, and then Vahine and I starting doing competition pretty much at this age, like good competition, only in Tahiti, and she's already the same age, and she's already doing her first Challenger Series season. So pretty crazy to think like this, and no, it's a good thing, and she rips. So can't wait for her to qualify for the CTA. She's on her way, and let's go.
Speaking of Tahiti, you're on the red eye tonight, have a wild card into the event later this week. What are you most excited about showcasing your home break?
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't make any round here. It's a lot of frustration. Was pumping at the same time in Tahiti, but I have the chance to go back tonight, have a little bit of swell the next few days, and the contest looks good for in terms of forecast. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just happy to be home, happy to see my family, and this is an event that I really love, and yeah, I'm lucky to have another chance to do the CT this year. So super stoked.
Looking forward to seeing you in Tahiti and down the road here on the rest of the Challenger Series. Thanks.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Callie Voss is looking for revenge, and he's going back to his happy place. And yeah, a little bit of swell, meaning 15 foot. Like, that guy is a different type of human being, isn't he? One of the only people in the world that risks surfing chopo switch stance and can actually ride through huge barrels, going the opposite direction that he usually is going. And if I'm on the championship tour and I potentially just heard that interview, I'd be a little bit worried because Callie is going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with at Chopo. Well, Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri, during that interview, punched it a couple times on a little left-hand runner. And regardless of what that score is, that is great surfing. You can see that style, that speed, the finesse that she has. Can you guys tell I'm a huge fan of Annette? I mean,
she's about to turn the heat. She's about to get that 4.74. There it is.
And the score comes through. It's a 5.83. That means Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri jumps into the lead. Tia Zebrowski now needs a 5.44 as these surfers make their way back to the takeoff zone. We are going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Who's going to be our next finalists? Stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back. We are back live from Huntington Beach, California, Surf City, USA. Sun is shining, waves are pulsing. We have 6.5 minutes left in this incredible battle of the future stars of our sport. Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri, representing the Basque region, and Tia Zebrowski flying the French flag by way of Tahiti. Very evenly matched right here. So you see this last one from Annette comes through at a 5.83. This is the wave that got her into the top spot, but Tia's out the back with priority.
Yeah, the high mark of the heat so far, so really setting the scale right there. And that's such a relief, Tan. I mean, she's had a couple opportunities to kind of get the lead back in her favor, but to finally get that little nugget, do those 2 turns, and find herself in this position when the under 6 minute remaining mark, that's a big pressure release.
All the while, everything, even the last semifinals, things have really calmed down. They've gotten really quiet. The scores have come down a little bit. So now you're looking at a 5.83 as a very legitimate score. And she'll definitely be keeping that running into these last 5 minutes.
I blame Mateus. He went out there and just destroyed all those waves. Got a 9.5. The ocean's just going, hold on a second. Give me a break here. But Tia, Annette is up and at it. Quick snap there, nicely placed. That wave goes dormant. She pulls out. Most likely won't stay in her scoreline. She has a 5.33 and a 5.83.
It's interesting because you can see, not that there's been a big tide swing today, but you can see the effect of more water over the sand. The current is less. These rights now peter off into a shoulder where they were going into a closeout section. So there has been a little bit of a change as we see Tia looking for that oncoming section. And you have to create your own power coming at it, where this morning you were almost hitting the brakes as you hit that section. So things are changing. Athletes are being very flexible. A lot more lefts are being scored, and that's going to be a great ride for Tia.
Yeah, solid fundamentals there. Set up, layback, snap at the end. That'll be, I mean, most likely a mid-ranger, but potentially a keeper, because Tia right now, her low score is a 4.33. Felt like it'll be right in that range. Fun to watch, though.
Well, requiring the 5.44. So just thinking about what the judges are looking at today, the critical section, that was the most critical, very creative with that little bit of a layback turn, setting that rail so nicely, never went flat on the fins, so degree of difficulty was right there. I really like that wave from Tia.
I think the replay kind of amped it up a little bit, because you saw all the little subtle details that she flew in there. The opening snap had a little bit of extra flair on it, and of course, flying into that section and laying into it enough to get her a 6.67. So we've switched it up again. Tia Zebrowski now in the lead. You got Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri needing a 6.58 with 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Annette has priority. This chess match is almost about to be a boxing match, because you can tell the hunger that both these surfers came into this semi with. It's going to be a rumble for these last 3 minutes and 24 seconds. So 6.58. So let's think about that. That would have to be equal, if not better, than Tia Zebrowski's last combo of turns. And I think the good news for Annette is Tia got that on a relatively kind of mid-sized wave. So it is possible to manufacture a score of that magnitude on a wave that was maybe not looking like it was going to be that great. So there is some positive feelings, I'm sure, with Annette, knowing that she's not out of this one yet.
Under 3 minutes, priority, and she's sitting in that prime zone for potentially, we even saw it there, she's kind of looking on that left direction.
She is kind of in the driver's seat by virtue of that priority, even though she is in second and she needs a score. 2.5 minutes is a fair amount of time when you really think about it in the larger scope of a heat. So hopefully we'll get another flurry and both competitors can get a go.
Well, however this thing ends up, put Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri on your list of most improved surfers from event to event. She hadn't made many heats on the Challenger Series until here at the US Open, where she has smashed her way through probably the toughest field you'll ever face in a Challenger Series event. With CT surfers, returning champions, and incredible wild cards for Annette to make the semis here and potentially fight into a final position. Goes down on that last turn, but I like the spark that she showed us right there.
Yeah, you're looking at that too, like that first turn, was great, but eyeing off that end section, you know you have to add something a bit more spicy, a little bit more extra special. I think really gearing up for this reverse right here. And I thought she was going to stick it, Tanner, maybe just having to get a little bit lower to the board. It's so tricky to change that direction with that rush of water going up your fins.
It speaks to the narrative of Annette as well. Like, you have to be really brave to go for it right there. You need a 6.5. You've done a good turn, and you know you're going to have to lift up in that end section and really throw it on the line. There's a minute left. You have a shot at the finals. I'm stoked that she went for that, even though she didn't come away with it. I feel like had she pulled it off, that we would definitely be talking about her getting the score. So she really did need to risk it, which normally sometimes you'll safety play it, and that's almost even worse to know that you could have done that little more to make your shot in the finals happen.
All right, final exchange here. Annette Tabari just caught behind there. Excellent sales job there from Tia Zabrowski. And there is 35 seconds left. The phenom at 14 years old, flying the French flag. Tia Zabrowski might be on to her best result yet, and already a stellar Challenger Series season.
Wow.
Yes.
The tension is so palpable because, you know, like, not only are you making it into the final of the US Open, you also have the opportunity to take the rankings lead. There's so many moving parts right now. You see a little bit of an exchange between the two competitors, smiles all around. I mean, Annette can be so proud of her performance here at the US Open, but that was sick from Tia.
Oh, imagine being 14 and having the wherewithal to pressure in a net. That's the highest stakes if you've ever felt. Look at the crew, they're frothing. That's such a big victory for her. That's gonna be huge in her career. She'll have that forever, that she's in the US Open finals no matter what.
Well, our finals are set. It's gonna be Tia Zabrowski going up against Brisa Hennessy. Or going up against Sawyer Lindblad, sorry. And that in itself is a great story that's about to be written. Tia the phenom. Sawyer, she was a phenom when she first got on the championship tour as well, so that is going to be such an incredible finals heat for our women. That's going to be right around the corner. Tia Zabrowski at 14 years old just keeps making history on the Challenger Series, and we got to find out who will be in the men's finals. Semifinals are coming up next, featuring Mateus Herdy going up against Michael Rodriguez. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with more from the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Welcome back to Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And the phenomena, the 14-year-old phenomena, Tia Zabrowski, 4 Challenger Series events, quarters or better in all 4 shows, and has just made her 2nd final on the Challenger Series. Can this be her first win? She's 2 good waves away from that, and she's got tons of momentum heading into the women's final, where she will be facing Sawyer Lindblad. Kaipo Guerrero here, along with Mitchell Salazar, and it is time for our men's semifinals. And in the first heat, we got Brazilian friendly fire, or a firing match between these 2 aerialists. Mateus Hurdy coming up against Michael Rodriguez. Mitchell.
Yeah, a lot to prove for both of them. Mateus looking for his first Challenger Series win. Same thing for Emrod. And, you know, finally for Mike, able to break through the round of 16, the quarterfinals as well this morning too. And for Mateus, he's proven us right now, Kaipo, that he's able to make the semis or better.
You know, we had a very emotional Michael Rodriguez coming out of the water, earning his spot into the semifinals after that quarterfinal win. On the other side of emotions, we have an excited Mateus Hurdy with something to prove right now, Mitchell. He's got something to prove. He's got a chip on his shoulder. He knows he belongs on the championship tour. He knows he's 1 step closer to getting on that tour. And the talent that Mateus has shown us in the previous heats have been out of the world.
Yeah, he's motivated, as you said, and biggest motivation of them all is to qualify for the World Tour. Able to make it into the semifinals at an event already. That was over in Mexico back in 2021. Has competed multiple times at the Vivo Rio Pro, as well as a wild card on the CT over there. So he's no stranger to it, but he hasn't been a full-time CT competitor.
Yep. So Mateus Hurdy, 24 years old, 9th place in the first event over at Newcastle, 9th place in the second event over at Bolito, has done much better than that. He's guaranteed an equal 3rd here in the semifinals, but you know he wants to win and at 10,000 points.
He definitely does, and we have a long list of champions out of Brazil here at this event. Neco Parat started things off back in '99. Felipe's won multiple times. Pandinha, Willen Cardoso, he's also won the event, and of course, you know, multiple others, including Galejo Muniz. So no stranger to these types of waves, to this competition. But both of these guys will be looking for their first career here on the Challenger Series and, of course, at the Open as well.
Michael Rodriguez, 30 years old, spent time on this championship tour in 2018 and 2019, re-qualified through the Challenger Series in 2022, but just lasted half a year in 2023, another victim of that mid-season cut. And Emrod trying to make his way back onto the championship tour. Actually, at this level, I think both of these surfers belong back on the CT. Here's the first of Emrod. Mitchell, this is a 6.33.
Yeah, this was during the break, so great explosive turn right there by Emrod to start things off. The second one just as crisp, and really like what I'm seeing, attitude-wise, body language, and he has priority here too. He's going.
Second wave from Michael Rodriguez, floats on the lip, airdrops back into it, just 1 turn for Emrod.
Yeah, he's gonna extend his lead right here, so wanted to get things going early on, maybe get into the double digits. Really complicated wave to surf right here on the second one ridden so far. And that's a momentum thing for him, Kaipo.
He likes to stay busy, right?
Yeah, exactly, especially in the beginning of the heat. He needs that right here against Mateus, who, to me, has been the best surfer of the event, especially the last 2 days. So this one waiting on the score. Complicated section, especially with all those ribs and the chops on the face. Done well. So he's going to probably move up into the double-digit mark with this one.
Let's hear from Tia Zabrowski, straight out of the water and straight into the finals. She's with AJ.
Kaipo, we were just breaking down what Joanne Deroux told you, Tia. Obviously, fantastic professional surfer. Joanne has so much history. What's the feedback that he gave you coming out of the semifinal here?
He told me that I should take like more left because he knows that I can surf really good on the left. And I kind of didn't get any, and I was a bit too... like I missed some good big sets because I was too close to the beach. So the next time I'll try to go more further and try to get some sets.
Well, what you did work to get you into your second final of your Challenger Series career. How are the nerves feeling?
Feels so good. I'm really happy to be back on the final, and I try my best to get it to get the win this time. But yeah, if I get second, I was really happy to be in the final, and yeah, I'm just really happy to share heat with Sawyer, and hope we do like some good exchange and yeah.
Looking forward to seeing you both. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family watching back home?
Coucou tout le monde, je suis super content d'être en finale. Je vais faire de mon mieux pour gagner celle-là et voilà, on continue comme ça et on verra à la fin.
Congratulations. See you soon.
Thank you.
What an outstanding young surfer in the way of Tia Zabrowski. If you want to look up, you know, the future of women's professional surfing, you need look no further than that talented surfer there.
Definitely, and we've talked about, you know, the talent coming out of the region of Europe so far, how young they are, the majority of them. She went up against the net in that last heat. Another cool thing, too, a lot of them are very professional on the mic already, too, during their post-heat interviews, so shout out in that sense as well.
Well, the impressive thing with the Europeans and the Japanese and the Brazilians, they all have to learn a second language to do these interviews, you know? And we take it for granted. I mean, I do, because I only speak, you know, Hawaiian, Pidgin, and English. But, you know, all these people that speak multiple languages like yourself, Mitchell, is very impressive.
Thank you. And it's never easy, but it goes a long way with your career.
And Mateus Hurdy, we saw him with a couple of throwaways so far, so that's going to be his best number. He is trailing Michael Rodriguez at the first third of this semifinal. Rodriguez with a 6.33 and a 4-point ride. We'll wait for that score for Mateus Hurdy.
I'm interested to see how they score this right here. It was a bit forced. The section was quite difficult, though, and he pushed through the lip line to be able to complete this reverse.
I concur. It was a little dirty, you know, especially for what we've seen in the past from Mateus Hurdy. So we'll see how high this number is going to go. And it goes in at a 5.33. So I feel at this point in the heat, Mateus will take that.
Yeah.
That's fine. You know?
100%. That's your backup score at the moment right now. Now you're searching for your best one out there. And as you said, 2/3 of the heat still remaining. So he's back in it early on, but a really complex maneuver to do right there on that section. And Mike here got a right-hander, might be having to use priority on this one.
Right-hand runner for Michael Rodriguez, and he got fooled. And I saw the taper in that, actually.
Even tides today, though. I was thinking, okay, that thing backs off. It gives you a little rebound coming towards you just before 1 p.m. at the moment. But we do have a full moon in about a week, and, you know, that evens out the tides. You're probably going to see that switch in the next few days, but as of right now, that is definitely a priority mistake.
Yeah, I think 5:39 local time, I want to say, is what we have as far as a high tide. So tide will be pushing throughout the competition day. Looking for a ramp. Mateus Hurdy pops it up, puts it down, and just getting to work. You know, that's kind of, I wouldn't say that's safety surfing for Mateus, but that's the basics that he knows how to do over and over again.
Yeah.
And so he's just trying to lay some numbers on the table, right? A 5.01 gives him the lead.
He'll take it right here. Loftier air, better section. But I will say, though, it's an interesting choice of this wave with priority. Grabbed the rotation, took him a little while to ride out of it, but still well done. But as you said, it's standard by his capabilities. Another angle right here, takes the high line, adjusts well, feet positioned properly on top of the board, and nearly a full rotation right there by Mateus. But it is a smaller wave, and, you know, I was impressed that he was able to do that on that side of the wave, but I also was surprised that he went on that wave with priority at this point of the heat, having the 5 already.
Well, there he goes. He does take the lead with a 6.17. So just, you know, chipping away of it, laying a foundation. 18 minutes remaining. Priority now with Michael Rodriguez. A couple of waves on the way. Mateus Hurdy, though, is such an interesting story in that the young man, I mean, he's just 24 years old, but he's already gone through a roller coaster, you know, in just sponsorships and positions, nearly making the championship tour a couple of times, getting dropped by his major sponsors, goes sponsorless. Logan Chucky Dooley, and actually bankrolled his last year's challenger for him and this year's before he's finally signed on with Rivia Projects. And I feel like he's in a positive turn in his career right now, both with sponsorships and with this Finals Day appearance.
Yeah, and I think a lot goes to the people in his corner over in Brazil, too. Daniel Cortez, who we know, Cabrito, same manager for Iago, Edgar Grosjean. You know, shout out to him. He's also done a lot of great work, just amassing some opportunities for Mateus. And look at where it's brought him to this point in his career. Here he's going.
Left, for Mateus. Just an easy carve, looking for the wave to steepen up, and it's not going to do that, so staying busy under priority.
Yeah, odd wave to go on right there. A lot of bump, especially with that rip going towards it, to the middle part of the wave. Just under 17 minutes, though. So he's got really 2 scores that have been surfed up in terms of the quality of the waves that he actually chose. The 617 and the 533.
And that is what CT champions are made out of. Every surfer who's a champion have that ability to surf up a wave. Michael Rodriguez gets a tap there, has to get light-footed through this section, bangs the oncoming section. 517 gives him the lead.
Wow.
Seesaw battle.
That was an emotional claim right there. We didn't see the first part of the wave, but only needs a 517. The combo at the end, on the end was strong. There are a lot of scores that are comparable to that one so far. The requirement that he needs, and nearly halfway through the heat. Here's the very start. So actually did see it into the lip there once, had to readjust his line, got a couple of pumps. The sun section turns, it's great too, but it is a bit soft. So that's a smaller wave. You're only needing mid-range score, potentially taking the lead right here, but getting a bit too emotional and carried away this early on, and it seems like it actually might even fall short.
It does. So a 4.67 for Michael Rodriguez. He remains trailing Mateus Hurdy. He remains looking to get a 5.17 or better. Mateus now with heat control, with priority, put himself in a good position. Hot sunny day here this Sunday, and
gorgeous, gorgeous.
I feel this high kind of pressure too, giving us, you know, only a slight onshore breeze.
Yep. And the water has warmed up too, by the way, as well.
Has.
Yeah, a lot of people wearing the short sleeves or spring suits today. Wow, a couple of great lines on the outside.
Will they have shape? I guess that's the question, Mitch.
Well, and for Mateus, he's okay not going on the wave right here. If you're Mike, you're definitely needing something, and I think a big point in this heat right here, neither of them have really been in this position yet in their careers, which is extremely surprising. We talked about Rodriguez just challenging himself to be able to make it past the quarterfinals, the round of 16. He surpassed his own expectations at this point right now. You need to tone the emotion down and make sure you're saving that and reserving it for the last 5 minutes of the heat. That 4.67, I feel like he got a little bit ahead of himself with the quality of the wave. The two-ton combo was nice, but as you saw, the score reflected it. Came in as a mid-4. Be able to tone it down, and if you're Mateus, it definitely seems like he's been able to control those emotions in the first half of the heat. He got his 2 waves back-to-back, the 5 and then the 617. So he's definitely improved when it comes to competing and elevating his heat IQ.
Yeah. So 13.55, and Mateus Hurdy in that control situation here. Both Mateus and Michael Rodriguez, similar situations for them, their experience on the Challenger Series. They've both come so close, just a couple of places away from that top 10 in the past and CT qualification.
And 2 years in a row at home in Saquarema as well.
Well,
so
that's
even
where
more
the heartbreaks
defeating.
happen. You know what I mean? There's cheers on the beach and tears in the sand in Sacktown, Saquarema, when it comes to the final Challenger Series in the past. This Challenger Series, we're going to end in Steeltown, Newcastle, Australia, and that's where all the drama is going to unfold after a incredible stop number 6 that we're going to have at the Bonsai Pipeline. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the Challenger season.
Yeah, I like the diversity of schedule right there, and of course for a lot of people it's going to be a challenge competing at Pipe for the first time as well, including these 2 gentlemen. But so far, 13 minutes. You know, Mateus following him, giving him a good amount of distance, but making sure that he's on the right side of the peak to be able to go right and defend that peak from Emrod. Once again, though, big point in their careers right here. Both looking to requalify, and for Mateus, it would actually be the first time he's ever made it to the CT. And he is holding the best wave of the event, too, the 9.5, with just a spectacular alley-oop. Actually surprised we didn't see a single 10 thrown on that one. Some people are claiming in the athletes area, their peers, that it is the biggest air they've ever seen at this event, Kipes.
Yeah, that was ginormous. Peak coming through here. We'll see if Mateus decides to go.
Get a hold.
And holds position and holds heat control. Well, it's time for a Bonsai brew break. Tia Zabrowski, she's getting ready for the women's final. Can't wait to see her surf. Sawyer Lindblad, also in the women's final, up against Tia, prepping herself in the Bonzoy athlete area. And Mateus Hurdy in the lead in semifinal number 1. See you after this brew break.
Te Ahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, it's a surf mecca.
Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago and Party. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag. Yo, Rana, get ready. August 7th is the start of the window for the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, stop number 11 on the championship tour. And that's where we're going to decide all of our final 5 for those WSL finals that we will have over in Fiji. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. This is Michael Rodriguez on this left-hander, getting through this ditch right here. Snapping the oncoming sections. 517 will give him the lead over Mateus Hurdy.
And once again, showing that body language right there. He's looking to get that low 5, as you're mentioning. Meanwhile, Mateus, he's got a couple of waves himself. So this is a 4.8, doesn't go up into his top 2, still looking to replace a 5.33. Good work on the backhand, though. Smaller wave. He actually liked it. He thought it was going to replace the 5. And this is the score we're waiting for Rodriguez once again. Into the lip, maybe not as critical as he was looking for or as explosive. The second one well done, especially with the angle picked. But as you can see, a lot of these sections way too soft, Kaipo. I don't think anything's going to change right here.
Yeah. Hey, Mitchell, I'm a fan of skincare.
Yep.
I think Rosie Hodge is a fan of skincare as well. Right, Rosie?
Skincare and skin protection. And Neutrogena has been one of the partners here with us at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico over all 9 days. The UV index today, it's an 8, which is considered very high. So you guys, reapply your sunblock every 2 hours. And the Neutrogena activation here on site at Huntington is pumping. These guys have been so busy, so important. The beach defense, in and out of the water, this is the stuff that you want to be putting on to make sure that you're well protected.
All right. Good advice from Rosie Hodge.
Yep. I reapplied twice already today.
Nice.
Yeah, but I should be wearing more. I'm honest.
You got
a
pretty good tan just going right now,
yeah.
Mitchell, you know?
But my face, very exposed. Got to look good on camera, too, you know?
That is true. I got to work on that. I got a great face for radio. I knew that would get a giggle out of you, Mitchell.
It does. Oh.
Michael Rodriguez just got the number 5.23. 5.23 for Rodriguez on that left. And he takes the lead, and he's not going to stop there. Here he goes on a right. Easy carve to begin. Cuts back once again. Looks for a little foam rebound. Little twitch right there. Don't know if that's going to change the situation for him. Mateus Hurdy has to answer back. Hurdy skips the rail on the bottom turn, but makes up for it somehow in the air. He skipped out on a rib on that bottom turn. I thought he was done with. He needs a 5.4 to take the lead back off of Michael Rodriguez. I like this seesaw action, back and forth.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm surprised that Emrod got the score right there. I mean, he just barely got it. You can see 11.56 to 11.5, and this one actually comes under. So as you said, he's not going to be improving, and the surfing's not bad. Just the sections aren't there. Bit softer, and that's the issue with the tide right now and the swell direction that we have in the water at the moment. And then this last one of Mateus, what a way to keep composure. Nearly loses it on the bottom turn, readjusts, kept his composure on his head, over his shoulders, and it comes through as the best of the heat kite, but what an air.
There you go. The 6.87, and we talked about it at the beginning of this heat, Mitchell. Mateus Hurdy with the ability to surf a wave up. That was actually a horrible wave.
It was. And
that was not a pretty wave. It had a bunch of chunk in it, and somehow he milked a 6.87 out of it.
But that's the thing about being a competitor. He also recovers priority on the wave that he actually paddles and commits for. He ends up not only improving his situation, taking the lead, and getting his best score out of it. For 99% of the people in the world, that bottom turn would have completely thrown them off. Remember, we saw Hiroto actually fall on a second attempt right there after a similar bottom turn situation this morning.
Yeah, and what happens is that just you lose so much projection
and speed
when your fins come out of the water that way. And so the fact that he still got pop out of that, pretty incredible.
Well, and that's why fins are so important right now.
Speaking of Hiroto Ohara, the 2015 U.S. Open champ, wants a second title here, and he's getting closer. He's going to be up in semifinal number 2, along with Levi Slauson.
Yeah, he wants to buy a couple of Lexus, Surfette Lexus with his prize money at this event.
No, he said he's overbuying cars. He's already got a Benzo, but he does want a second title. I want a Surf LX, though.
It's a nice automobile, isn't it?
Leather interior, all-wheel drive. Giant digital display on the inside, ample storage room, built-in drawers.
Great for terrain too.
Built for all terrain is Mateus Hurdy. Rights, lefts, it doesn't matter to him.
Speaking of being built for all terrain, dude, his rail game has made major improvements too.
And that's what I love, you know, is that even yesterday we saw him, he got some, you know, scores that, you know, that were suppressed on some of his air, so he turned to the rail game, and he's sharp as ever.
Well, because sometimes they've seen that over and over again out of yourself. And right here, this adds some variety to his own presentation and surfing out there. 617, what he's looking to improve on. Possibility of it, of course, right there, especially on the second one. Very explosive turn.
Yeah.
Career-defining moment if he wins here at this event, too. It's the Cinderella story. From the very first round, people have known him. They've always wanted to make it there. Imagine if he wins the event, he's, what, an hour and a half away from potentially doing that.
Yep.
It doesn't improve, though, so it comes under.
Yeah, 5.33 for Hurdy, so his heat total remains the same as what does Michael Rodriguez and his requirement of a 6.72.
You know, and it could be a blessing in disguise that you go through all those hardships, you don't qualify, you end up getting super close, it adds extra motivation, and then in the end, you prepare yourself even better. You have more experience competing, higher IQ when it comes to competing at different venues, and a lot of the places that you've actually been to on tour as a wild card are still available to you right now with the current CT schedule. So it could be something positive to look at from a different perspective. Yeah, it's caught a lot of waves in this heat, though. 11 in comparison to 7 for Emrod.
Yeah. Well, I personally, as a surf fan, would love to see Mateus Hurdy at the opening of the season at the Rip Curl Bells Pro, walking down those stairs, throwing some of these airs in the Bells Bowl.
Become one of the first and only Brazilians to do it as well. Not a whole lot of them have been able to win and ring the bell over there. Love to see him at Snapper as well, over there on the Goldie.
Yeah. Well, he surfed well in this at Snapper when we had the Challenger Series there.
And the Red Bull Airborne event too. Remember over at Deba?
There's the need. There's the need for Michael Rodriguez. He's got first priority. He needs that 6.72. And we're down to 1:45 on the clock. Rodriguez is curious with this wave, and he's going to engage. Taps it off the top on the left. Little messy water to deal with in this midsection, and some flat wave face, and that's going to come up short, and that's going to give heat control over to Mateus Herdy, who no doubt will be aware of the situation and paddle straight towards Michael Rodriguez.
I'm moving over immediately. I know that rib's strong, but it actually is benefiting Mateus where he is at the moment. We talked about him falling short, a couple of big moments in his career, and he's 60 seconds away from doing so once again. He's gonna fall way short of the requirement right there too. And I go back to the situation, the 4.67, it was a claim, good body language, you wanna keep that positivity going, but I just didn't feel like it was the time of the heat to do that.
And Michael Rodriguez, a Challenger Series final, has eluded him throughout his Challenger Series career. A couple of checks with the Apple Watch for Mateus Herdy, and he sees that he's 30 seconds away from the final.
Still, great result for Emrod, one of his best in his career. He's got to be very satisfied and stoked, but for Mateus, he's proving that he's capable of making a final right here with this result, 20 seconds away from doing so.
Defense right here by Mateus. He takes that off of Emrod, looks down the line, does a little fin throw reverse, checks the Apple Watch on the way in, sees it's 5 seconds remaining, and he is now in the final. He realizes just the second that the horn rings. Welcome Mateus Herdy into the final of the Lexus US Open. Great moment here.
It is, and look at the Brazilian crowd on the beach too. Big result for Emrod, huge for him. Semifinal, his best so far this year, but today belongs to Mateus, and he is 2 waves away from winning his first Challenger Series event and becoming US Open champion himself.
That's right. That's funny that you say that, Mitch, because when I saw him before the heat, I said, hey, you're 4 waves away from taking a win here. And now he's just 2 waves away from taking a win at the Lexus US Open. Hey, great result for Michael Rodriguez.
Yes,
best
sir.
in the season right now, that equal third, and 6,085 points will help him in the rankings, but the semifinal did belong to Mateus Herdy. He's going to run up the beach and prepare for the men's final.
Yeah, big result also for JS Industries. They got a finalist right here.
We'll be back with semifinal number 2 in the water. We're going to see Hiroto Harara versus Levi Slauson. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Straight out of the water, straight into the final. Let's hear from Mateus Hurdy.
Mateus Hurdy just letting it all sink in. You have made your first final on the Challenger Series. That one, though, you said was a little bit different than the other heats you've had here at Huntington. Explain why.
Well, yeah, I had the 2 6s, and Mike as well had a 6, and well, the waves were hard. It was hard to surf, so yeah, I don't know. I was really nervous because I know how good Mike it is, and yeah, I'm just so stoked that wow, Hiroto just did a good turn, and we might have a review final. I hope so. But yeah, I'm so stoked, so stoked.
We'll let you go, but get ready for it. Para o Brasil, though, me diga sobre sua emoção agora, antes de final.
Cara, eu tô muito feliz. Pô, é dia irado já. Sonho de estar na final, já tô amarradão, mas pô, eu quero ganhar. Eu nunca ganhei um challenge. E esse evento, pô, tô me sentindo bem, com as pessoas boas ao meu lado, eu quero muito ganhar, então vamos pra final com tudo.
Parabéns, see you soon.
Obrigado.
Yeah, into the final, Mateus Hurdy actually speaks 3 languages fluently, English, Portuguese, as well as Spanish, and he's actually working on French now.
Oh, true polyglot.
He might one-up you, Mitch.
Yeah, well, the way he's surfing, too, he's a way better surfer as well. I can guarantee by a long shot.
Hiroto Ohara up against Levi Slauson for the last spot in the finals. Who's it going to be? Levi Slauson's been on a roll throughout this event. Hiroto Ohara, well, he knows what it's like to win this event.
Well, this is the wave that Mateus was actually talking about during the interview. So that comes in as a mid-range score, Kaipo, just one, but that was a massive section out there for the former champion 10 years ago when he won the event here at the Open.
Yeah. So he's, I think, 18 or 19 years old, 28 years old now. Out of Chiba, there he is, and the score was a 5.43. Still at the game, but his life has changed a lot. He's got married. He has a daughter.
Yeah.
You know, he's got grown-up stuff. When he won, he was just a teenager. Came all the way from the trials to take that win.
Yeah, and you know, such a cool story too between the two of these guys. For a lot of people in California, there is a really good connection with Japan because we're connected by the Pacific Ocean. And you know, having that sensation of seeing all these people on the beach, seeing those flags, this is by far the biggest Japanese crowd I have ever seen here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. I'm really stoked to be able to see that emotion come out of him too.
Yeah, I mean, it almost seems that now we're starting to set a precedent, and that's what makes this event so great. Last year, you know, we had Alan Cleland Jr., you know, a Mexican in the final.
Yeah.
And we had a giant Mexican crowd on the beach that day too, you know?
Had all the aunties and the uncles over there, and it was really cool, and I think that's a big part of this event right here, having the support on the beach and being able to control your emotions in front of the people you love.
Second wave for Hiroto. Quick work here.
Wow.
And stoked with that ride. Levi, pick it up on this left. Tosses it up there, but can't put it down.
Yeah, so he's riding the File 50 model from Sharp Eye, and Hiroto, well, he's been on the trusty JSs for a long period of time. Get a matchup, though. Levi's been on a roll, had an excellent score to finish off yesterday's heat, and today, this morning, had an 8-point ride, literally in the first few seconds of his quarter against Cade Matson. But Hiroto's going to drop a bomb score right here, Kaipo. I love this wave a lot by the Japanese surfer. So really short and compact, low in stature, and as you can see, explosive on the second turn, too, with that blow-tail reverse. That was nasty, throwing it all the way around with a lot of speed, presenting a lot of control, too. And just an incomplete air reverse right here, attempt by Levi. He's going to have to regroup. Seemed a bit forced right there, if I'm honest. Smaller wave, and the section not really available for Slauson.
Yeah, Hiroto's score, a 6.5, Mitch.
Yeah, pretty mean turn right there at the end, especially when you combo it up with the first few. Ooh, and it seems like Levi down south. This is a good-looking left. Off the bottom into the lip. Great first connection, Kaipo. And down the line once again, finding his flow.
Oh, look at this double up section on the inside. Gives him ample room to move.
Great response.
3 big turns, and that should even things up.
And he's a kid that's competed here for, well, the majority of his surfing life, as both, you know, him and Cade had experienced NSSAs, USA Surfing, and you always have to come through Huntington if you're a Californian. Here's Hiroto again, nonstop waves out there.
O'Hara looking for a section, finds it for a snap, fades into a bottom turn. That's all he gets. That's not going to change his scoreline.
So what you don't want to do is fall into a rhythm of just getting caught in the same wave the entire time. He's got 3 of those rights already. The 3rd one didn't pan out. He's converted on the first few though, but Slauson, I guarantee you he's going to be searching for those lefts like he just found on the golden one the previous. Look at the crowd on the pier too. It's packed over there. Slauson on the paddle back out right next to the pilings. Great heat. And Levi, he likes the challenge, and guess what? He has answered the challenge with the score, Kaipo.
Yeah, 7-3-3 for Levi Slauson, and like I said, this one's going to even things up.
Yeah, huge fan of this wave. The first turn into the lip, very critical. The second angle coming out of that one, so creative. And all 3 turns were distinct. So adding the variation aspect of it, and it's so complicated to do. It's easy to get repetitive going on your backhand, and he wasn't doing that. He found 3 different maneuvers out there. Really tight scoring too.
Yeah, French judge didn't like it.
Yeah, for some reason. I love that wave. But we are in the semis.
Yeah, and that's why we take the high and the low.
And that's why we have 5. Semifinals right here. You got to prove you're earning your spot in the final if you want to make it out of this one. Oh, and he did recover priority too, so
wow,
this is huge right here.
Ooh, and the glass is returning to the ocean surface. I like that.
Such a weird and rad day, right?
Right.
And
even yesterday.
Those were the variable winds we were expecting with that tropical swell moving through. You do see it. Every now and then you get that slight offshore, you get a little side shore, waving his hands for the beach announcers to get the scores. It's always nice to get your opponent to hear the best score of the heat when it's going to you as well.
Yeah, and just to know that he just needs a 4.6.
Yep.
And priority, and plenty time on the clock. Things are looking good for Levi Slauson, even though he's trailing Hiroto O'Hara.
Yeah, and I think where I saw a big shift in his mindset, the way he competed, was when he was runner-up to Jarvis over there at Seaside, his home break for World Juniors. It was firing, by the way. Al Cleland Jr. made it to the semifinals, last year's champion here at the event. But he really proved that not only is he able to keep the consistency up, he's able to do it at places that he knows with people that he loves on the beach, too. Always pressure that way. Father Solomon is on the beach right now. I know his brother Noah's over there, too. And, you know, his best friend Matt actually got married yesterday in Michigan. So he's actually losing out on something very special in his life to be able to succeed right now in competition.
Well, this is a milestone for Levi as well, because, you know, he's got a couple of throwaways already on the Challenger Series, a 25th in Newcastle, 49th coming out of Bolito. So this is a breakthrough result for Levi Slauson.
And you want to know another interesting thing too, Kaipo? Both you and I can relate to it. Every time you drive to the North Shore for an event, doesn't it make you hungrier having to drive, get up a little bit early? Same thing for him. He's making that hour 15 drive up from Encinitas every day. It's not easy heading back on the 5 on the 405. Same thing next morning. You have to wake up the crack of dawn, get here early, and make sure you get a parking spot.
Yeah, you basically, you know, you're all day at the event, and then you go home, eat, shower, sleep, and before you know it, you're waking right back up, getting right back on the road.
Yeah, and it's a 9-day grind. It's a 9-day grind, but that shows a lot of commitment right there. And in the end, if you want to become one of the world's best and eventually a world champion, that's what you got to do. And you shouldn't look at it as a sacrifice, because this is something that you love, and you're doing it as a career too.
Yeah. Well, we're all fortunate here to be playing in the surf world, you know. But at the same time, that's what keeps us young.
100%.
Keeps us fit.
Yep.
Keeps us tan.
Yeah. Nothing better than putting on your Neutrogena, heading down to the beach, and doing this for a living, you know?
Yeah.
And count your blessings every day, man.
Or you can just be a commentator and make every single finals day at every single event. Made the finals day again, Mitchell.
Yeah,
That's incredible.
It is.
What a run it's been.
You know, and I live 15 minutes away from here, so even better, I get to sleep in my own bed and be able to do this for a living.
That's a win right there.
And a huge thank you to our entire production crew too, Ted Chavanis, Darren Goff, our director, everybody in the truck. You know, without you guys, we wouldn't be able to put on the show that we have at the moment here at the Open.
Yeah. I like the split peak 2-box that we rolled into this event. That's a nice little feature for the viewers.
You know, and a difference in the event too, because we went into the round of 16 with 4-person heats too. And at that point, running 2 days back to back with 20 heats per day was our long days. We're talking at least 10 hours of being on the beach per day.
Yeah, and also, you know, our judges who have been spending so much time in the tower. It's been a marathon for them. They've been, you know, just long days putting a number to every time a surfer got to their feet. You got to assign a number to it, even if it's an offer, even if it's a .06, still got to do it.
Yep. And now, you know, having the 4-person heat to the 2-person heat too makes things way easier for everybody, able to track everybody. But yeah, that's a big thing. And it's a good adjustment by the surfers too, if I might add, because you go into the round of 16 thinking you're already going to surf head-to-head matchups. It's a wild card. They threw a curveball at you.
And also, thanks to our contest director on the longboard side, Will Hayden-Smith. On the challenger side, Travis Logie.
Brian Robbins, our tour manager.
Ruby. Hey, man, it takes a village to build this, and it's a big village. It's a big team to make all of this happen. And we all end up here Sunday, finals day at the Lexus US Open. We'll be enjoying some Pacificos before you know it, Mitchell. And we'll be crowning a champ for both the men's and the women's here on the sands of Huntington Beach.
Looking forward to it later on today. A couple of lines rolling through right here, Kaipo. And Levi looking for a mid-4 at the moment with priority.
So no doubt he's eyeing up this left on the way in. Hiroto wants it, but Levi says, nope, I got priority, and I'm going to swoop off the bottom and bang off the top.
Pull it
on this left, on the toes, fighting for a finish, fighting for a completion. Pen the cat through here, stands up. That took a lot of effort.
It did.
That should be the Hiroto on a large wave behind him, stabs it up in the lip. 2 times for Hiroto. Ohara pearls on the second one, unfortunately, for the surfer from Japan.
Yeah, just a bit off time right there. And as you said, poked the first section. He went straight through the lip and really forced the issue right there. But it set him off time for the second one. And here Slauson took him a really long time to ride out of it. Great pressure by Hiroto. He forced him to use priority on this one. And it was a good-looking section. He punches the lip line right there, throws the tail completely out. But as you can see, the convergence of 2 waves made it really difficult for him to be able to readjust that line and make it in front of the whitewater. That's complete. Was it clean enough, though, for the mid-4 that he needs? And then Hiroto on the answer back, fully commits to that first section. A bit late to the second one, though, and that's going to be incomplete, and he's not going to improve. Oh, and it seems like Slauson looking good.
Yeah, 6.07 for Levi. He takes the lead. More waves on the way. Hiroto's out the back. He's going to duck dive this first wave. But Levi Slauson fought on his toes for that 6.07. Comes up, takes the lead. We're midway through the heat at 14 minutes.
Yeah, and what a great way to answer back for Levi, too. 6.07, 7.33 on 2 waves back-to-back. Paddling through the pilings right there among the pier. A lot of experience competing here at the south side. We talked about that, but after the incomplete attempt at the beginning of the heat, the throwaway score, he's fully regrouped, used priority in an excellent fashion in back-to-back waves, too. And I feel like with this wave selection, his knowledge of this wave, it truly has been playing to his strength so far in this one, Kaipo. So imagine he gets a 6.07 with it being all dirty and taking a little bit of time to ride out of it. Imagine he rides out cleanly. He's probably getting something at least in the mid-upper 7s. What a great event. Last few days, waves have just been so good, really consistent, and really stoked to be able to see a lot of good waves and performances out there at the moment.
All right, well, we're going to take a break right now, and we just saw Levi Slauson flip the heat with a 6.07 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Here's the wave once again, and we will see you on the other side of this break. Coastal aesthetics of the Lexus surf with its matte finish, roof rack, durable storage, and an elegant interior. Leather upholstery paired with 20-inch gray wheels and 33-inch all-terrain tires ensure the interior and the exterior stand up to sand, salt water, and the elements. New from Lexus is the Lexus Surf LX.
Already put a down payment for the lease, Kaipo.
Good job, Mitch. That's Mitchell Salazar. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. We're talking you through semifinal number 2 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Levi Slauson just turned the heat on a former champ out here, Hiroto Ohara. Mateus Hurdy has already made it into the men's final. One of these two surfers will join Mateus in that final.
And it seems like with 10 minutes on the clock, Slauson's still in first, but shift in priority. Seems like both guys were able to catch some waves during the break. And Slauson, well, just looking at his air game and how much it has improved over the years, a member of the Snap 5 crew, looking to improve on a 607. Lofty air right there, and it's right around whether or not he improves on his low score, and potentially he will right here, Kaipo. But Ohara with priority, and he has a throwaway on his last, and slight improvement right there by the kid out of Seaside.
Yeah, 6.1, so just a fractional improvement for Levi Slauson, but that keeps him in the lead. So take a look at that 6.1.
Yeah, so this is it. Slight improvement on the 607. Good old ramp and throws a tail around, so nothing outstanding, but still some really good surfing, especially with how difficult that section was on the right for Slauson. Just over 9 minutes right here. Talked about this being a momentum-based venue, momentum-based event. Having to keep yourself, you know, guarded from all those distractions. In the end, it is a business, but you got to keep the focus on hand that is competing out here in the water.
Yeah, and this event, certainly a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, 9 days. And even though the shortboarding aspect was only 5, most of the CS surfers were here on the longboarding days too.
And we did see, pretty much the first time of this event, an actual off day, a lay day, which actually made things even more compressed for all of our competitors. Longer days.
It threw me off so much when that happened the other day, and you know, that's us for actually working here. Imagine for the surfers that were already prepped, in game mode, ready to go, and then all of a sudden it's...
Put the brakes on.
You know, and it's a hard thing to do, to be able to go out there and find some motivation when the waves aren't incredible either. They were gonna have to do that day, and you know, fortunately Travis and the entire crew up there, you know, were able to call the event off, and you know, we readjusted with the format. We had the 4-person heats up until, you know, the round of 16, and now look at how beautiful finals day has been.
Yeah. A lot of times, you know, what you're doing is reverse engineering, right? You're finishing, you want to finish in the best, so you're trying to reverse engineer into the best day.
But we are talking about spots on the CT, you know, so there is a major difference to the QS now with the new format, because we've all done our QSs, not only right now, but back in our day, to the point where it is how it is. You got to surf what's in front of you, and there's days where it's basically dead flat, and you have to go out there and produce whatever you can.
Well, yeah, I was sitting in here with some commentary legends, Mike Chamberlain and Peter Townend. They were doing the broadcast when I was doing the Pro Tour, when I was doing the Bud Tour. And back then, those were hard dates. The event started on a Wednesday and ended on a Sunday, no matter what.
Yeah.
There was no window.
Yeah.
There was no waiting period. It's just, okay, you know you're surfing on, you know, you're seated, so you're surfing on Friday afternoon or whatever it might be.
And you got to show up regardless.
Yeah. Sawyer Lindblad in the hunt for a second U.S. Open title. She's 2 good waves away from that.
Yeah, and I still go back to saying that I think yesterday might have been the best heat I've ever seen her surf. 2 career finals appearances on the CT, one in Rio and then one in Margaret River.
Ooh, I like the squash tail mayhem too.
Yeah. So that's a Subdriver 2.0. It's an epoxy. Rode the Driver 3.0, excuse me, in a round tail this morning, but 2 heats back to back where she's going to ride that board
What's
instead.
the difference between the 2.0 and the 3.0?
So, well, the Subdriver is probably the best all-around shortboard that they make for California, and the Driver is more specific towards better waves. So with the increase in size, maybe a bit more rocker, not as much width, You want that to fit in the more tighter sections.
But what's with the 2.0 and the 3.0?
Oh, well, just small refinements, volume throughout the nose and in the back. But yeah, some people actually prefer a little bit of both. I know Cade Matson, he was on a driver 2.5 actually, so it has some elements of the 3.0 and the 2.0. Man of the crew over there, dude. They got tons of files and
yeah.
You know, how
check
she's
it out,
born.
bro. I got my first Mayhem.
I know you got your big rig.
I haven't waxed it up yet. I just got it at this event. I'm going to see what all the hype's all about. It feels really, you know when you feel a board under your arm and you're just like, oh, can't wait to ride this?
You know it's magic.
That's how it feels. I'm already like projecting that.
You got the foo wax and everything going already.
Oh,
ready.
I haven't put wax on it yet, but you know when I wax it, it's going to be the foo. I don't do nothing else but the foo.
Same thing for Hiroto right here.
He likes the foo wax?
Needing a 7, a 694 to be exact, but basically, no, he does love the foo. But with priority, ooh, there's a good-looking right.
Beautiful wave rolling through here. Hiroto Ohara with priority. He's going to paddle over it, and maybe I hype that wave because both surfers.
I don't know.
I don't know. Look at that thing peel.
That had potential right there, and good work by Levi by just being in the back of his eye the entire time and kind of paddling back out.
Yeah, look at this thing. So both of them, like, Hiroto paddles straight over it. Levi decides not to, but
that had potential.
Peels in a pretty regular fashion.
Those are actually the best waves out here because it guarantees that you're going to get at least 2 good turns on the outside and maybe that rebound from the wave coming from the left.
That's what I saw when I mind surfed.
Yeah.
But maybe these guys are looking for more of an explosive type of closeout.
Well, Levi doesn't need to go on.
Yeah, he doesn't need to go.
So I mean, he played his cards well right there, but tried to get a sell, and you know, unfortunately for Hiroto, right here with 4 minutes, I honestly am a bit baffled that he didn't even try to look at that thing, especially having won the event already.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like he hasn't surfed here in the past. Don't want to get ahead of myself, but if the heat's decided because of that, like, that had potential for the 694 that he needed.
Yeah, I'm trusting your local eye on that one,
Dude,
Mitchell. And
on any given day,
yeah.
On any given day with 40, 50 people out there, that wave guaranteed at least 10 people would have paddled for that wave, at the very least. Especially at the pier bowl where there's the majority of the surfers on the south side, that wave would not have gone unridden. Well, there were a couple lines still rolling through. He still has a chance with the time left on the clock. And Levi, deeper positioning, so that means that he's trying to force Hiroto into go to the wrong wave.
Yeah, I like that insight, Mitch. It's just a strategic, it's the nuances, right? As we get down to it's basically a 3-minute drill right now for Levi Slauson.
You've done this millions of times over there back in Encinitas, where he's from. A lot of great surfers. Taylor Clark, actually one of the shapers now for Sharp Eye, is his primary shaper. Local boy also from Encinitas. You've spent plenty of time at a local beach break like this yourself. And if you grow up in Southern California, you know how to surf a wave like this, how to navigate the lineup. Your shoulders are well prepared for having to paddle this much today. And you know, if he does make it through, he's going to have to surf at least another 30-minute heat out there. So also smart to conserve his energy if he doesn't need to expend anything. I mean, at this point, you got to let the clock run its course.
Yeah, and we will add on 5 minutes for the finals.
So we're going 35.
So we're going 35-minute finals. And he says, what?
I think they're trying to get a sea god just to send a wave.
Yeah, I like it.
But I go back to that situation right there. I think that was the wave. A minute 45 here, Kaipo.
Well, that will be the wave if another wave doesn't break, because at least he would have had a chance.
Yeah.
If another wave doesn't break, we know that was a mistake, because at least he would have gave himself a chance right there. Right now, he has no chance.
Talked about how clean it was. And, you know, it might be a little deceiving to actually see the line and everything, but yeah, that's gonna bite him right now. And Levi's just following him anywhere he goes, getting him to be uncomfortable, the little intricacies as you were mentioning. You want to be able to be around your opponent. This is completely legal too, by the way. And especially with priority, as soon as you block or paddle for a wave, it switches. So that's why you want to have close proximity to your opponent as well. So as soon as it does switch, you're right there to be able to block them from committing to another one.
Yeah.
Unconditional right away when you have higher priority over your opponent.
43 seconds. Some micro lines. We'll see if Hiroto just moves further in or if he holds his ground. Slauson right at his shoulder.
Oh, so the guys literally surfed their last few heats yesterday, went to the Snap 5 premiere, got here early this morning, and basically what they presented in the film, they presented today because Logan Chucky Dolian is 10 seconds away from having 2 of his members in the final right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Yeah, look at already conceding. Hiroto Hara with some great sportsmanship.
That's
but
radical.
It's going to be Levi Slauson versus Mateus Hurdy for the men's final of the Lexus US Open. 13.43 was enough to do it for Levi Slauson and his finals placement. Great stuff, and the local crowd is ecstatic with seeing the Encinitas regular make his way into the finals.
Gonna be a great one too, and we got our women's coming up next though, Kai. I'm excited for this one.
That's right. Coming up next, our women's final, and it's going to be Sawyer Lindblad up against Tia Zembrowski. Levi Slauson's made his way into the men's final. All of that continues right after this.
Surf fans, get ready. It all comes down to this. The women's final. The 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing is upon us. Congratulations to Levi Slauson, taking out past champion Hiroto Ohara. Levi is now a finalist as well. He's going to be going up against Mateus Hurdy. What a duel that is going to be. 2 of the best aerialists in the draw. We're going to be paddling out in pumping conditions here in Huntington Beach, California. But before we get there, we could be witnessing history for both of these surfers in the lineup. Tia Zembrowski, current #1 on the Challenger Series. If she gets the win here, she is going to be the youngest surfer to ever do it. If Sawyer Lindblad does it, she's going to make history herself with a 2-time win here at the U.S. Open. So it all comes down to this 35-minute final, right? We've got two absolute phenoms taking to the water. Sawyer Lindblad, she's had championship tour experience. She's won here before. She is going to be, you have to consider the favorite going into this final. But Tia Zebrowski, who is being touted as one of the greatest things we've seen in women's surfing in a long time. Rosie, all the hype, all the, talk throughout the week is about to be on display right now for both of these surfers.
Oh, just phenomenal to see who's come out on top, and it's already guns blazing with Tia going to that backhand weapon. She said that her coaches were really encouraging her to look at the left, to lean on that weapon in her arsenal, and it looks like she's executing the plan, Tanner.
We've talked about creating your finals day campaign, and that's really interesting to have that insight from the coaches. Tia relying really heavily on her forehand through the quarter and semi, and now, by surprise, here I am on my backside. That turn was electrifying, and even if it was just that one maneuver, that'll still be a great score.
So this happened during that quick break. Tia Zebrowski got on it early with a 5.67. It's a pretty solid start.
And there's two things to take away from that too. You watched Sawyer and Tia shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow. Tia getting the best of the youngster, and this Sawyer up and riding, Tanner.
Oh, I almost feel like I'm so biased for Sawyer Lindblad. I really want her to do well. She's one of my favorite surfers of all time. Truly, her style is impeccable. But she's coming up against Tia Zebrowski, who's been, dare I say, the it surfer both for men and women this entire event. She's a name that we keep talking about day in and day out. And so for her to be here in the finals feels very true. And she's probably going to lock it down.
Well, Tia just feels like she's turned up that notch. She's dialed it up going into the final, and that just shows such maturity to have that next gear to get to when you make it further into the event. I'm blown away.
Tia's making news on all fronts. By making the final here at the U.S. Open, she is now #1 on the Challenger Series at 14 years old. Already with two amazing results. If she gets a win here, who's going to stop her? She's making tour in 2026.
When I was 14, not that this is relevant, I feel like I was in 9th grade eating peanut butter and jellies going to high school, and now she's just blowing the hinges off the Challenger Series, making her way, blazing her way to the tour. Events like this, it's eye-opening because you see where the level's at in an age bracket, and for her, now there's going to be a ripple effect. You're going to see globally females and males looking at 14 years old, completely different than we have in the past.
Well, just even forecasting what we have in Tahiti. The wild card there, 12 years old. Kalia Galina going to be competing in Tahiti on a championship tour event. So this is this movement in women's surfing. I mean, Tia had to qualify to get on the Challenger Series. So think about that. Like she's been sharpening the blades to be at this point since she was probably pre-teen years.
This could be the recipe for Sawyer. That first turn was so snappy and powerful. Had to really get up into it to finish that second turn. She rode out clean. She's going to get some credit there. That was a lightning fast switchblade of a backhand snap. I feel like that is the key to Sawyer's success here, because right when she takes off, you just know expectations go through the roof. She's about to blow that thing up, and she did it right there.
Yeah, and we've talked about it all day. It's tricky with the timing on your second maneuver. What she does here is she punches out of that first turn and is able to sneak that second turn pretty well. It definitely was something she had to get over the lip on the second one and come down with, but that first turn, like you said, Chris, really, really special.
And the judges were quick to that score. So she starts off with a 4.83, 6.5 on her second wave. Tia Zebrowski now with a 5.67 and a 6.67. Proving the phenom talk right. Tia Zebrowski's in the lead. Sawyer needs a 5.85. Tia's out the back with priority. And it looks like the waves are arriving at just the right time. Sun is out. This is peak summer vibes here at the U.S. Open. The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only. All eyes are on the water, as they should be. This is an incredible matchup between two titans of surfing. See Tia Zebrowski right there, just on the wrong side of that incoming right-hander. So that's the first fall we've seen from Tia in this heat so far. Still have 27 minutes. We added 5 minutes to the clock, so these are 35-minute finals, which is great. The more of Tia and Sawyer we get, the better.
And I feel like chatting with Tanner offline as we see Tia on this one. I mean, this thing, it had that long running wall to it and with that oncoming section, but it was tricky to get to that next part of the wave. There was a lot of downtime in the middle, but chatting, Tanner, with you offline, we were just chatting about the merits of a 35-minute final versus a 40-minute final. And it feels like with the condensed 35 minutes, you just come out swinging.
Yeah, you got to get that early start. 26:29 to go. Tia in the lead for now. So as these surfers get back out to the takeoff zone, let's go down to the glass. Levi Slauson is with AJ McCord.
Levi, on to your first final here on the Challenger Series, and you seem very calm, very collected. How are you centering yourself today?
Yeah, I think just trying to create it just like any other day that I would be surfing at home. I mean, waves are pumping, vibes are good down here. There's a huge crowd on the beach. So, I mean, that's what I've worked for my whole life. And yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy it and take it all in. And yeah, I want to take it home for California.
Just about half hour, so you paddle out for that final. What do you do in the meantime?
Yeah, just cruise with my coach and take some deep breaths. And yeah, just keep focusing on what I've been doing. It's working. So yeah, don't need to change anything. Keep it simple and just foot on the tail.
We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Love it. Levi just so cool under pressure, knowing that in 25 minutes, 28 seconds, he's going to be going out for the biggest heat of his life. And the fact that he kind of laid it all out there. Look, I've been working at this my entire life. I'm ready. Quick look there from Sawyer Lindblad. So tell me about that coach relationship that Levi has. I know that you've worked with Chris Gallagher in the past. He seems like it has that kind of guru type touch. What do you think he's talking to Levi about during this women's final?
Yeah, so Chris Gallagher is a wealth of knowledge. I feel like he came on the scene. We all remember that era with CJ Hobgood was riding the yellow rail surfboards, and some of those actually were galley designs. He is a surfboard shaper. He's a professional surfer from Santa Cruz. He made the tour himself. So basically you're dealing with decades of insight, and he's reinvested. I saw him in Hawaii last season. He said, hey, I'm going back to the Challenger Series. We're going to work with athletes at this level and bring them back up to the tour. So he's molding, he's sculpting. He blends technique, he blends design on boards, and then overall heat insight. So it's really cool. We saw he was working with Alyssa Spencer the other day. She's a top-level athlete. He has a great stable that he's working with, and it's sick. I mean, gosh, it's pushing Levi to really think. I loved how he said, he said, foot on the, what did he say?
Foot on the tail.
Foot on the tail. I thought he was going to say foot on the gas, but it's interesting because that gives insight to his approach. He's very vertical, and he maximizes those pockets on his backhand. So, yeah, let's see what's going to happen for him.
That was an important little exchange there with that priority, because that was a true block from Sawyer, using her priority on that right to keep Tia off. Now, Tia's in that kind of hot seat with the priority. They've got a lot of space between them.
This is where you go back to your own corners, right? A lot of separation. There probably would be no priority effect when these two surfers are this far apart. But of course, this playing field, well, it looks really wide and really long on screen. It's actually pretty tight. It would only take a few seconds for Sawyer to get right back over there to Tia. So we'll see how this priority comes into play here, as we do see some lumps coming in from deep in the Pacific. Let's hope these waves focus on the sandbar here and give us some opportunity to watch two of the best. And it's going to be Tia Zabrowski fading right. Big section here, slides it out. And even though that's probably not going to be a score of consequence, that was a really cool looking turn. Skate style.
We've kind of seen this a lot on the rights today, where it folds into two waves, where the surfer takes off, gets a really nice first hit, and has to like almost ride over the top of the left that's incoming to it. And it could speak to that little bit of cross up in the swell, or maybe the southerly direction, feeling like it's coming from a little bit of a hurricane angle. But we've noticed that, right, Chris? It's like, it's a wrinkle. So she gets a first great hit. You'd be thinking she's loading up, and it's the left that's oncoming for her is actually underneath. So there's really no opportunity after that first turn.
I do think Tia's got a certain maneuver in mind too. I wouldn't be surprised if we see her go to the air. You can tell like that's like a setup turn that's giving that projection with a lot of speed.
She's springy. We've seen her clips in wave pools and in the ocean. Her air game is incredible. Would love to see that unleashed here. And the ramps have been hiding a little bit in these last couple of heats. You know, we saw, I think Levi went to the air, but earlier this morning, with Mateus Hurdy being able to fly on nearly every single wave. It almost feels like it's hit a little bit of a reset button. The ramps are going to start to appear. And if anyone's going to find it in this heat, it's going to be Tia Zebrowski. Of course, Sawyer Lindblad, super powerful, very precise. Her backhand, we've been calling it lethal all week long. It's been lethal her whole life. She has used that for so much success. But we know that she's not stubborn, right? She'll go right, she'll go left. She's just going to identify a wave that's going to give her the score she needs, hopefully, and some. She's looking for a 5.85. That's not a huge number right now for Sawyer Lindblad.
I liked listening to Brett Simpson when he was in the booth today, and he spoke to winning the second time. And he said what was so important about winning 2 times is that it made it legit. It wasn't random. It wasn't a one-off deal. So for Sawyer, there's still plenty of tank inspiration-wise for her to close this heat down. She has the 6.5 going really closely against Tia's 6.67. She would fully be engaged to be doing her best surfing. She has the priority, and let's see, it looks like a wave's coming right now.
All right, edge of our seats. Who's it going to be? Sawyer Lindblad paddling into this left-hander. Nice looking face right here. She gets around it. Just kind of cut that first turn short. But there's the oncoming section. She slams it. Rides out in control. So a 2-turn combo there. Sawyer Lindblad. Her low is a 4.83. Her high is a 6.5. But watch out. Here goes Tia Zebrowski. Only 1 turn available on that one. So I feel like Sawyer definitely got the better of that last exchange. Will it be a 5.85? Second turn felt pretty good.
My gut reaction off the bat is a yes. So obviously I'll have a look at the replay and see if it was critical enough to get that mid-range up into the high 5 mark. Slicing through that first section. I think the velocity that she carried through that turn was so nice, and just the fact that that degree of difficult, carrying speed into an oncoming section like that, and that was beautiful from Tia too. Just meeting that lip line, you could tell how much power and launch that section had. You could see the sand all through that section.
You were absolutely right, Rosie. 6.23 for Sawyer Lindblad. The judges, I feel like, putting a lot of weight in that second turn. The first turn was cool, kind of a 2-stager, but more of a setup. And we've been seeing that closeout snap rewarded all day long. Because, Tanner, you talked about it throughout this event. That is not an easy section to hit. And you think of like the quote in the judges' criteria, right? Critical section. While it's not necessarily like a big barreling, grindy part of the wave, it has so much push that makes even kind of a mushy-looking zone real critical, because there's a lot of force coming at you, like right here.
Totally, and that's a lot of converging water coming across your board. She did really good. You could see her just bend down as low as she could get to ride out, but there's also something to be said about a crescendo. So you load up with your first turn, and we, as the people viewing and the judges, you're waiting for the delivery. And when you are able to pull, like you said, Chris, those bigger second maneuvers that finish the ride out, it leaves a really good taste in everybody's mouth, like, oh, that was a meaningful ride.
18:22 to go, plenty of time to watch both of these surfers shine. Tia Zebrowski on a peak of her own, deep bottom turn, straight up into the lip. Perfect turn to start this wave. Has to cut the second one short, kind of fades into the oncoming section. These rights look kind of tough to surf. Like, that opening section was great, and then the wave just kind of did some weird dance moves down the line.
And I think it's, you know, that we have talk about that steep south angle from the hurricane swell, and then also coupled with that, it is a short period swell. It's an intense swell, and you can see it on this wave. It kind of presents itself in that first section. Beautiful cupped out maneuver. Finds a little bit of a check turn right there, lots of speed, but it doesn't quite have that same carry through on that inside section.
This first turn is unbelievable. The way she gets that extension and excitement through her movement, you're waiting. You want her to just finish the ride out and make it so important. And like you guys are saying, it's almost the difference of Sawyer's left with the crescendo and Tia giving us her very best maneuver in the front. It just slowly, the volume turns down and down and down.
That first turn was pretty much perfect. Have you ever seen a 14-year-old surf with this much composure?
I don't think so. I mean, we have seen some very successful teenage surfers in the past, but I do think that we're evolving. Let's just see, numbers are dropping in, so we'll figure this out. But here goes Sawyer. This looks like a nice little wave.
Oh, a gem of a left-hander. It's running down the line. She gets up at it, aggressively involved in the lip there, throwing the tail out. And these two surfers are kind of doing their own thing, right? It's like they're at two different breaks. 16.5 left. Last score comes through for Tia Zabrowski. It's a 5.90. Not enough to get her into the top spot. We'll see if that last snap from Sawyer improves on a 6.23 or a 6.50.
This is so nice. I just feel like even for the surfers, they're having fun. I mean, you're watching Sawyer and she's just elevating. Every time she's getting to her feet, she's energized. She's feeling the energy from her competitor. They've both got space. They've got the different peaks that they're working over right now. And it has just been wave for wave, that lead changing hands.
Totally. And you know, another thing I'm noticing is both Tia and Sawyer have taken off on a soft closeout, let's call it, and they're executing one big maneuver on it. So it's fun to see that they're not just relying on waiting for the very, very best wave. They're trying to upsurf these things. Like, to me, Sawyer, you can tell she's starting to feel it through this heat. She's gaining rhythm. Right here is the last ride before she had the one-hit hanger, and that's the crescendo ride that gets the rhythm going, and then she backs it up, so she's feeling a little bit more relaxed. And I believe it's going to be this turn. You can see she just gets beautiful extension, throws the tail out. It's a sweet spot. And like you said, Rosie, they're having fun. This is what you want. You want to watch this in the finals.
She did improve. Sawyer Lindblad comes through the 6.67. She earned every bit of that. That was a really tough turn to ride out of. She made it look nice and clean. She's so powerful and so quick. And I love that wind-up that she has, forehand and backhand. It's like it starts to build the story within the turn, right? She starts doing that bottom turn, and you just get excited because you know something big's about to happen. So right now, Sawyer Lindblad with a 6.67 and a 6.5. She's on top. Tia Zabrowski has a 6.67 and a 5.90. Well, we're getting closer to getting our champion crown. But before that, we're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break. Don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Let's take it back to 2023. The Sawblade came to Huntington Beach, got a huge win. The U.S. Open of Surfing. This is Sawyer Lindblad, her path to victory. Kind of conditions look a little bit like today. Today's a little bit bigger, a little bit punchier, but obviously Sawyer Lindblad relishes in beach breaks like this that give her plenty of power to show all her skills. And look at this moment. The San Clemente standout who came here and made a household name out of Sawyer Lindblad.
To win such a prestigious event on home soil, I mean, I can't even imagine, Tanner. This must be such just a beautiful feeling for Sawyer to be a US Open champion, and the growth that she's had in the last 2 years watching her now.
Totally, and we hear all the California, all the domestic US competitors say, you grew up competing here as a kid. And Levi touched on it, this is the biggest platform in the domestic US for all of them to compete in. So to win it once is insane, but now to see her in the final, in the lead, with a shot to go 2x that's amazing.
There's an elite club of women that have won this event multiple times. Chelsea Jorgensen, Pauline Menser, Frida Zamba, she's won it a bunch of times. Lane Beachley, Lisa Anderson. Courtney Conlog has done it. I mean, if you think about the history that's been made here in Huntington Beach, whichever one of these surfers wins right now will be in the history books, right? Tia Zabrowski, 14 years old. She would be the youngest winner to ever do it. And Sawyer Lindblad will be a San Clemente surfer who's brought home 2 titles here from the U.S. Open. And they're your past champs right there. I mean, this really is, this is the Hall of Fame of women's surfing right here. The best to ever do it are on this list.
And just thinking about the goofy-footed component of that, Tatiana Weston-Webb, we spoke about Chelsea Georgeson, Kiala Kennelly. I think just also doing it for the goofy footers, there's a big thing about that. But the youngster domination, I think of this, it really announced the arrival of a lot of these top pro women that went on to so many multiple world titles. I mean, how many world titles are on that list of US Open champions? It's just incredible.
Well, who's it going to be with 10 minutes, 24 seconds left? Sawyer Lindblad is in the lead. Tia Zabrowski only needs a 6.51, and I say only because she is that good. On any given wave, she can get that number. She's super explosive. Her style is absolutely perfect. I feel like wave selection right now leans slightly towards Sawyer Lindblad. She's been sticking to these lefts. They've been working for her. Meanwhile, Tia Zabrowski is on a peak of her own, just over to the right. Here are your Pacifico fan picks. Tia Zabrowski with 54% of the fan picks. I feel like our Pacifico fan picks have been pretty spot on throughout this contest. They must have been watching from day one, because I bet when this thing started, Sawyer Lindblad would have been heavily favored. But as Tia's kind of composed her story throughout this event, she has gained a lot of fans.
That's still tight, though. I mean, for a fan pick, normally there's a clear winner, and that speaks to both of them having their own inertia through this contest. And you know, I will speak to finals day being in the water. It's such a unique experience. It's very intimate with how close you are to the people who stand on the pier. And you can hear them, you can hear the hoots and hollers. You look to the beach, there's not a stitch of sand available. You really have to stay solid in your strategy and feel right at home, knowing you're on the biggest stage. Everybody watching online, that's one thing, but sometimes in these events, there is that disconnect. You're on the global stage by virtue of these webcasts, but here at the US Open, that's always been such a proponent of this event. It's always packed. You think back to the OP days, you see these iconic photos of it just stacked on the beach and on the pier, and that's really baked in. So today, it's such a beautiful day. It's exactly that, and these two girls must just be taking that in.
Definitely, and it's how you absorb that energy and how you channel it. I'm sure Sawyer will be hearing, because we heard the beach announcers start to announce those scores. There's a big roar of energy going in Sawyer's favor from the crowd on the beach. But Tia, her support crew, so solid, so steadfast. So it is fun to watch that back and forth, and just knowing how they'd be handling this crowd energy, because all eyes are on the water too. I mean, this is a high surf IQ crowd. Lots of them have been coming down for pretty much decades. You've got like some proper surf fans on the sand watching this event.
Yeah, I love that. And you find that on the Challenger Series in general, at large. It's a high IQ surf fan who tunes in. We all follow the journeys of these young surfers as they make their path to the Challenger Tour, or to the CT, to the World Tour. And here in Huntington, it is Surf City, right, Chris? It's like that's a part of the legacy of this town. So there are such diehard surf fans that show up year in and year out.
And there is a wedge coming straight towards our competitors right now. They both see it. Tia now has moved from the south closer towards the pier. She's looking at this left. Will she be in the proper spot? Of course she is. This is Tia Zabrowski we're talking about. She comes around this section, and the wave does other ideas, kind of clamps down around her. So 7 minutes left. And yeah, what you guys were just talking about, you know, in past years here at the US Open, it's felt like over half the crowd is kind of just tourists coming down to hang out, maybe get a free sticker, which is cool. You know, it's been a giant rager in the village behind us. But if you go out there right now, it's pretty empty. That's because everyone on the beach has their eyes fully focused. We've really, I feel like, done a lot to make surfing the top priority here in Huntington Beach. The concerts, all that stuff, it's great. It's part of the show. But on finals day, it's really cool to see the crowd fully engaged in what's happening. As we see Levi Slauson, he is looking focused. That board looks perfect. He's just about to paddle out for the biggest heat of his life. And luckily, he can't hear me. I don't think he would get nervous to hear that anyway. I just love that he's just chill.
See, you hear the crowd starting to lively up. And that's a walk that, like, he really is basking in the fact he's in the finals. It's on finals day. He's going to walk to the south end of the beach, start his heat down there, but really enjoying those moments. He's steely focused, obviously, because he's not going to give an edge to anybody. But those are memories you have for your entire life.
Tia fading on the left. Quick snap there, right in the pocket. Comes around that section, whips it again. So Zebrowski's looking for a 6.51. Kemp likes it. Not too excited. The hand gestures tell us right there. Maybe, maybe not. It was Jeremy Flores, team leader for France. And historically speaking, the USA has dominated this event. The US Open of Surfing, and in the past, 15 surfers from the USA have won this event. That's way more than any of the countries. Australia has 8, Hawaii has 4, Brazil with 1, South Africa 1, and France 1. That's for the women. So we have a chance of adding 1 more to the USA or 1 more to France.
Tia got that wave underneath Sawyer's priorities. It was kind of like it was a pass from Sawyer. It's always interesting, I think, having that sketchy moment when you have that priority and you are really judging the wave's value before it's even broken as that surfer with priority. We're going to see that number come through. It's not going to change the situation, but it just shows like the mental fortitude that Sawyer had to let that wave go.
When you learn about the dynamics of that and priority and how you use it, you apply it through pass-fail situations. You're like, oh, this is the score, I should take this wave. Or no, you have it. There's no way you get the score there. That gray area is where the stress and the pressure builds up, where you're looking at the wave and you think, could I get a 6.5 on this? Well, if I could get a 6.5, Tia definitely could get a 6.5. Do I let her go?
Yeah.
And we're talking split decision moments. It's coming at you. You're looking at her. You're equating what's going to happen. And so, of course, that worked out for Sawyer. Tia was close, though, right? Like, I mean, she's getting some rhythm. And I'm sure in the last 4 minutes here, we're going to see more of those tricky decisions being made on both of their halves to flop the priority into their decision. And so for Tia, if she can get priority, she's back in the driver's seat, and it gives her a really good opportunity at that 6.5.
Things are tightening up in the lineup. Even though Tia Zebrowski has had such a incredible run on the Challenger Series, you would think Sawyer Lindblad, maybe with a little bit more experience in these surfer v surfer heats, 2 people in the water. Tia's competed most of the year on the QS and the Challenger Series in 4 surfer heats. So Sawyer, who's had some time on the championship tour, would be used to surfer v surfer heats.
Definitely, and I mean, this is Sawyer's only event that she's going to surf on the Challenger Series, and it really has no implications for her. Obviously, she wants the win. After this, she's done for the season. She told me this is the last event she's going to do for the whole year. I'm like, the prize money you're going to win at this event, like, you've got the whole year to put that towards surf trips, like maybe get a filmer, just do something really, really cool as we see it coming down to these last 2.5 minutes. And I'm sure you can't be really thinking about that right now. You have to be so zeroed in and focused on the job at hand.
I was thinking about that, Rosie. It's a Babe Ruth moment. It's like, oh, this is my last event of the year. I might as well win it. Mic drop. Like, see you next year.
Yeah. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Sawyer managing that priority. She sells a little right-hander to Zebrowski, who's driving down the line, who's got the section. She goes to the air. Bit of a throwaway there, but she knew exactly what she had to do. You love to see it.
You can tell, though. You can tell when a surfer has that maneuver in their mind, and they're like, just give me the section, give me the wave, let's nail this thing.
It's so terrifying to be Sawyer in that moment, because you know you're not getting the 6.5. You're not improving your score on that wave. So you're basically just going to wash your priority to block Tia on just a one closeout section, but because her ability to turn these waves into potential scores, that's where she's going to have a really long run of competing, because if she comes down with an air like that, that's definitely the 6.5.
Minute 37. Sawyer still the ace up her sleeve with that priority. You can start to feel the excitement levels rise. We're just moments away from crowning our women's champion here at the 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing. Crowd starting, I hear a murmur starting to rise from our massive crowd on the beach.
And those two gut check moments there for Sawyer to let Tia go on 2 opportunities. And like you said, she has that ability to do something wild, to turn the heat. Wow, watching Sawyer just the picture of calm and cool.
Yeah, totally. But we heard the crowd erupt there for Tia's air, even though she didn't pull it down. But you're Sawyer out the back, and you're like, no.
Yeah. In an alternate reality, she lands that air, she gets the win.
Yeah.
I mean, with this much time left, 45 seconds left.
Wow.
Sawyer Lindblad has had a masterful heat just in terms of the priority and wave selection. 2 lefts, a 6.5 and a 6.67. She's throwing away a 6.23 and a 4.83. So that tells us she's been really consistent through this final. Dabrowski with that 6.67 ties the high mark for a single wave score, but her backup, a 5.90. It's so close. Just needing a 6.51 right now to get into that top spot. One more exchange with 20 seconds left. Sawyer Lindblad, she's got priority. She can block Tia. And this wave didn't have to be perfect. All it has to do is get her to the beach. There's the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Buzzer blows. And that means Sawyer Lindblad is a 2-time US Open champion. San Clemente, rise up. You got another title coming back to your town. The Lexus US Open of Surfing goes to Sawyer Lindblad. What a final.
Pure elation, and just so well fought. Congratulations to Sawyer. Congratulations to Tia. That was incredible.
When you look at her run through the event, we very rarely saw Sawyer reach a bobble. She looked so calm in each one of her heats. It was almost surgical, the way she took everybody apart, round by round, and she built her own inertia through the event and cashed in where it mattered. Sick.
When we got down here this morning, you know, it almost felt like destiny. She just paddled out into the lineup, and you could just see the joy on her face. And there's the crew to go out there to meet her brother, Big 20.
That's amazing. Oh, that's so great.
Sawyer now puts her name on such an elite list. I mean, we showed you the names who have won this event multiple times, and they're the greats of this sport. And she's where she deserves to be, right on top of the world as your champion. The Lexus US Open of Surfing. Huge payday, huge momentum push. That's how you want to finish a season on the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour. Now she's going to have a great local summer vacation.
Oh, it's just a cherry on top, and let's quickly spend that prize money. I say first-class tickets for all her friends and family, looking at a swell and following it there.
Oh, look at her getting cheered up. You can feel it.
She's been so, like, she's such an even-keel human. Like, she has this little spark of happiness and joy, but to see this kind of emotion, I love, love, love that thrill of victory and watching it pour out of these athletes. Oh, my God.
The crowd is just going berserk right now. She was a fan favorite from day one, and now she is the queen of Huntington Beach. 2-time winner. That's a credit that's going to stay with her for the rest of her life. And she's introduced to new friends. Oh, this is my friend, Sawyer Lindblad, 2-time champion of the US Open.
Wow, and like you said, Rosie, it's so good to see her emotions. She curbs them all the time. I don't know whether that's a competitive thing or not, but to see her elation in that moment was so pure and real, and to be surrounded by her brother and her family support through this event, she must be feeling literally over the moon.
She's in a storm of positivity right now. Friends and family swirling around her, and that electric smile that she has. I mean, She kind of puts it away when she goes out into the heat, and then if she does something huge like this, she is just glowing. Personality is shining through. And she is now in the history books as a 2-time winner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Let's go down and be introduced to our champion, Sawyer Lindblad. She's with AJ McCord.
Glowing indeed, Chris. Sawyer, we've talked about it a few times, what it would mean to become a 2-time champ here at the US Open, joining a list of hallowed names on the women's side who've done it before you. Put into words what it feels like now.
Feels pretty good. Yeah, definitely felt like the first time I was not expecting it, and then this time I felt probably more pressure. Tia's also surfing super good, so congrats to her. But yeah, I'm just so grateful to have won here again with my family here.
What do you think is the biggest difference as a surfer between 2023 Sawyer, who won here, and 2025 Sawyer, who won here?
I feel like I've definitely grown as a surfer. My first one here made me get onto the CT and kind of set me up for my career, and this one just feels extra special, especially after not making the cut. That was pretty hard on me, so I knew that I could have made a charge for the final 5 if I had made that cut, so it was pretty heartbreaking, but this feels really good. Got some redemption.
Tell me a little bit about that roller coaster of emotions. I know how hard it is to miss the cut, but then you get cheered up here at Huntington Beach. Walk me through just what the last few months have felt like and how redemptive this moment is.
Yeah, it feels really, really good. All year I worked really, really hard, probably the hardest I've ever worked in my life, and it was pretty deflating when it wasn't playing out right in the comps. I just felt like I was surfing really good, it just wasn't hitting in the heats. But definitely this feels really good, and it feels like it's all paid off.
You got a massive crowd here on the beach, but I know there's so many more watching just down the 5 who are rooting for the hometown girl, Sawyer Lindblad, glowing up here in California. What do you want to say to them?
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching, and thanks to my family for coming down here today.
Congratulations, Sawyer, your 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, champion. Well done.
Thank you.
Sawyer Lindblad's redemption song, 2-time winner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, and I guarantee you she'll never get tired of hearing that. I give it up to Tia Zubrowski as well, 14 years old, 2nd place finish, and now she is at the top of the world, #1 on the Challenger Series. That right there is incredible. We're gonna take a quick break, but we'll be back. Matea Surdi, Levi Slauson coming up in the men's final here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Can't wait to see what happens next.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And we have just seen Sawyer Lindblad win her second US Open title. The teenager out of San Clemente, California. Gonna be in the history books for that. We got more on the way in the final for the men and a chance for their first Challenger Series final. We have Matthias Herdy coming up against Encinitas' Levi Slauson. So the local crowd behind Levi Slauson, Matthias Herdy, an incredible story on his way to this final. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, that's Mitchell Salazar, and we've had, you know what, it's almost sad to let this go, but we got a banger of a final right now.
We definitely do, and two people that are needing results as well. As you said, a first Challenger Series final for either of them right here, a pivotal moment in their careers. And as Brett Simpson was saying right here, right now, the U.S. Open can define your career too. It's a longevity thing right here for a lot of these surfers at this point. And of course on the Challenger Series now with the addition of 2 events this season, this is big right here. Event number 3, everybody wants to get a great result, including this guy on screen.
Matthias Herdy, currently ranked number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings. If he wins this event, he's on the top of the list. He will be ranked number 1. This is his first appearance in a CS final. We've talked about the roller coaster ride for Matthias Herdy, coming so close for a number of years to qualify for the championship tour. This could be his year, and this was his start, Mitchell.
Yeah, he really wanted this wave, as you can see right there with the paddle. Setup carve into the air attempt, and that's going to be incomplete for the Brazilian surfer out of Florianopolis.
Here's wave number 2. This was a 5-point ride.
Yeah, so got active in the first few minutes of the heat. Bit of a force there, but still very creative. Just wanted to get the ball rolling, and he did. So that coming in basically half of the scale for a single maneuver. That'll score well, 5 points for him. A lot of waves on the horizon, though, and we talked about how good Slauson has been here so far. Big moment for him as well. Down the beach over towards Machado's. And so far, a couple of excellent scores for Levi Slauson. 3 out of the last 4 heats that he's surfed so far, Kaipo, in this event.
There he is, Levi Slauson, 22 years old, from Encinitas, California. His track record so far on the Challenger Series this year, 25th in Newcastle, a 49th over in Bolito. And you know what's a curious thing, Mitchell, for both of those placings? The winner of those heats that Levi lost in was Matthias Herdy both times.
Wow.
But mind you, those were not in the head-to-head version. That was still in a 4-man heat version. But that means that Levi either got 3rd or 4th in that 4-man heat, and Matthias won. So in a way, Matthias kind of has a winning average over Levi Slauson.
I can guarantee you that Levi knows that too, and he has that on the back of his head as well, and there's an extra motivation to want to defeat him here.
Here's his first wave. Slauson pops it up in the air and puts it down.
Let's go.
In a big fashion.
Oh, yeah.
That was a tail high, inverted. Everything you wanted to see, made a lot out of very little.
He did. And I love the approach right there. There was a bit of hesitation and doubt when he was paddling into it. Didn't fully commit to the paddle until the very end. Tail high, lofty air, the landing complete too, and very clean. And he should be claiming that. A couple of the most creative ones so far in this event. How about the rotation, though? I love the way that he was able to bring a tail high right there, capitalizing on a golden opportunity at the beginning of the final right here. Told you about the extra motivation. I can guarantee you on that wave right there, he wanted to answer back.
Well, the number comes in as a 7.33, so a strong start for the Encinitas surfer. He's trying to rattle Matthias' cage straight out the get-go. Matthias Herdy now with priority needs to answer back.
And he had a 7, the same exact score in the previous heat against Hiroto in the semis as well. Really tight scoring right there by our judges as well. Couple of 7s, you throw one of them out, you throw a 7.5 out, and the average comes through as a 7.33.
Takes a look at that. Surfing under priority now. Levi's next mission is just to back up that 7.33. That's why you can see him paddling to the south, far away from the priority of Matthias Herdy.
And this heat is a perfect example of why the different ranks and the different kind of divisions that we have here at the World Surf League matter. These two guys have been successful at the QS regionally, at the pro junior level. both of them have made finals at the World Juniors. Mateus was a World Junior champion back in 2018, and Slauson was a runner-up back in 2022. And now here, gradually and exponentially, doing way better here at the Challenger Series level, and eventually that should translate also to the Championship Tour. So there's a reason why we have those different rings, and it's preparing yourself for these stages, the bigger ones in your career and your life.
Yeah, it's really the pathway that's created Pro Junior to qualifying series to Challenger Series with the eventual goal of being on the Championship Tour.
And another really cool thing too, both of these guys from areas where skating is actually very dominant in their scenes and their cultures as well. Florianopolis, they have Pedro Bajos, you know, Olympic or X Games medalist, I should say.
RTMF.
Yeah, and Levi Slauson coming out of San Diego, Encinitas especially, Tony Hawk.
The old school Encinitas Y.
And one of the greatest, you know, athletes of all time, I should say, Tony. So there's a bit of inspiration on the skate side, and you can see it in their styles right here. Both of them great in the air, and of course, great on rail too. Two of the most complete surfers on the planet right here when it comes to both Mateus and Levi. And Mateus with priority. We know how dangerous Levi is going on the back end, and Mateus trying to block him on this one. He's going to use priority, Kaipo.
And here goes Mateus Hurdy. Has to skip through this first section, and just kind of a forced off the top there. And you can see a little bit of a disgust in the exit and the dismount by Mateus Hurdy. Not what he was looking for.
Yeah, and excellent pressure and just making sure to force him to go on the wrong wave at that point for Levi Slauson too. That's going to be a throwaway, you know, in the context of the final in this heat. And now I'd be thinking, you know, with the capabilities that Slauson has to drop an excellent score with one or two maneuvers, you got to match at least a 7 that he has, potentially as his backup. Brazilian crew right there, Sam Pupo, Lucas Silveira, Joao Chianca actually, right there in the mix too, former runner-up at the event. Got to be thinking he's jumping on a flight to Tahiti later tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, the migration for the Championship Tour surfers is to Tahiti. Just a reminder, August 7th starts the waiting window for the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. And you can see this wave just disjointed, a little bit mistimed there, and just a 2.83 for Mateus Hurdy.
Yeah, and he was trying to just play some defense right there. I think knowing how good Levi is going left, you know, and he's dropped 2 of his excellent scores so far going left, talking about Slauson. Meanwhile, Mateus, I want to see him just bring out the best air game he has. Still holding the highest wave of the event so far, the 9.5, with just an absurd alley-oop. Try to bring that out right here. Especially, let's talk about the gap that we have between the Challenger Series events too. Almost 2 months between this event and Edeseda at the end of September. So you have enough time to rest. Might as well go for it right now.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that giant alley-oop by Mateus Hurdy. Skateboard influence, the alley-oop invented actually way back in the late 70s, early 80s in skateboarding by a skater named Chris Stropel. The alley-oop being a counter rotation on an aerial. So you're actually counter rotating. So what we look at as a front side alley-oop, or a surfer surfing front side, actually in skateboarding that would be a backside alley-oop because the rotation is backside. Here we go, Mateus. Let's see what he has for us. He's going to stick to the rail on this first snap. Looks for a little ramp, gets the pop, puts it down like he always does. So Hurdy wants to build on his scoreline. He will do that. He's going to better the 2.83. We'll see by how much.
Yeah, and well, he's definitely going to do that, but maybe he improves on the 5.2, a smaller wave. Second priority though, so just trying to go on something and see if he could get a score that'll match the 7.33. Lofty air, but by his standards, that's very stock. I'd be surprised if that goes, you know, into the good or upper good range, matching up until the 7.33 of Slauson, excuse me.
Yeah. But I kind of like the approach in which you're giving yourself a lot of opportunities. Yep. You're not turning your nose up at waves. You know you can make, and you said it before about someone like Mateus. He's able to surf waves up. And that's not a good wave, but he can make it good and make it into a decent score.
He definitely can.
And he did, a 5.57, so he did increase his score line.
But, I mean, what I'm thinking, though, you don't want to get caught in this rhythm where you're only catching 4s or 5s the entire time, you know?
I think the strategy for Mateus, and he knows that, is to do this until Levi goes on a wave, and then once Levi goes on a wave and he regains priority, then he can play the patient game.
Yeah.
But until then, he's going to have to scavenge.
There is a good amount of distance between the two of them, though, and they haven't even looked at the pier ball as an option. I mean, both of them are really far off of the pier ball at the moment.
Why do you think that is?
Well, at this point of the day, I have seen it as an option. We did see Levi and Hiroto in the semifinals move over there. There were a couple of options. It just seems like there's a lot of steeper waves towards the middle peak and where Machado's peak is, where Levi's moving to. And a good indicator of that are the buoys on the outside. As you can see right there, to me, where I really like to sit on this type of swell is between the two buoys and a bit further inside. Just allows you to get into these waves easier. And especially me as a goofy footer, I'm primarily looking at these long-hander lefts. Yeah. And I like picking a high line, knowing that I'm going down the line with a lot of speed, and then eventually bashing the lip with the same amount of speed that I got going down the line. But the approach changes when you're looking for an air, especially a ramp. And these are the ways that I feel are going to be benefiting Mateus' strengths. Smaller
insiders. Strong stroke in here. Mateus Hurdy builds up speed down the line. A little bit of a high line and a mistime pop there. So a jumbled wave and not a lot of opportunity. Turning our attention to Levi Slauson on the backhand. Finds a nice left, winds up, puts it up there 2 times and looking for a third and completes that. So that's a strong backup to his 7.33.
Yeah, it is. And if he hustles, he actually might be Mateus out for priority right here. It seems like Mateus, excuse me, clearly on the outside as of right now against Lawson. But this is, as you're saying, a great backup to the 7.33. I love this approach. Get something going. And, you know, once again, these are the waves that I think Mateus should be surfing. Has to alter the line, though. And the wave just really disappointing in the end. Couldn't get anything out of it.
Meanwhile,
the other side of the coin, and he's just on a roll so far. His wave selection on point and surfing to his strengths. A lot of flow on this left. Great combination, variety of maneuvers too. And the score's in. He's in the lead by a large margin at the moment.
6.17 for Slauson. Drops now. Mateus Hurdy, who does have priority, needs a 7.93. Looks like Mateus is interested in this right-hander. And he's going to get into it a little bit late, so he's going to have some ground to make up. And yeah, you could tell he's going to have to change his approach right there. He just made a big priority error.
And he needs to settle down, too. I'm already seeing body language, maybe some fatigue right there. You've already caught 8 waves with this one in the first 15 minutes of the heat. Take a little bit of a chill pill. There's no need to go on unnecessary waves. And you see all waves right in right there.
Look at the contrast. 8 waves by Mateus Hurdy and just 2 by Levi Slauson.
And that's all you need. They only take your top 2 scores anyways. The efficiency, the way he's competed, the way he really analyzed the lineup before he paddled out. It seems like Levi was really on point with his wave selection.
Yeah, just the trouble getting in there and not getting a head start on that wave equaled just some mistiming. And here's the reaction from the Brazilians.
And see Sam right there in the corner. He even knows. He's like, hey, chill, chill, chill. There's no need. And this is working in the hand of Levi so far.
Well, Mateus is just excited. So is Levi. I mean, for both of these surfers, this is a breakthrough for them in their surf careers. This is for both of them. This is their first Challenger Series final. So this is a new feeling for them.
100%.
And a huge opportunity, but only one can walk away with the W.
Yeah, and one can only call themselves a U.S. Open champ as well.
Levi on the paddle. He struggles for that one, and he hands a gift back over to Mateus Hurdy. Now, these waves at this higher tide are looking like they're hard to get into. We've seen both Mateus and Levi struggle to get into these waves.
Yeah, you want to be under the lip, and that's why a lot of those airs from Mateus have looked forced. The sections aren't as steep. Here he goes, though.
Takes this one immediately instead of sitting on priority. Nice couple jabs. Hits the oncoming section, has to sit through this one and fights to show the judges that was incomplete.
It was incomplete at the end.
Did not ride out in front of the whitewater, so that is an incompletion there for Mateus Hurdy. Will keep the score suppressed.
And he had just been gifted priority too. He used the upper hand to force him to use priority in the wrong way, paddled for a wave, wasn't able to get it, And then immediately after, paddles for a wave. And as I said before, fatigue start to settle in. This is the third heat you served so far today.
Yeah.
First turn's not bad.
Yeah, but that just couldn't get the finish. And it's not just the fatigue. For me, it was the impatience, not being patient. Well, Mateus is going to get priority back then. So let's see if he exercises. Look at, he's got 17 minutes right now.
And not even. Slausson's on the outside.
So...
And that's the only reason I can think of Levi going on that wave, because he recognized that Mateus wasn't on the outside yet. He was probably going to recover priority if he saw that it was going to be a dud, and it was. I mean, he kicked out immediately, recognizing his positioning in the lineup. And, you know, that's some of the great work that Chris Gallagher does as a strategist, as a coach.
Yeah, so here it is.
Yeah, so this wave right here, just the one turn on the outside, and immediately recognized that that wave was going to close out. Just a throwaway score for Levi, recovers priority on the outside, and look, this is a brand new ball game if you just recognize that there's enough time for two brand new waves out there, because Levi's forcing you to get the best wave of the heat, basically an 8 at the moment.
Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks for the men's final. 65% going with Mateus Hurdy, just 35% with the Californian.
Yeah, I mean, not a surprise right there. He's the most popular out of the two surfers. I think Levi's a smaller name in the context of global surfing, but both of them have had an impact, as I said, once again, through the pathway of the juniors, the regional QS events, and of course now here on the Challenger Series as well. And historically, really good event for both US surfers and Brazilian surfers as well. Felipe winning the event multiple times. We've seen Alejo Moniz win the event. Of course, Miguel Pupo also making the final. But you have Nathaniel Curran, Shane Besson, Kelly Slater, you know, Al Cleveland Jr. winning for North America last year against Marco Mignot as well. So both of these nations have actually done very well and frequently here at the US Open.
On the paddle, over halfway through this final, Levi Slauson with a couple of large numbers, 7.33, 6.17. But remember, Mateus Hurdy has already dropped a 9.5 today. He's going to have to dig into that file and do something spectacular just like that. Here he goes on the left, winds up, tries to get the inverted air rotation. Board gets away from him. I like his intent, though. He's going to have to do something just spectacular if it's just one move.
Well, and it's got to be a difference maker, too. You got to do something different to what we've seen so far from Slauson and even yourself out there in the lineup at the moment.
We're going to see who gets their first win on the Challenger Series when we return to more action here, Southside Huntington Beach, the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Taking a look back last year, Saquarema, Brazil. Mateus Hurdy with a 10-point ride for some huge innovation with the backflip.
Wow, that was incredible right there at home in Brazil, too. One of the few backflips we have ever seen inside a jersey here, especially at the Challenger Series level. Absurd stuff from the former world junior champion.
Daniel says 10. Leandro say 10. Come on, give us a 10. And they gave him a 10.
Well deserved.
Remember, score a 10, score a Yeti full of Yeti merchandise. I'm talking Ramblers, I'm talking tumblers, I'm talking the Yeti 110 cooler.
I got plenty of them at home.
Ooh.
I know. I bring my Yeti every morning with my coffee, and I have like 2 or 3 for water every single day too. Fill them up.
Do you know that Yeti is another name for the abominable snowman?
I do.
Okay.
Well, I am one myself, so I should know the meaning of the word.
Kuiper Girl, along with Mitchell Salazar, we have 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this men's final. Levi Slauson from Encinitas, California, currently in the lead with a 7.33 and a 6.17, 13.5 heat total. Mateus Hurdy chasing him. Mateus needs a 7.93 to turn the tides and take the lead off of Levi Slauson.
Extremely impressed with the efficiency of Levi so far in the final, Kaipo. 7.33, 6.17. And then Mateus, his wave count is way up. 11 waves ridden so far, and most of them being throwaways too.
Yeah, I think you said it earlier in this final. Mateus needs to just settle on, and he's so excited because he sees a win so close in front of him.
Get a word to use right there, excited. Bring that level just slightly down and you'll perform in a different way.
Here he goes again. You know he's going to throw something crazy. Loading up, pops it up, and unable to ride out again. He's going to keep on trying those.
He is, and I think if you're Levi right here, same thing we've spoken about all day, there's really no need to go on anything unless the wave actually has the quality for an 8 or better, because that's what Mateus is needing at the moment. And not for lack of trying, 12th wave ridden for Mateus. We talked about his speed, how dynamic his surfing is too, his skate-inspired influence, but the section is just not there. A lot of these maneuvers have been forced so far. I want to see him on the appropriate wave. And try to force, once again, Levi to go either on the wrong wave or force him to block you. He's already been successful at it once, too. But I like that term that you used, excitement. Just bring that slightly down. Make sure you're not only surfing out there, you are also competing the way you need to. The biggest moment of their careers. We talked about the platforms, them being successful at the pro junior level. They both made the final. Mateus winning his junior championship back in 18. I'd say this is the biggest moment, though, you know, because you win the world junior title, you qualify for the challengers. So this being right here, their first final for either of them, they're looking to make it onto the championship tour.
Well, Mateus Hurdy will leap up the Challenger Series rankings. Came in here number 11. Oh, let's look at some of the past champs first and some of our favorites. We had Brett Simpson in the booth. He won in 2009, 2010. Julian Wilson's year was incredible in 2012. Felipe Toledo, couple of time winner as well.
Yeah, Neco Pairats back in 1999, one of the few Brazilians to be successful in the late 90s, early 2000s. Ginger Ninja Mick Campbell. I see a lot of Raul Machado on that screen too. Kaipo has won multiple times here. And another Seaside local that's looking to add his name is Levi Slauson, who could be on that list come 9 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Kalani Robb, Corey Lopez doing it for the Goofy Footers in 2002 and 2003. Actually, it was a run. It was Mick Campbell, Rob Machado, Kalani Robb, and Corey Lopez. It was that run of Goofy Footers.
And then from 07 until 19, CJ Hobga 2007, and then until Iago Dora that year, we hadn't had a Goofy Footed champion.
Yeah, the Goofy Foots got shut out on the men's side here, but we got a women's Goofy Foot champion, Mitchell.
Last 3 years, 2 of them.
Yeah.
Sawblade now. That's her name to a very impressive list as well. Lines rolling through, Kaipo. 8 minutes, Slauson with priority, and you know, this could benefit Mateus right here. You force him to go on the first one of the set, which is a bit dirtier, and right here, you go on the second one, but Slauson, he's not biting.
These guys are gonna be too far inside.
And that works out for Levi.
Yeah, sure does. That just eats up the clock. Levi with the lead's happy to have a couple closeouts come through.
Well, force the issue right here if you're Mateus.
Yeah, he has to.
You better go. He don't want it. You better go and capitalize.
He's going to do some. There wasn't even a chance to get to a ramp.
Close. Man, that wave just opens up a bit more, and I see him getting to the lip in time. Potential for the 8.
Yeah, basically the need is excellent for Mateus Hurdy if he wants to do it in one wave.
Yep.
But it's getting closer and closer to one wave territory, really, Mitchell. When we look at this, it's 7 minutes and 7 minutes flat.
100%. Another wave right here, much cleaner. This looks like a mid-sizer, and Levi going to keep him off it.
Little bit of defense, now some time for offense for Levi Slauson. Snaps and catches a rail. That's not going to help his score line. And now opportunity to Mateus Hurdy. He's going to hear the news right now that he has priority. He has 6 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. And we have lines hitting the bar here at Southside Huntington Pier.
That changes the entire dynamic of things right here, Kaipo. Because as you said, we're getting to the point of the heat where it might just come down to one wave for Mateus. Forced him to go on that wave. It seemed like he might have had the chance to improve on his low 6 that he's carrying as the backup. I think he got a little ahead of himself, though. He was looking down the line, not even completing the first turn, and still looking at the second section. And now a big answer by the Brazilian, Erdi. He's up.
Here we go. He's going right. Fades to the bottom. Snaps off the top. Vicious snap. One more time. Too late to that. And tosses it away.
Look, dude, if there's one thing we've learned about this guy throughout the course of the event, and even included right here in the final, is that he has a lot of heart. Not for lack of trying. This is his 14th wave ridden so far in this final. He wants it really bad. He's been on the verge of qualifying multiple times. First final ever in his CT career. Wants to be able to make it to this point on the championship tour next year and call himself a US Open champion. I love the energy. But unfortunately for him, too many waves that just haven't provided that scoring chance. And despite, you know, the few short waves right here for Levi at the end of the, or, you know, on his last 2, 5 minutes to go, ball's in his court once again. He has priority, holding down not only the lead, but still a significant score that he's needing.
Let's talk about the implications for Levi Slauson here. He came in way down on the rankings at 48th when he started this event. He is currently on 9th place in the line. Now, with a win here, he will vault up to number 4 on the rankings.
Dang.
Mateus Hurdy, he's guaranteed to be number 2 in the rankings. He wins here, he's number 1.
You're delivering some good news on a Sunday afternoon here, Kipes.
That's what I like to do.
Well, Levi's 4.5 minutes away of getting not only to that ranking, also winning his first CS event. Mateus, smaller one. This thing might have a line on it.
Here he goes. Boosts up in the air, and that's a little too high. Keeps on trying. Mateus Hurdy, tenacious. That's going to be his 15th wave ridden.
Wow, and Levi's got some nerves of steel, bro. I can tell you that. That thing might have had the line right there, and it ended up not panning out for Mateus. There's the Brazilian crew in the Bonsoy athlete area. Lucas Silveira, Rafa Teixeira. Mike Rodriguez, who was in the semifinals too. Congrats to him. Former finalists here, Joao Chianca and Sam Pupo. A lot of unity. I love to see that. And they need to carry that positive energy for Mateus right here in these last 4 minutes. Once again, 15 waves, not for lack of trying, Kaipo. And I dare say, imagine he takes the lead in terms of the rankings, heads into Ericeira, you speak the local language, it's a wave that you know, and he's trying. Not good body language out of that one right there.
Well, that's the 16th wave ridden by Mateus Hurdy.
This might be a historical stat when it comes to the US Open. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody, at least since I've been alive, that anybody's caught 16 waves in the final, let alone in the heat.
Yeah, and if you look at the numbers, a lot of them are just offers, are just under a point.
In and outs, yeah.
And in and outs. And so, to me, that's signaling kind of frustration as well, too. It's got to be frustrating. We got some lines here, though, and we do have just under 3 minutes. So we do have some times for another set.
Oh, sorry, Kai.
Go ahead.
I do appreciate that Levi still surfing his heat, though. you know, like he opened up with the air, the 733, backed it up with the left on the 617. And since then, yeah, there's been a couple of mistakes and some struggles with priority, but he's still maintained his composure out there. Hasn't gotten ahead of himself. He's never fully thought that he's winning this already.
Yeah, there's the Brazil camp with the backup board for Matheus Herdy. Edgar Grosjean holding on to that.
Jan Gouveia to his left.
Here we go. Matheus, one more try. Not a lot on that wave. 17 waves.
Crazy.
Is he going to hit 20?
We got 2 minutes. There is a chance. And Slauson once again. Dude.
17 waves by Matheus Herdy. 4 waves for Levi Slauson.
And really, the last 2 of Levi haven't been waves that he's even needed. You know, they've just been waves where he's maybe forced into them and playing a little bit of defense, but that goes to show the character and the attitude that he's carrying in these last couple of minutes. And 90 seconds away, Kaipo.
Wow.
Will the title stay in SoCal, or will the Brazilian surfer Matheus Herdy be able to make a big comeback right here, needing a 7.93? Once again, this kid has displayed heart. He's displayed a lot of character. He's been extremely close to qualifying now 3 years in a row. And Slauson right here, holding ground, playing defense with priority, and he might be keeping him off. No, he's going to let him go.
Needs the backflip, needs something big.
Whoa,
and
bullets.
Squats. I don't know. I can't guarantee you an 8 here.
Oh, might make the reform. He's got the speed.
This is going to help. This is going to help.
Well, he's making it interesting, I can tell you that.
He's making it interesting. The Brazil team thinks he's got the number.
And look, once again, perseverance, the heart, the stamina to be able to do this. Nearly catching 20 waves here in the final.
What was that, his 18th wave?
It's crazy. But he does need the best of the heat. And here goes Lev right here. Trying to improve on the 617 to make things more difficult.
Big roar from the crowd for this one. See if that betters the 6.17 and heighten the requirement for Matheus Herdy.
Okay. Of course something had to happen in the last 45 seconds of the heat.
Wow. Hey, everyone put your brakes on because this can go either way. We'll see if Levi bettered his score.
Well, they're trying to sell it. You know, given the quality of the wave, this is outstanding. The guy truly tries for it, got height, projection, and the amplitude of it too, but the landing was dirty.
Right, yeah.
And when you look at the requirement right here, that's a large score given the scores that they've thrown out today, how good the waves have been. And I'm just thinking to myself, you know, off the bat of my head, is it an 8? My gut feeling, my gut instinct says no, but I've been wrong before. Another angle here. Cool stall right there. And once again, it's a high degree of difficulty air. Gets the projection and the amplitude, but it did take him a little while to ride out.
That's emotion. That's emotion. Here's Levi's answer. Is this better than a 617 is another question.
No, I personally like his left better, the 617. The air was cool. I just don't think the section was as critical, but still made it interesting and you know, add some and attract some attention to himself too and takes it off of Matheus. And he thinks he got it. I mean, Levi thinks he's holding on to the lead right here. And there's Alex Lima, Iago Ramos.
They are manifesting a win. Look, they put the hat on him. They put the flag on Matheus. They put the sunglasses on him. He's ready for the interview. Brazil trying to manifest the win here at Huntington Beach. We're waiting for scores for both surfers.
It's a cool image right there. Getting both of them on camera. And regardless of the result, they got to be very proud of what they did this week here. A 9-day event, 5 days of shortboard. We had the off day, which is something that never happens here. They had to readjust. The format was different. And still waiting on the score, Kaipo. So in the indications seem that Slauson isn't going to improve.
So the requirement's going to be the same.
Yep.
7.93 is what Mateus needs.
Roll.
Oh, no, under.
For red, and blue would be looking to better the 6-1-7. Scores are almost there. Not sure if blue will better. So it might come down to the last of red. Haraday needs a 7.93. The numbers, one more to drop. Blue does not better. 7.7, not enough.
Levi
Slauson, the victor.
Well, there you go. Mateus made it close with a 7.7, needed a 7.93, but it's a day for California here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. A California sweep. Sawyer Lindblad winning the women's. Levi Slauson is your 2025 Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, champion.
Yeah, great moment for Levi. As you said, now in the top 10, actually takes the top 5 spot himself. His first Challenger Series final, his first win, and right here at home in Southern California. What an epic moment, and you know, props to Mateus, man. He surfed his heart off this week, but today belongs to Levi Slauson. What a moment for the local product here of the U.S. And he joins an elite list of surfers from the area to win this event too. Brett Simpson, hometown boy Rob Machado as well from Encinitas. And there he is, Kipes, in the shore break. He's going to get ambushed by his friends and family.
A defining moment in Levi Slauson's career. Just 22 years old, and he's taken a big win here in front of a big crowd at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing.
That's so rad. Look at who embraced him too. Taro Watanabe. He surfed against him yesterday, one of his best friends.
That's a lot of work right there. A lot of commitment. A lot of losses coming through. All for this moment here in Huntington Beach. A career-defining moment for the young man from Encinitas, California.
Truly. And as you said,
and this is where the emotions come out.
Wow.
This is when the reality strikes. Taro Watanabe, youthful Penrose right by his side. Well,
it's a beautiful moment, guys.
That is a moment right there when the reality hits you that you have just had a defining moment in your career and you are that much closer to your dream to become a member of the championship tour in 2026. Mateus Hurdy's got to hold his head up high.
100%.
He put in incredible work this week. He will be #2 in the rankings. But right now, it's a moment for Levi Slauson.
Father and son right there too. Solomon, his dad, get embraced by Chris Gallagher, who he worked with as a coach this week too. But as you said, so many more losses than wins in the sport of surfing. And what a moment for the surfer out of San Diego.
I mean,
and by the way, not 100% either. Remember the ankle injury that he was carrying into the CT event as a wild card in El Salvador? Still not fully recovered from that.
And you know what? That guy right there, Mateus Hurdy, he made it interesting. He rode 18 waves and got really, really close. 7.7 on his last wave, needed a 7.93. He gave it his all, and he's had a great week here in Huntington Beach.
Truly did, and showed the heart that he has too. And that's a big part of his surfing right there. And as you said, made it super interesting. He needed a 7.93, got a 7.7. But this guy did the work early. 7.33, 6.17, backed it up real quick. Look at the crowd. This is a truly unforgettable moment for him.
And look at the crowd. And a California sweep once again in the 2025 Lexus US Open.
Big moment right here for Slauson. Huge for him. Number 3 now, Kaipo, on the Challenger Series rankings.
Number 3.
That's big, heading into Edesada. He finished top 20 last year. Hopefully he can get the ball rolling and get a few more results heading into those 2 really different events at Pipe and Newcastle later on this season. What a great turnout this week. A lot of people on the beach. What an epic way to finish the event with great waves too, a lot of consistency. Super proud of the entire crew.
It's time to hear from Levi Slauson in a career-defining moment. Take it away, AJ.
Kaipo, you just claimed it. The career-defining moment, Levi. The emotion written all over your face, your support crew holding you up there at the end. Try and describe what's going through your head.
I can't even really say a word right now, but I've worked so hard for these kind of moments in my career, and I've watched the US Open my whole life. I mean, I've never really even dreamt of being in the final here, and being in the final with Mateus was, yeah, it's hard. He's such a good surfer, and you can't really give him anything. And like at the end, the wave looked terrible, and I gave him a chance, and almost got the score. So, yeah, I can't believe it. It's pouring out of me.
I want to talk about that hard work because the poise that you showed in the final, Mateus was so busy. We know how much he can do, and yet, first 2 waves. And then you held your patience, held your control. How much do you feel like that exemplifies how much you've grown in your surfing?
Yeah, I mean, this whole week, I've really just been working on just trying to keep my cool. And I mean, yeah, I've said it in a bunch of different interviews, but I've surfed here so many times, and I've been pretty much partially grew up in Huntington, just being up here so often. But yeah, I mean, just trying to keep my cool out there, and yeah, just focus on good surfing and just trying to, I have amazing boards. I really want to thank Sharp Eye and Marcio Azuvi and Taylor Clark for shaping me such good surfboards. I don't really even have to think about my equipment, so it's pretty much at the point of me just focusing on myself and really just trusting everything, and I'm just in disbelief.
And this US Open win, even bigger than this moment. You jump into the top 5 on the Challenger Series rankings after this 3rd event. How does that feel?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, there's a lot of events to go, and I started pretty rocky on the Challenger Series this season. I had an injury in my ankle that was kind of lingering along, and I've been feeling so prepared, and yeah, for it to show this week is just amazing. And yeah, I just dedicated all to my hard work and all the times of hard losses, and all the times of doubting yourself and all those different things. Like, these wins mean everything to us. I mean, I've worked for this my whole life, and yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Keeping the trophy in California, completing the SoCal sweep with Sawyer. Anything you want to say to people watching back home, rooting you on?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to everybody in Encinitas, and I really want to say hi to my brother Noah and all my best friends. I did it for you guys, and oh my gosh, I watched one of my best friends, Alan Cleland, win this event last year, and of course, there's a huge list of people that have won this event. I'm pretty in shock to have my name up there, but yeah, I guess I deserve it. But I'm just so proud of myself.
You certainly do. Congratulations, Levi Slauson, your 2025 U.S. Open champ.
Thanks so much.
Well, there you go, a California sweep here at Huntington Beach. Sawyer Lindblad, Levi Slauson. But the show's not over yet at the Lexus US Open presented by Pacifico. Stick around because after that, we're going to recap all of the highlights from a week-long journey in Huntington Beach. Coming up next, it's the 8:05 post-show. That's right, get ready for the 8:05 post show here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Living life anchors up. Yep, we got to the end of the road, and it was a spectacular end of the road here in Huntington Beach. I ain't going to tell you it was easy, but we got here, and we had a tremendous finals day. I'm Kuiper Guerrero. I'm joined by Mitchell Salazar, Tanner Gudauskis, and Tanner, as a former competitor here, you know the feeling of the pressure of Huntington Beach, but you also know the feeling of the glory of Huntington Beach.
Oh, yeah, and there was a certain level of vindication for both seeing Sawyer and Levi coming away with the wins today. Their narrative was like a redemption of sorts, and you could tell, right? Like the emotion and the overload from both of them when they won. It was it was crazy. It was definitely like my hairs were sticking up on my arms, and I was feeling it for those guys. What a sweet treat.
Yeah, it was a sweet treat. And Mitchell, we had, you know, an unusual event window. We actually had to call a day off due to flat surf. We changed the format a little bit, but Saturday and Sunday, classic Huntington Beach and some great performances.
Yeah, and everybody had to adjust, both the staff and the surfers, and I thought they did incredibly well. And we're talking about high-level competition. To me, these last 2.5 days truly felt like a CT event with the quality of surf and the quality of surfing that we had.
The quality of surfing was absolutely mind-blowing on both the men's and the women's side. It was truly entertaining, but there can only be one women's and one men's winner. And let's crown those men's and women's winners here. We're going to the official presentation with Chris Cote.
All right, what's up, Huntington Beach? How we doing out there? Wow, we've been through a lot this week. I want to say congratulations to our longboard champions we crowned earlier on. After that, things were looking grim. The waves were small. But as always, this town came through. Waves are absolutely pumping for finals day. So one more time, thank you, Huntington Beach. The best place for a surf event of this magnitude. Before we get into our award ceremony, the WSL would like to formally recognize that Huntington Beach is the traditional homeland and shared territory of the Ahashaman and Tongva peoples. It is known by the place name as Lukupangma in the Ahashaman language and Tongva languages. The Ahashaman people have lived in the place we call Orange County for over 10,000 years and are still here stewarding the land alongside surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about our shared coastline. So we thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event. Special thank you to the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, the Ahashaman Nation, Adelia Sandoval, the spiritual overseer of the Juaneño Band of Mission Indians, and the Ahashaman Nation for leading our opening ceremony on Monday. Thank you. For over 100 years, surfing has reigned supreme right here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Here in 2025, we just witnessed stop number 3 of the WSL Challenger Series, the prestigious Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. We saw incredible performances all week long, all culminating in what will be considered forever, for another 100 years, as a classic finals day. We couldn't do this alone. I have a long list of sponsors, but we owe a debt of gratitude to each and every one of them. Big thank you to Lexus, our title partner for this event. Pacifico, Yeti, 805 Beer, Hogue, Red Bull, Neutrogena, Best Western, Body Glove, Bonsoy, Dakine, FlexFit, Eero, iHeart LA, IC, Jack Surfboards, Open Water, 3 Olives, Kraken, Sun Cruiser, Sea Glass, Casamigos, Surfline, No Cap, our guy SpongeBob. Visit Huntington Beach, Huntington Surf and Sport, and visit El Salvador. Give it up to our sponsors. Come on, we had a good time this week. I want to say a special thank you to the IMG staff. They make this event happen every single year, the best in the business. And of course, the city of Huntington Beach for hosting us once again. It's been a wild ride, but we made it. Finals day went off. High performance surfing, speed, power, flow, big performances. This is a day to remember. To help us award our trophies today, we have WSL Tour Manager. Give it up for Travis Logie. And let's hear it for one of the coolest mayors in the entire country, the mayor of Huntington Beach, Mr. Pat Burns. All right. Finals day was incredible. We filmed video parts out here in a surf contest. That is not something that happens every event. I want to say thank you to all of our finalists for putting on such an incredible show. So to introduce the runner-up for the 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing, give it up from Florianopolis, Brazil, the one and only Mateus Hardy! one of the fastest, one of the most radical surfers. Mateus Hurdy is on a charge towards qualification on the championship tour. Give it up to Mateus Hurdy. The women put on an epic show all week long. Our finals featured two absolute prodigies. Our runner-up for the women here at the 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing is now #1 on the Challenger Series rankings. 14 years old, an absolute phenom, representing France. Give it up to Tia Zabrowski! Tia, you're sitting on top of the world on the Challenger Series. 3 amazing results in a row. What does it mean to get runner-up finish here and now sit on top of the Challenger Series rankings?
It feels so good. I'm just really happy to be on top 1 of the Challenger Series rankings. Sorry, my voice is a little bit shaking. Really happy to make it through the final today and got second. I really wanted to do better since I did second last year at Ericeira. But yeah, I feel so happy to start really good this season, and I hope I'll continue like that.
Does it feel like your dreams are coming closer to becoming reality?
Yeah, for sure. My goal this year is to qualify on tour, and I just hope I continue to do top 5 on the Challenger Series this year and realize my dream.
Tia Zabrowski, ladies and gentlemen. This guy right here is having a moment. He's a star of stage and screen, putting together incredible video parts and now making a charge towards qualification. New sponsor, new energy. Mateus, what a show you put on. First of all, thank you. You got a lot of us fired up to go surf. How does it feel? Runner-up, you're now climbing the rankings on the CS.
I'm stoked and tired. I think I got 20 waves. I don't know. I'm so tired, but well, I didn't win, but I think surfing won. You know, it was a great final with Levi, Snap 5 final. So thankful for everything that's happening in my life. My family's here, and yeah, all my friends. It's pretty awesome. I really wanted to win, but today was Levi's day, and yeah, all good. Let's go. The year just started.
Well, Florianopolis is one of the most radical places on the planet. As you make your charge towards potential qualification, tell us about your goals for the rest of the year on the Challenger Series.
I've been so close so many times, I don't want to jinx it. I just, yeah, just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. And yeah, there's so many people I want to thank. Logan's right here. He's been helping me all this year. And now Julian's supporting me, JS, Surfland, all my sponsors, Evoke. Yeah, I can't thank you enough. FCS, all my sponsors, I really want to thank them. And I just want to keep going for the rest of the year. And yeah, congratulations to Levi.
Well, as it stands right now, Mateus Hurdy is 2nd place on the Challenger Series rankings. 2nd. Yeah, you heard it here first. Give it up to our runners-up one more time. It's not a long drive up the I-5 freeway from beautiful Encinitas, California. This guy's done it many, many times. After thousands of events surfed here. The kid from Encinitas, California, who's now #4 on the Challenger Series. Let's have a big round of applause and congratulations to Levi Slauson! The title stays in California. Levi Slauson from Encinitas, California. Levi, you made your way up from Seaside Reef to this place that you know so well. I saw the belief in you from day one. You came through with the win. You gotta feel like you're on top of the world right now, climbing the rankings, hoisting this trophy. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I'm definitely in a little bit of disbelief right now, but gosh, I'm just so proud of myself this week, just keeping my composure and just trusting myself. And Yeah, I mean, I lost first round in the Bolito contest and second round in the Australia contest. So I just put in a ton of work and just, you know, grinded my head into the sand until this event. And for it to pay off and for me to be standing here right now and looking out at the pier, I mean, I've competed here my whole life. And yeah, I was just so stoked that I trusted my feelings and I stayed calm. And yeah, I'm so stoked.
But we could feel it. When you were going out there, I think the whole beach knew that that was the biggest heat of your life so far. There's going to be a lot of big ones to come. But to bring that trophy home to Encinitas, put it up on your mantle, tell us what this moment means for you. All the practice, all the work you put into it. You are now the Lexus US Open of Surfing champion.
Yeah, for sure. I'm so glad to bring it home for Encinitas. Yeah, just, you know, I've had so many good role models over the year from there. And, you know, yeah, we have such killer waves down south. And like I said, I've came up here my whole life. And yeah, I mean, my goal this year is to qualify for the tour. And I'm just so stoked to, you know, take the next step towards that and really just prove to myself that I am meant to be here. And, you know, you go through a lot of doubt and different things in your head when you're losing and, you know, you're down and, you know, but it's all about belief and hard work. And, you know, this week I really believed in myself. And yeah, like right before the final, I was walking down and, you know, I could hear the whole crowd and hear everything. And it's such an epic arena here in Huntington. And I just got to myself down the beach and I just said to myself, I'm already winning being here, you know. This is such an epic moment in my career and such a pinnacle in surfing. And for me to have this trophy and have this title and my name on the board is incredible.
And now you'll forever be known as a US Open champion. Give it up one more time for Levi Slauson. There's a list that we go to on the broadcast when we're talking about creating legends here in Huntington Beach. For the women to be on a list this illustrious literally means you have carved your name into the annals of history. Our women's 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion is now a two-time US Open champion. Give it up for San Clemente's Sawyer Lindblad! There you go. Still in disbelief, even though we saw it happening. It looked like destiny from day one. Sawyer, to come here, now a two-time champion of the US Open of Surfing. Do you know how big a deal this is? You're literally in the history books.
Yeah, it feels really, really good to get a win. I hadn't won an event since the last time I won this event in 2023. So yeah, it feels really nice, especially after having a hard year on tour. Just to get a win this year feels really special.
Well, you're surrounded by friends and family, and now a couple 100,000 new fans who've been cheering for you all week long. As you take home this title and you reflect on what you did this week, what are your next steps for the remainder of the year and heading into 2026?
Yeah, this is actually my last event for 2026. I'm going to take the rest of the year off just to get better at surfing and go on some surf trips, and then I'll be back and ready for the tour in April.
Give it up to our two-time US Open champion, Sawyer Lindblad. Come out here, everybody. It's a party on stage right now. These are your champions of the 2025 Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. One more time, thank you, Huntington Beach. We're gonna give these waves back to the locals, and we're gonna go back to the 805 post show.
There you go. The California sweep. The recognition of a new name that's bound for CT glory in the way of Tia Zabrowski, and the complete rotation of Mateus Hurdy, a roller coaster for that young man out of Brazil, but now it looks like he's got the right foot forward. Congratulations, of course, to the Californians. Both Levi Slauson and Sawyer Lindblad is going to be on that list of two-time winners of the US Open, Mitch.
100%, and as you said, they're going to really be able to write their names in the sand right here in the history books. A historic event, an iconic one too, and now they can claim, Sawyer can claim she's a 2-time champion, and Levi now for the city of San Diego saying he's a champion here at the US Open.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Levi Slauson, Tanner, let's take a look at Levi Slauson's road to the final, and we take a look at our men's bracket and how Levi got this title to vault up the rankings to number 4 on the Challenger Series. Started off this morning up against Cade Matson.
Yeah, Levi was one of those guys in this event that created the rhythm early on, but on finals day, he kept cashing in. He had tight heats. He was able to get over the top of Cade with 2 great scores this morning, and that kind of started the roll here all the way to the finals. Electrifying, you guys. He has everything in the toolbox that you need to get it done at the US Open. It's both these frontside hits into blasting turns like that, and of course, he has the air game on lock as well, so just really fun, like as a surf fan, to watch him, you know, get more confident, get more loose and frisky through the day. That wave specifically was insane.
That second turn is phenomenal, guys, and just talking about his timing, how good he is going both right and left. And as he said, he had to not only take out a dangerous guy in the final, he took out a good friend in Cade Matson in that heat.
Semifinals, he took on a former winner here in the way of Hiroto Ohara.
Yeah, this is a big one for him, especially I think momentum-wise. As Tanner was saying, he built throughout the day, was able to gain his confidence. But once again, on rail in the air, he did it with all kinds of surfing.
Then on to his first Challenger Series final for Levi Slauson, where he came up against Mateus Herdy.
It's crazy. You could tell in his post-heat interviews, he was quiet, he was stealthy. And at the end of the day, when he won the final, he literally melted down in emotions because you could tell he was pent up. It's been such a long journey for Levi to find himself here on the podium with a win. Had a heavy-handed matchup all day, and to find Mateus Herdy, who also was in form. And he had such an interesting end here. He had to stay over the top of Mateus with priority. He gave him this ride here, which came very close to getting the score in the end, but it all shook out in his favor, which we're all stoked about.
Yeah, Mateus made it to the show, needed a 7.93, got a 7.33. He's going to settle for runner-up, but it belonged to Levi Slauson. It's his day. He came into Huntington Beach on 48th on the rankings. He's vaulted up those rankings, Mitchell, to number 4.
Yeah, that's absurd right there. So moved up a lot of spots, and that's an image that is going to last forever right there. And getting, you know, the consolation from his father, getting those kind of moments created right here at a beach that he spent a lot of time before. Close final, but as you said, Herdy just came up slightly short, Kaipo.
Yeah. Kept on swinging, though. Mateus Herdy catching 18 waves in the final versus just 5 waves from a very selective Levi Slauson. And Levi can now take a little bit of time off because we got over a month on the Challenger Series for him to really have this sink in and prepare for the next stop over in Araceli.
Yeah, a couple actually. I mean, at the end of September is the next stop in Araceli. So regroup, of course, I think get healthy too. He's not 100%. He's been talking about his ankle injury all year long. So I feel like take this time, just spend it at home.
Yeah. Well, Tanner, a surfer that you worked with actually very recently at Lower Trestles, you've been kind of a mentor to Sawyer Lindblad. She came out here and she got work done. She didn't have to surf this Challenger Series. She wanted to keep, you know, kind of lubricating and going within the system and keep that competitive mindset, and she sure did. Here's her road to the final.
Yeah, so we were calling Sawyer's Day today the Babe Ruth Day. Basically her last event of the season, and she goes out with a microphone drop by winning the event for her 2x time here at the US Open. Sawyer is so dynamic on these frontside carves, and she always had such great pronunciation in her second moves. Stuff like that, it's easy to just fall in love with. She has great, impeccable style, and she laced it together today.
Yeah, got by Sophie McCulloch this morning in her quarterfinal matchup. Talk about a finish, Mitch.
Yeah, no, definitely. And as Tanner's saying, I think her rail work was very impressive. She kept the consistency up, which was the most important thing, and bringing that value and expertise of winning back in 23 here into 25 with similar waves. She did it 3 times today.
Matched up against Brisa Hennessy in the semifinals.
This was always going to be a tough heat. Brisa was really an it person through the event, so Sawyer really had to knuckle down. It was a slower heat, and it was a lower scoring run. That turn right there really opened up the gate, and then she started to find her form, and she crawled over the top of Brisa.
Then it was a teenage final where Sawyer Lindblad came up against Tia Zabrowski. Zabrowski in fine form throughout this entire competition.
Definitely, and she actually still had, up until this point, the highest score of the women's side, a 9-point ride. But we just talk about the consistency, the experience, and of course, the expertise of getting good scores on one-turn waves. We saw that multiple times today by the saw blade.
Two-time US Open champ. Gonna get some well-needed rest, but can go out on a high note for her before she starts her campaign in 2026, Tanner.
There's literally no greater feeling than getting cheered up in front of that many people by your friends and family.
Your brother.
It's
and
literally
Big 20.
Yeah.
Big 20 in the house.
There's the numbers right there. It was a hard-fought battle in the women's final, but Sawyer Lindblad came up on front.
Yeah, no, and Tia Zabrowski, once again, I mean, incredible result for her. But as you said, a couple of sixes, really consistent throughout the entire event. I'd guarantee you, 12, 13 points every single time Sawyer paddles out, and that was just the name of the game today, Kaipo.
Yeah, big names. We'll see Lindblad on the 2026 Championship Tour. Tia Zabrowski, she's
going to be there. She's going to be there.
Yes. So what? She's got a semi. She's got a quarter, a semi, and now a final.
Dude.
In the first 3 events.
Three
right?
events already in. Come on.
Yeah.
There's no way she's not qualifying after
We'll
that.
see. We're gonna crunch the numbers for you. But speaking of numbers, let's take a look at our men's Challenger Series rankings after stop number 3 on the Challenger Series Tour. Mateus Hurdy moves up to number 2, and look at Levi Slauson, Tanner, number 4.
Yeah, we talked a lot about on finals day, the difference of getting a quarterfinals to making it to the final. It literally doubles you down, triples you down. So Levi coming up 44 spots today. That's absolutely huge. And it rewrites his entire year now going into the back portion.
And want to give a shout out to number 6, moves up 8 spots, Dimitri Poulos. Another finals day performance right here. Ozzie Berry. That is just incredible, though. Mateus moving up 9 spots. Levi Slauson, 44 spots up to number 4, Kaipo.
And Emrod, once again, his name's always in the hat. He's always right there. Michael Rodriguez, once again, he's in the top 10.
Big one right here, and of course we talked about it having difficulty of making the round of 16 heats, the quarterfinals. It was a semi for him here.
Let's take a look at our women's Challenger Series rankings after stop number 3. Tia Zabrowski has already amassed, Tanner, 18,630 points.
Well, it's great. You go down this list. Tia, 14 years old, being at the top, it speaks to how incredible a talent she is. But also to be noted, Yolanda had great heats in this event. She'll be looking to consolidate in the back portion.
It's almost double the points by first all the way down to 10th. That is just absurd. Kika Veselko, she drops down 4 spots. She was number 1 coming into the event. She lost out in the very first round of the comp right here. But Tia Zabrowski, dude, I'm telling you, 2 more events to go for her to be able to qualify. I think she's there. I want to see the 14-year-old qualify later this season.
Yeah, and it's all about qualifying for the Championship Tour. And speaking of the Championship Tour, stop number 11 on the Championship Tour, the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC is going to be a spectacle. We're looking at some big swells there at Pereure Te Ahupo'o. Let's take a look at what's coming up on the Championship Tour over in Tahiti.
Te Ahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, this is surf mecca.
Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago and Priority. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag. That's right. Starts August 7th is the window. And we have an active South Pacific right now for Tahiti. So, Mitchell, no shortage of swell on the way for the window.
Not at all, and it's more than likely to be a bit intimidating and scary over there too, which we're all anticipating, especially to qualify more people for the Lexus WSL Finals. Looking forward to it, Kipes.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Another thing that we're watching on this forecast will be the wind as we get closer to the start and to the event window. So that's something to look forward to. But let's look back now. And let's look back at the Aero top 5 moments of the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We got a lot of moments to go over. Number 5, Ian Govea right here, Tanner, 9-point ride.
No, I still had this seared into my memory. The fact that he was able to get that much loft, I still literally cannot believe it. Rushing at the pier bowl. Look at the pop, look at the rotation, comes down clean as you like. That was a 9, right?
Yeah. That was a 9.
9 puntos.
Number 4, Kanoa Igarashi put on a show, Mitch.
He definitely did, and I go back to this board just being the replica of what he rode over at Lowers, right in the Black Stick 3.2s, also a brand new fin system that he's been working with over at Futures, and you can just see his local knowledge, the way he was able to navigate the lineup, get that amplitude, the height on that air right there. That came in as one of the best scores of the event, an 8.5, backed it up with a 7.77, more than 16 points, Kites.
What a performer. Kanoa Igarashi for the home crowd.
And a quarterfinal result, too.
Number 3, Tanner, Mateus Hurdy with a giant alley-oop for 9.5.
Oh, this was insane. This was how you kicked off the quarterfinals this morning. Mateus caught heat. He caught 3 waves back to back to back, and this was his final one right there, and just lofted an alley-oop that was at least 4 to 6 feet above the lip. He even said in his post-heat interview, he thought, I don't know if I'm pulling that. So that's why he threw up the 10 right there.
What a moment. Number 2, a big win for Encinitas, a big win for Levi Slauson, our men's champ, Mitchell.
And a great final. He did his work early on, had the great air, the 7.33 to start things off. And of course, you can see right here, just as good going on the left, on the back end. 6.17 for the backup for Slauson. And when you consider how meaningful this moment is in his young career, he can now add his name to a great list of competitors and champions here at the Open. And Mateus made it entertaining. He made it fun right there at the end. Needed a 7.93, got a 7.77, just short of the requirement.
Getting ready for the podium, but coming so close, but it was Levi Slauson's day, Tanner.
It was Levi Slauson's day, but as a surf fan, this is literally what we want. You want that drama, you want those narratives coming to fruition. Mateus pushed that conversation. He was so close at the end, but again, Levi had done the work early, and man, look at that. That's so pure, you can feel it.
Number 1, Tanner, 2-time US Open champ now in the way of Sawyer Lindblad.
Dude, I'm like getting emotional watching all this stuff with Sawyer. She's ripping, and she's turned the script from a mid-year cut to her best result on the CT to date, and back it up with a 2x US Open champion.
Yeah. Aggressive surfing, put heats together, kept her head about her, and those finishes every single time, Mitch.
And I think it was really good for her to prove not only to herself, to everybody in the event, what they should be expecting once they qualify for the World Championship Tour and who they have to come up against in that form right there. Because when she's on Kaipo, I truly believe she is one of the best in the world.
Yeah, and that's, you know, and she's taken away 10,000 points actually out of the equation for the women's qualifiers when you think about it. Final thoughts on the week from you, Tanner?
Honestly, thank you guys for having me in the booth. This has been insane. It revitalizes me on the Challenger Series. I feel like it's in the mid-year portion of what we're going to experience going into the back part, and I'm just inspired. The level of surfing is so high. Such young competitors mixing it up against veterans. It's like there's a narrative in each round and each bracket, and to be able to call it in the booth was just so exciting.
Oh. Final thoughts?
Yeah, well, first of all, I need to keep reapplying my Neutrogena every 90 minutes. That's one thing I learned so far this week right here. Just incredible competition, incredible talent. Really stoked on the waves showing up the last few days too. And props to everybody to adjusting to the format changes in the last few days too. Really appreciate your guys' support.
Well, next up, you want to tune in for the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. That window starts on August 7th. Go to WSL or app or worldsurfleague.com for all the updates. We will see you there. Enjoy the end of event highlights and Yorana.
Good morning, surf fans, and welcome to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico in the city of Huntington Beach, in our 3rd Challenger Series event of the season.
Surfers preparing for day number 1. Challenger Series number 3. The world's best surfers out here at the south side of Huntington Beach.
One of the biggest events we have the entire year. This is where you really set yourself up to build momentum towards the end of the year. A lot of people hopeful to make that leap up to the championship tour.
Truly competing in the sense of the word out there.
Flying down the line. Uh-oh. Call this the Challenger Series for a reason.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County. A lot of people might not understand how huge this event is for all the surfers.
And this is the charm of the U.S. Open. It brings those big names around and puts them on the platform to show up and blow up.
A big upset or the winner of the first Challenger Series event.
No leash, no worries. Chloe came out electrifying today.
Lahaina's Eli Hanneman.
That sound truly showing itself today.
He came out guns blazing with this turn.
Igarashi, that's what we expect from a two-time champ here at Huntington Beach. Look at the swagger on the ride out.
Really good surfing. Congratulations. Yeah.
Go.
You want to talk about emotion, you want to talk about passion. Sammy Pupo fully delivered today.
Bigger, better, and more high performance than they've been throughout the entire week.
I think this is as good as Huntington gets, like just perfect size and pretty much glassy all day.
That's what we like to see in Nubea, Hawaii. Look at this. Nadia Arastarbi. Up and at it, upside down. Waves are starting to pulse.
Mateus Hurdy, this is a big number for a big move.
We made it. Finals day, Sunday at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. It's got a little bit bigger, a little bit better, and of course, look at this, the best day yet. Best, hungriest surfers on the planet fighting to achieve their dreams. That has to feel like an unstoppable force that you're going up against, especially here in finals day when everyone is just that much closer.
Got the right walk up, boy.
Mateus right now is dropping hammers. The perfect launch, the perfect landing, easily a 9.5. Zabrowski at 14 years old just keeps making history on the Challenger Series. It all comes down to this, the women's final. Sawyer Lindblad is a two-time U.S. Open champion.
Levi Slauson versus Mateus Hurdy for the men's final. Slauson pops it up in the air and puts it down.
Let's go.
The victor!
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.